Hello and welcome. This is Fairview and our race villages. We bid farewell to Fairview and Paarl today and head out on the Queen stage. This is stage 5 of the 2025 Absa Cape Epic, and it is living up to its billing as the untamed African mountain bike race. It has given these riders so much to challenge them, with intense heat a couple of days ago, then yesterday's stage ridden out in moderate conditions, and today a little rain overnight will leave the trails less dusty, a little bit tackier under wheel, and great conditions for this journey. There is a journey today, the Queen stage, all the way across to Lawrenceford Wine Estate, other side of those mountains and the next range they've got to get over. Hello and welcome to our coverage today as we bring you live action from the 21st edition of the Absa Cape Epic. Alongside me, a man who was deeply involved in this event through his involvement as the principal of the specialized off-road team, Benno Willett. Benno, welcome. What a day to look forward to today.
Yes, this is the Queen stage, the one that everyone was waiting for, or maybe try to get to as strong as possible. And here we are, Queen stage, almost 100 kilometers today. This is going to be a long, tough day. I don't expect the racing to take off from the beginning. There's a huge climb at the very end of this long stage. So I do believe that most of the teams are going to try to stay together. Yes, sprinting for the single tracks. There's quite a bit of single tracks coming up. But because we moved from Fairview to Lawrenceford, quite a lot of open roads as well. We go through the town of Stellenbosch, halfway through, and then there's a lot of climbing coming towards the end with one of the steepest, if not the steepest climb out of all here in this year's Absa Cape Epic.
It is one of those days that these riders will remember for a long time. They are, though, fortunate to have very good conditions to ride under. Cloud cover overhead, as I said, rain overnight, not heavy rain, but enough, I think, to take out the dust that has been one of the underlying themes throughout the first 5 days of this event. So the elite men lining up on the start line here, and they'll be led out by that beautiful Toyota vehicle to send them on their way for a little while, and then they'll cross the old Paarl Road and head into the trails in the shadow of Simmonsburg. Yellow jerseys on the shoulders of Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, 42 seconds. It's not often we have that little space between the top two teams here. Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto. Do you see that changing today, Benno?
No, I'm sure Nino and Filippo, they're going to keep an eye on that. But again, it's a tricky section and a tricky stage today. The weather not as bad as they were predicted, or the prediction is not as bad. Maybe a bit of rain coming into Lawrenceford. There's a lot of like slippery terrain as well. We're going over some clay stuff, so anything that looks orange and yellow is something to look out for, because that can be very slippery in the rain. But yeah, they're just gonna control the race. If they can go towards the end, they're definitely going to try to extend the lead a little bit more, 43 seconds. It's enough to stay in yellow, but it's not enough if you have any issues.
So they're under starters orders, and it won't be that absolutely red-hot start with that neutral Toyota Land Cruiser that's going to lead them out here. They will go at a little slower, as they have to follow just behind that vehicle as per the race regulations for today's stage. Well, they've got 98 kilometers as they roll away now. The urge to go hard. We'll look at Wout Alleman making his intentions clear, the Belgian champion. And that Toyota will have to just keep him under control. The red jerseys on the shoulders of Mark Hubert and Tristan Nokia, the Mbuko Chemchamp team in third place overall. They're 9 minutes and 52 behind the yellow jerseys of Schurter and Colombo. The Belgian Wout Alleman has looked full of racing this week. He's looked very, very strong a couple of days. He won the stage, he and Martin Storsek, the time trial stage into Paul. And they looked yesterday, they attacked on the big climb. They looked as though they wanted to be involved in the racing today. So we could see them. They sit in 5th overall, wanting to move up in the general classification, 2 minutes behind 4th place at the moment. So open roads initially as they leave the farmlands here. So thank you very much to Paul and the Drakenstein community. The have been absolutely amazing, their hospitality here. The trail network, the Paarl Trails network, has been quite extraordinary up on Paarl Mountain, and they've done a wonderful job. Darren Herbst, Joanne Stunder, and the whole team, thank you very much indeed for allowing the Absa Cape Epic riders to enjoy the fruits of your hard labor over the last number of years to create trails that are world-class, with allowing these world-class riders and thousands of amateurs to experience them. Really, really fantastic. We look forward to returning here perhaps in the future, as now we head away from Paarl and into more trail-laden networks as we get around the mountains. When we get closer to Stellenbosch, the likes of Marati, and then up onto Botmaskop, and then on the other side, Kutsenberg, scene of the World Cup in 2018, Eden Forest, and further on into Dornier and Montmarie, and then over into wonderful Lawrenceford, where there are some absolutely outstanding trails. And the rain would have made them perhaps into the finest condition they've been in for a long, long time. Well, they've got a day today, Liet Orbea Speed Company.
Yeah, I hope they can stay with the group today. Again, like, it's a long way to the finish. The first 3.5 kilometers is all behind the car. So they have a bit of way until they hit the first gravel road. Once they get into the gravel road, it's a sharp left turn. Once they get into the gravel road, the car will disappear in front of them and the race is on. So again, everyone is kind of like using this to warm up their legs. Don't think there were too many rollers this morning, because you have plenty of time to warm your legs up. There's no super steep climb coming up right in the beginning. You have those 3.5 kilometers. And you can see the yellow jersey, they already split up a little bit. They do need to watch where they are within the field. Once the car is gone, everyone is gonna attack and position themselves.
Yeah, look at it. You saw Nino Schurter just looking around there, and Filippo Colombo is still looking now. Filippo Colombo is at the back right of this bunch. There he is there. So that's well out of position at this situation. And well, if Nino doesn't know where he is, I can tell you what, no one else does either. Or perhaps they do, and they're getting into position to explode and try and exploit that little bit of miscommunication. But it's so early, 98 kilometers, just short. It's the longest stage. It's the most climbing today. It is the Queen stage of the Absa Cape Epic. So it is going to be a major, major challenge for all these riders. Using every bit of the road, and the commuters just making sure they stay off the road. This is the Saint Achterpaal Road. So cleared thanks to the Drakenstein municipality and the traffic authorities. What a picture it is. The top riders in the world rolling away, primed and ready to explode.
Yes, this is also a unique start. It's the only start, neutral start we have within this year's Absa Cape Epic, and the same for everyone within the race. All the different A, B, C batches, everyone has to leave the race village in the same way. Everyone is going to have a car in front of them, and it's just for the road safety, to be honest, making sure that no one is in danger on the big road. And it's also nice that we have this road for a couple of hours all by ourselves, just to get the riders, guide them safely to the single track gravel road, and that's where the race starts today.
Just a quick reflection on the general classification going into this Queen's stage. 42 seconds. Willie Vittoria, Luca Braido and Simona Vendetta are behind Schurter and Colombo. Remember, Vendetta and Braido in their first Absa Cape Epic. Marco Huber and Tristan Nortje, 2 days in Paarl, in which they managed to get themselves onto the podium. They tried desperately on both those days for a stage win. It wasn't to be. Third on the stage 3 and fourth on stage 4. Samuel Poro and Mark Stutzman, the sleepers in this group, you feel. Clementizia Aubert, and they are fourth place here, 13 off the lead, but 4 minutes behind, just under 4 minutes behind the Buka Kemchamp in third, so they might look to just nip that away today. They probably won't get into third on GC today, but they'll look to try and take some time out there. And Buff Megamo, Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, they are just under 2 minutes behind the Clementizia Aubert. So there's a nice battle going on for the podium places here. You feel that barring accident, I mean 9 minutes, just 9 minutes between third and second. There's a big gap there. So the fight will be between other teams for third place, whilst those top two teams fight for the overall. So onto the old Paarl Road they go. And they'll be turning off this very shortly and heading into the farmlands and away on the trails. They'll go, it's a mazy route. They go across the R44, if you know this part of the world, the R44 connecting Stellenbosch to Paarl and Wellington on the other, beyond Paarl. They go across that once and they do some trails, the Le Bonheur and towards Warwick Farm. Yeah, and then they come back after Warwick and back over the R44 and then head for Murati. That's just the early phases of this race. That first water point is quite a long way deep into the race today, Benno.
Yeah, the first water point is only coming up at 38 kilometers. It is in Murati at the wine farm. So you do quite a lot of gravel road in the beginning. The first section of the single trail is coming up about 18 kilometers. It's about 3-4 kilometers long. You get out gravel road all the way to the top of the mountain. You go all the way up to Never Say Never. And then from there you hit the single trails all the way down into Murati. Murati, like I said, 38 kilometers, first water point. But the weather is perfect, and the little bit of rain from yesterday just made the gravel roads, the dust, settling the dust, and the single tracks will most likely be the best they have ever been this week because of this extra water we got overnight. And it was just enough to settle the dust, but not make any damage. So this is going to be a nice, good riding stage, we'll see how it plays off. I think the race is
it is on.
Is open now.
Yep, the neutral vehicle, the Toyota Land Cruiser, has pulled over, and we are racing on the Queen stage of the 2025 Absa Cape Epic, and they're underway straight away into a little bit of a drag up the hill here, and Lucas Baum has put himself at the sharp end very early on. Gail Geiger wasn't far away from him either. I just wonder where the yellow jerseys are. I think they're both intact there now, alongside each other, or close enough to each other now. So beautiful conditions, and that's another issue today. After the brutal heat 2 days ago, it was still warm yesterday, much cooler today, more forgiving, and I think these riders and all the riders will be absolutely delighted with the conditions they're going to be dealing with today in terms of the weather. So that's a relief for them, because this is, as I said, the toughest stage, the Queen stage. So it'll challenge them in every aspect. Back to the start. It's a small group, this. It's a select group of open men and a number of the category leaders based on their time in relation to the elite men. So they, in fact, beg your pardon, this is the Aramex women. The other group have just left. This is the Aramex women's group here. So it is a small group, 17 teams in this bunch, so they're all still intact. Wonderful to see, except for the one team, E40 are no longer here. Samara Shepherd, you may or may not have heard, she was with us yesterday, the New Zealander. Wonderful to have her in the commentary box, nursing a broken hand, arm, wrist, if you like, and metatarsal is going to have surgery on that to repair that, but she and Margot Mishketi not as a team, although Margot is riding. She will ride further back in the field. She'll start in batch C.
Yeah, she's, I mean, you don't want to lose out on any of the stages. As long as you're allowed and you can ride the race, you want to stay in there. And it's also good training. And again, like Samara said yesterday, there's so much to it. Yes, you're out of the race, but the vibe that you get, the support that you get, she said she got so many messages yesterday. Yeah, you want to stay within the race.
Yeah, it's her family in a way. As away go the Aramex UCI women behind the neutral vehicle. And this category is also nicely set up. It is obviously very much in favor of the Toyota Specialized combination, Annika Langville and Sophia Gomez-Viafan, who have shade under 15 minutes in hand over the efficient Infinity SCB SRAM combination of Vera Loss of Namibia and Alexis Skada of the United States. The red jerseys on the right-hand side of that little bunch, that's the South African pair, Bianca Hoare and Haley Preen, Titan Racing SE Honeycomb. And they are 13 minutes behind Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM and 27 minutes behind Toyota Specialized. So a long way off there, but they've done really well over the last couple of days. Like the men, they've enjoyed the Paarl trails. Talking of the men, here they are. Open, very open roads and early days. And the marathon men. So who we got there? Matt Beers, quite prominent. You cannot miss him. He and Keegan Swenson, they've had the most torrid of races thus far. What can they salvage out of today? Benno, what do you think?
They have to take it day by day. It really, it all, unfortunately comes down to Keegan. Unfortunately, the back pain he had over the last couple of days, it's gonna be hard to get rid of it. But again, every day a new opportunity, and I know they have wonderful swan years and the best support possible, and who knows, like hopefully they can unleash that knot, and hopefully they can at least try to stay with the group. And if he finds his legs, a stage win at this stage is definitely something they would like to aim for. And today, with almost 100 kilometers, plenty of time to find your legs.
Absolutely. So long open drags early on the stage. The single tracks will follow a little later. Marati, as I said, is a long way down the trail, and they've got plenty of single track getting into Marati. But these roads thins out the bunch a little. Those who are not quite on the pace will start just shuffling back in the field already, as you can see, as they snake between these orchards and vineyards and farmlands. Beautiful Siemensberg Mountain in the distance there. They will skirt around the right-hand side across the R44 and then come back and ride the lower slopes of the mountain. So Beers goes to the front, and we saw a little bit earlier, we just caught a glimpse of Keegan Swenson a little bit further back there. And it's almost a foregone conclusion. Once Beers goes to the front, the group just strings out.
Yeah. No, he's able to put such a pace down, and then again, he wants to know if Keegan is there right away from the beginning. And that's what they do. Especially left and rights, you don't want to get into those corners with too many people. So the longer you can make the line, the easier it's also to go through. But you want to be in next to your partner. You want to see where your partner is at least, and not lose them out of sight.
Now with our Aramex UCI women's group, so Orly Holbach's riding along with the Mauritian champion, and lovely to have her back here, former mixed race winner Rosa van Doorn in her first event. Vera Lossa, Alexis Skada, Yanko Hall, they're all nicely positioned here. What's going through their minds? Today is a huge day. Sophia Gomez-Viervan looking relaxed and focused as they ever are with Annika Langville. And also on the far side, the Canadian-Australian pair that have gone well. Hayley Smith and Ella Bloor have got stronger and stronger as the week goes on, which does happen in this event. People find their legs and really get into it.
Yeah, no, there's 3 more stages to come. All of them, lots of climbing, lots of single track. And now, within the next 3 days, you can see if everyone has done their homework, enough training, enough hours before the Cape Epic. Because, yeah, you can get away and keep a good pace for like 3-4 days, but everything after that, you have to dig deep. And if you haven't done your 25-30 hour training the time before, now it's gonna show.
Yeah, this is the deep end of the race when all those hours, the huge commitment and sacrifice and dedication to your goal of reaching the start and reaching the end of the Absa Cape Epic in great condition comes to fruition. So away they go, the batches, and they will be leaving here until just after 8 o'clock this morning. The various batches. Yes, the bunch perhaps isn't, the field isn't as full as it was in Mirandal on the prologue day on Sunday. That's the nature of this event. You will have people who won't finish, and that's part of the attrition and the challenge of the Absa Cape Epic is trying to get through the entire event. And yeah, many are those who have not been able to complete it for whatever reason. As you said, we've had Samara Shepherd here out of the race through accident, illness, injury. These things happen, and it's how you respond and bounce back from that that really counts.
Yeah, I think once you have a ticket for the Cape Epic, that's your first win. Then the second is actually to start the race, and then I think every stage is a bonus on top. It is the toughest race in the world. It takes a lot of you and your body and your equipment, and anything can happen, as we saw. And yeah, it's an incredible event, and there's so many people involved in it. Like yes, we have an eye on the leader jerseys and everything, but there's so many amateurs in the back as well that show up every single day.
So these are the beautiful jerseys that those leaders in the categories will wear. The men in the obviously in those yellow zebra striped jerseys, and then the women, the Aramex women, in the Chivita orange zebra striped jerseys, and we've seen them on the shoulders, those permanently throughout this race of the specialized team. Now the open men, 19 to 39 open men and women leaders wear that white jersey, a new category, and it's been highly competitive always, because you've got some who were pros racing for it and some who want to be pros who are racing for that. The Toyota mixed in the dark green jersey, the NTT Masters, very, very competitive in the blue jersey, the GIC Grand Masters, NTT Masters, by the way, 40 to 50, Grand Masters 50 to 60, and another new category as the demand rose for those riders who started this event 15, 20 years ago, aging and then deciding they still wanted to race. Well, now they've got their own category, 60 plus great Grand Masters in that silver jersey. Do we say grey? The Absa African men's jersey, these are the special jerseys, and the women's jerseys red for both of those, and the Xara men and women for that bright green jersey. Also very competitive jerseys, and plenty of racing for those. No age there, just have to be all African for the red jerseys, and Xara under 26, by the way. There is an age category there, under 26 riders from previously disadvantaged communities, and they get to come and race for that, and we've had some wonderful talent coming through that program over the last dozen years or so. So the age categories, they are, as I said, highly competitive at the sharp end. Let's find out a little bit more about our NTT Masters, GIC Grand Masters and Great Grand Masters. The UCI men and women, there are also exceptionally competitive age category teams competing in the Open, NTT Masters, GIC Grand Masters and Great Grand Masters subdivisions. One of the most recognizable among them is Spanish road cycling legend Yvonne Zugasti.
I'm very happy because yesterday I have good legs, but today very, very fast the principal section and very steep for me, and carry today like a Viking.
Corey Wallace is riding alongside five-time UCI race winner Christoph Sauser.
Yeah, it's awesome. We had a good time in Nepal and staying here, so yeah, couldn't ask for a better partner.
And Corey and I were just by ourselves, digging. And it's a constant effort. It's not on and off. And I definitely struggle like that and then mega hot towards the end. I hope the guys starting now, they have okay finish still.
Even among the age groupers, there are levels, as Oliver Munich knows.
We light, 60 odd kgs, and to hold the wheel of Bart and these Nederlanders, they're flipping power. So you gotta, let me not say that word. You gotta put a lot of effort in. You gotta hold the wheel, and then you gotta decide. You gotta reach a point where enough's enough, and then you gotta ride yourself into the finish. Because today's today, and tomorrow we gotta charge again.
Yeah, I was tired. I had some stomach problems at the start, so it was bad. And from the very beginning, I felt really down. Yeah, and it didn't get better. Then I crashed. Yeah, it doesn't look so good. So yeah, I hope I'm gonna be able to continue tomorrow again. And I'm going to medical clinic right now.
Emptying their tanks, they are Pavel Gondra and Tobias Suti did continue. They lead that NTD Masters men by 147 over Craig Uriah and Charlie McFall. We'll give you more details on those standings a little later, but this is today's route. Worthy of the Queen Stage, Fairview to Lawrenceford, and it is steeped in those peaks and teeth all over the place, and really tough. This never say never ending again. That is the single track that'll take them down to Marathi. That water point is at the Marathi farm down in the valley. Then they head towards Ida's Valley along the ridgeline and drop down into Ida's Valley, up Old Hellswater Pass to the top of the Doctor Trail, and they'll drop down that. That's a Toyota tough section, but as you notice, that back end of the race backloaded with the biggest climb of the entire week, which will challenge all of them, bearing in mind they've got 5 days plus probably by then 80 kilometers in their legs. Racing's on in the men's group here. Here we go. And BH Koloma or BLS Speed Company at the front here. The yellow jerseys there, the red jerseys there. Paiga Euro still making their an appearance at the front there. It looks like also the brothers from New Zealand are in the mix there. William Victoria. Legs are feeling heavy. They do. You've got to be on your game from the start here. Teams seeking an opportunity to exploit fatigued legs perhaps, and hope that they can snatch a stage win today, because it's been about the cross-country men throughout this week. Vendetto and Brido and Schurter and his partner Colombo. But they are on they really are going here. Philip Bass comes to the front for Paiga Eurosteel.
Yeah, and you can see again, like even on those open roads, you just have a couple of lines that you need to pick, and yeah, there's a lot of left and right. You don't want to be too close to the guy in front of you, and all of a sudden, yeah, he's changing lines and it takes you out, and it spreads out quite quickly. As you can see, I think the yellow jerseys hopefully together, they will have an eye on them, but there's a bit of a split in between them. And they found each other, and we can see them now. I think they're going into this corner together behind each other. But yeah, it spreads out very quickly. And again, like the first single track is about in 10 kilometers. You have something like this kind of riding all the way to that first single track.
Right, let's now find out as we watch these riders. We'll stay with them as much as we can, but we managed to catch up with so many of these riders at the start through our man on the line, Max Kleur, is speaking to them.
Martin Stosik, just over 15 minutes on the GC in 5th place. A good day for you guys yesterday, an incredible battle.
Yeah, in the end it was a good day. We were dropped in the middle of the race, but then we had a good pace and we were able to get back in the first group. Yeah, and then we finally were fighting for a win. I messed it up a bit in the last sprint because the legs were pretty good. I think we can do better. But yeah, it's getting better day by day, and I'm starting to look forward every day for the stage, so this is a good sign.
We go to the mountains now. 3 big stages. Today's the Queen stage. What are you expecting out there today? There's some proper gradient. You're going to be out there for over an hour, 10, 15 minutes longer than yesterday. That changes the game completely.
I'm not really sure, because I have a feeling like no matter what, like the pace is always so hard after the start. So yeah, but I wish to be like a bit more calm after the start, and then we can really like push in the climbs. And yeah, like use our advantage as a marathon riders to maybe gain some time towards the end of the stage in the last climb. Let's see.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Wout, we've had 5 exceptional days. We go into stage 5 today, the Queen stage, and this is the meat of the racing. This is where the climbing comes in, and you're going to be out there at least an hour 10, hour 15 more than you were yesterday.
Yeah, today is going to be, I think, the hardest day of the week. Especially with a lot of climbing and a super hard climb in the end. So yeah, look forward. I'm a bit disappointed that it didn't rain that much. But yeah, let's see. The last days we're doing better and better. So yeah, it's looking good for us, and I'm looking forward.
How's everything going in the Buff Megamo camp? You guys have still got a good vibe. There's good energy. Your team behind the scenes doing an incredible job.
Yeah, of course, they are working really hard. The staff is working really hard for us. And yeah, the vibes are still good. So yeah, let's hope we can continue and also deliver some results now. So yeah.
You raced a lot yesterday with the South African combination of Marco Joubert and Tristan Nortje, both youngsters. Incredible racing from them on their home trails yesterday, mixing it up with you guys.
Yeah, you see that they are really familiar with the trails and also especially with the heat. So yeah, the guys are doing an amazing job. Would be nice if they could also win the stage, but at least we will be there to try to avoid that. So let's see.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Simone, at the finish of yesterday, everyone was talking about the sprint, but the racing yesterday was incredible. It was full gas from the get-go, wasn't it?
Yeah, yesterday was a very fast race, and yeah, at the top of the climb, a lot of riders came back, so we were quite a big bunch in the end, and yeah, the last 10K were a bit tactical. It was flat, so just a bit tactical in the end.
New territory today. We go into at least another hour 20 minutes maybe of racing today. We know how fast the pace has been. This is the Queen stage, and we go into the mountains. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, for sure. Hope we have good legs. And yes, I think today is going to be a hard stage, everyone. I think today wants to win. And also, if you want to fight for the general classification, I think today is going to be hard.
A bit of rain overnight, expecting a bit of rain during the stage today. Similar to some of the European conditions, that could suit you guys. Have you made any changes to the tyres choice today?
We put some tires with, I don't know, different rubber. I don't know the name, yeah. And yeah, it's also a bit colder, so maybe it's even better.
Good luck to you and Luca today.
Thank you.
We go into the big mountains today, and for guys like you and me that are tall, the climbing becomes a real mind game, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, now start the real hard stages. So we will see, because the last two days it's a very tough for me. But with David we try to go in the first group, and we will see what happened in the stage.
Staying on your bike, well done. We'll see you later. Let's go. Nino, good morning. Here is the Queen stage. Can you believe it? You're on to stage 5 already.
Yeah, it's already a long week. But yeah, it's a good stage. It goes through area I know quite well, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
Let's talk a bit about the glasses. Those look like a new pair. Tell us a bit about them. Do you know much about how they work? They look fantastic, and the vision seems like the right one for today.
Yeah, it's the right one for today. It's easy to clean as well yourself. If they got a bit muddy, you can clean it easily with the finger. Yeah, and good protection for your eyes, good vision. So.
Yeah, always innovating, always thinking, always prepared, always planning is Nino Schurter. And Filippo Colombo, just on that climb, as you've been watching and listening to those interviews, has accelerated a little and put a bit of power into it. And it's split this group, this lead group, this long drag, one of the early climbs, just to giving them a taste of what they're expecting here. 2,980 meters of climbing. Gael Gaga is not a happy climber. He's having a tough week, the Orbea-led Speed Company racer. His teammate was on the front making the pace early on, and an odd tactic.
Yeah, it really seems that they're their own enemy sometimes, the way they race. I mean, Lucas was at the front.
There he is.
There he is, pushing the pace just behind Nino or Filippo, and then Georg is hanging on there at the back. I don't know, it seems a little bit weird off to me. It is a team race, so you do need to make sure that you stick together and you help each other out. And again, like if your teammate is strong and you goes off at the front, it is quite demotivating for the one that's hanging on at the back. And we all know how much the mental status can help you, but also take the wind out of out of the sail if you don't work together. And yeah, seeing Lucas here pushing the pace at the front doesn't make it easy for Georg.
Well, through Marianne, Wine Estate, Mount Destin, and they're heading down towards the R44 crossing shortly. But this group is absolutely shattered on that first climb. Look at Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier, Imbuka Chem Champ in third place overall. Let's hear what their thoughts are ahead of today.
Dreaming about something you've been looking at, something you've been analyzing, and today's the day.
Yeah, every day is the day. But yeah, Queen Stage is going to be a tough one. And yeah, stoked to go into Stellenbosch. Trails are lekker. Pole's been nice, but yeah, I think Stell is the cream of the crop.
We heard a bit of rain overnight here, but certainly on the Stellenbosch side, you know those trails well. How does the trail network hold up to the rain here in this area?
I think it's going to be fine. I also don't think it rained too hard. It did rain constantly, but not super hard rain. So I think it's actually going to make the conditions better for trails.
Good luck today.
Thanks.
Exora Jersey D, how are you guys doing today?
We're doing well, still feeling strong. So we're just pacing ourselves at this Queen Stage because tomorrow there's a princess as well. So yeah.
Gotta love a princess. Let's talk quickly about today. Obviously, it's a stage a lot of people have talked about. The Queen Stage is always something that you want to do well on. How have you guys prepared for this? You know the trails well. It should be a good day.
Yeah, today we just keep it consistent, to be honest, because even though we're still feeling strong, but you can also blow up on the Queen Stage. So yeah.
You guys have got lots of support out there. Quick message to friends and family watching, thanking them for their support.
Just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone for supporting us. Thank you to Fairtree for putting all this together. Thank you for Epic for an amazing event. And yeah, thank you to the friends and family out there. And thanks to Damon for looking after me.
Have a great day, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Fairtree DP World Canada 1 team, Damon Blanche and Xandro Jordan in the open men. They're 11th there, but they're leading in the Exaro category. They'll get a huge welcome in Stellenbosch. Fairtree DP World Canada's base is in Stellenbosch, and they will be welcomed, cheered all the way, all their teams, and they've got a number in this race, so fantastic. Now, getting to the sharp end, and this race is exploding. Gael Gego there, and Lucas Baum is on the front, and that in the blue helmet is Tiago Ferreira, and we saw BH Colombo, his teammate David Valera, also in the front there. So a couple of teams employing some interesting tactics here, and Ega is in for a torrid day if that's what he's having to deal with Lucas Baum on the front here.
Yeah, not ideal for sure. It is a long way from home, definitely, but yeah, you need to work together as a team, and the front, it's always, the pace is going to be high. Like Nino is right there. We saw they were at the front earlier. They really tried to split out that group early on, make it as hard as possible, trying to drop the others that are not feeling as fresh, make it even harder for them. So if you have a front group of 3-4 teams, that's pretty much all you want. You want to get rid of everyone else behind it. And yeah, this doesn't make too much sense to me, to be honest. yeah, you need to know where your teammate is. Like, it doesn't help if you keep the pace high, but your teammate is actually in the second bunch and not even within the same bunch as you are.
Well, we'll try and make sense of that tactic as we move on here, because it's an interesting one. Gael Geiger a long way behind Lucas Baum as that lead bunch goes under the R44s. So what are their tactics today? I suppose there's no better way to find out about their tactics from Albert Speed Company from the riders themselves. Here we go.
It's either the nemesis or the glory today, and it's a big day and possibly an opportunity to get a stage win.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, we will see. I mean, there's a big and steep climb coming up towards the end. I think that will be super decisive today. Yeah, lots of trails, so we're looking forward.
Lucas, how do you go into a day like this? I mean, strategy-wise, we know it's going to be at least an hour 10, hour 20 longer than yesterday. It is overcast. The conditions are good for racing. You're going to get a lot more grip out there on the tires. Have you guys changed your tires at all for today for the conditions?
No, we didn't change the bike setup, but like you said, it's going to be a long one. I suspect it to be somewhere between 4.5 and 5 hours. It's a bit more grip, but that means also a bit more rolling resistant and therefore a slower pace or slower average pace. So it's going to be demanding for everyone, and but I'm looking forward to the nice trails around Stellenbosch with Murati, then Botmanskop, Dr. Down, and then some familiar trails, yeah, today.
Looking forward to seeing you guys dance on the pedals today. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you so much. Cheers to everyone.
Well, we're seeing one on the front there, Lucas Baum, and then behind him, the yellow jersey, second and third on GC. Then Wout Alleman and Martin Storsek, they are hunting down that pair. And, well, there's Craig Oliver, the New Zealand marathon champion, Mark Pritson, and then the South African marathon champion, Wessel Botha, nearly gets it wrong there. Stipjan is there, Topado there, the Bulls are there as well. So lots of riders looking to make an impact today. This is Travis Stedman and Johan van Zyl bending, and they're going to be in that position a lot today because there are so many steep climbs. They're going to have to be tackling today. And they've crossed the R44. They've gone under the R44. They're on Le Bonheur farm at the moment. And the Mitres Edge, the lower slopes of that mount in the distance there, Delvira Kopi, if you like. They'll be riding some trails. They won't go over the top of that. They're going to go over the ridge. You can see at the top of the screen there. So early days, and then head back across the R44. Storsek and Alleman latched onto the back of that lead group. Well, at first, I mean, we've talked about the climbs coming later in the day, Benno, but I mean, that first few climbs as they made their way away from the Berg River Plains has split this group decisively.
Yeah, quite interesting. And it's also, again, like those left and rights, depending on where you are, it is much more grippy than it was the last couple of days. That rain really, really helped. Even going over to Stellenbosch, apparently the trails are better than they have been for the last month, so that definitely helped. And also here the gravel roads, like no dust today, so at the moment you could not ask for any better conditions. It's not muddy, your vision is still perfectly fine, and there's no dust in the air at all.
First time we've seen Lucas Baum look behind him and just check what effect his power on the front has had. Well, what it's done is it's brought this group behind, the 4 teams behind him, but it has left his teammate, Gael Geiger, working really hard just to try and mitigate his losses and try and stay with him. I mean, you know, go hard, string it out, thin the group out, and hope that your partner finds some legs to come. As you know, we've seen Matt Beers try that as well. He's dropped back, I think, and he's now with Keegan Swenson. But you know, that's the only thought we can have, is that he's hoping that Egger will dig deep and manage not to lose too much time.
Yeah, and it plays into, well, Scott Schramm and the Villiers team perfectly. They do want someone that wants to go for the stage, or that wants to keep the pace high. So for them, it's a perfect condition. I mean, you have someone pushing hard at the front. They just sit on their wheel. There's no need for them to. This group is perfect. Besides, the one rider is missing.
More climbs, but the pace is high in this lead group. The yellow jerseys, first and second on general classification, are separated by centimeters there, and only 43 seconds after 5 days of racing here, phenomenal racing. And then the Buff Megamo team, Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, they've looked really, really strong. Alleman particularly, so Stosek had a crash yesterday, did recover. He's found his way back, and the Czech champion and the Belgian champion are contenders, I feel, for the stage win today.
Yeah, and they got a taste of the podium, what it's like to be on the podium, and they definitely want to go back again. There is nothing like being at that stage, by the end of the finish, and they're hungry. They're very hungry. They know they can do it, especially on such a long stage. There's still the hope that the cross-country teams are going to slow down at some stage, because this amount of riding, the length of it, being that long in the saddle, hopefully for them, show some cracks in the cross-country teams, and that's what they know. They know that their best hope is that the cross-country teams are going to slow down a little bit at some stage, and that's where they come in with their experience, with the amount of training that they did, and so they always going to be right there.
Steve John is leading the charge to link up with this group here, and the Tapado Singer rider with Fabian Rabensteiner, 2 riders behind him, and the Bulls in there as well. So an opportunity to swell this group as they go up this Fire Road, the climb at a steady tempo, led by the solo man at the moment, Lucas Baum, with his partner Gail Gega of Bayolet Speed Company, way back down the trail, just trying to stay in touch somewhere down there and not lose too much ground. The red jerseys, red helmets of Toyota Specialized as well.
Yeah, they should hit the first single track pretty soon. They're probably a kilometer away, if even from the first single track. Maybe Lucas is going to bring down the pace a little bit, because I'm sure he's trying to find Georg. If he hasn't seen him yet, hopefully he's bringing back the pace a little bit, and then they can regroup and then try again on the next section. But yeah, there's most likely going to be a sprint getting into there for sure.
It's Craig Oliver in the white, Jan Patel, Travis Stedman, there's Ben Oliver and Clementizia. Here they all come, they all split up. This is Boerter and Pritsen, and looking behind him, Michael Foster, Peter de Toy going nicely along there. That's looking very, very impressive. So everyone scrambling, trying not to lose too much time early on today, because you get distanced here. It's a long, long drag all the way through to Loansford, through those trails of Murati and Stellenbosch, and up over that imposing neck climb. A little bit of respite as they come down off the shoulder of the Elvira Coppi. And the sun starts to break through the clouds. So, yeah, conditions near on perfect. Well, Marco Hubert has won a stage of the Absa Cape Epic. It was stage 5 into Stellenbosch in 2022, he and Peter de Toy. So, they've tried twice, he and Tristan Nokia, so third time lucky maybe today. They'll certainly not die without trying, that's for sure. They will go as best they can. They're 9 minutes back on general classification. And, the ferocious appetite for victory amongst the cross-country men. I mean, that's what they do week in and week out on those 1 hour and a half efforts in the cross-country scene. You want to win every time you're out there. The stage racing situation a little bit different. You've got to manage your efforts every day, but we have seen no let-off from the Schurter and Colombo and Brido and Avendetto at any stage.
No, they seem super solid, and you can also see their race tactics is on point. They know where to make the race hard, but then also they know they're in a very good position. Of course, Villiers a little bit behind. They will try whatever they can to get some time back on the GC. But Nino and Filippo fully in control of the race. They don't waste any energy. If there's an opportunity to gain a little bit more time, definitely they're going to go, and most likely they will try to make the race super hard towards the last climb, and then hopefully get away on the single track as the first ones and make some, maybe a couple of seconds on Villiers towards the finish. But they look well under control, and this is the first single track section we talked about 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers long. It also, again, it will stretch out the whole bunch, and then it's crucial for Georg to get in there and get back to the front.
Just trying to see, he's not in that sort of this combination of this first and second groups at the moment. They exit out the top end there, the leaders. And now we are with our women's teams, the Aramex UCI women's group, heading up that first steep climb that we saw a little bit earlier. And they're all pretty much together, but a gap appearing there. There's Sosna and Bianca Hall at the back of that group. And then Kahulkova and Stefkova just stretching back a little bit here. These early climbs do test the riders in their terms of their warm-up and preparation. And the Swiss bulls coming through as well. And amongst them, some of the amateur men. Keeping an eye on those Aramex UCI women on board the Bulls Media e-bike. There's Isla Stowe, and it's Isla's sister, Jessie Nixon. Let's hear from Jessie.
Okay, go.
So the weather this morning is a drastic change from what we've had in the rest of the week. It's pretty cloudy, a bit of rain overnight. I don't think it was super heavy rain because the dirt's not super soggy. So it actually is really nice conditions, I think. We'll see if it holds up though. It might rain a bit later.
Thanks, Jessie. Out on the trails, Jessie Nixon will be on her Bulls Media e-bike. Highly skilled and talented rider is Jessie, and she's brought us wonderful images and updates from the trails. As Stefan Sam on the other Bulls Media e-bike. Mind just tell you that the media crew has some 16 cameras bringing you these images, 2 helicopters, 2 drones, 6 motorbikes, and of course those 2 Bulls Media e-bikes bringing you, I don't think there's any doubt, the best media coverage, television coverage, visual coverage of a mountain bike stage race anywhere in the world.
No, it's incredible if you're here on the ground that you see all those different moving parts. I mean, yes, we have been looking at the pro riders right there at the front, but that just gives you a small little glimpse of what this whole race is about. There's thousands of people. Like, I mean, there's volunteers, there's so many moving parts, and especially on a day like today when you have to move the whole entire campground from here to Lawrencefoot. It's about an hour, maybe an hour and a half drive when you have a trail on the back with all the things on it that you can't even think of. Like, it's from the tents to the kitchens to like everything needs to be moved from one place to the other. And yeah, I mean, the media crew from all over the world, there's like a couple, I think 100 people, just media crew here at the event, and so many more.
Yeah, just the television setup, a crew of 60 here. That's
wow.
The bike riders, the guys who do the refueling for the helicopters out there. 60 people just bringing you these images as we are now flying with Andrew George and cameraman Barrett de Kock, bringing you these images of the Aramex UCI women's race with Alexis Scarder on the front there, and then Toyota Specialized leaders just behind her. And so the MAP team really are a team just growing in confidence and strength as this race progresses. In the sort of neutral grey shorts and white shirt, Hayley Smith and Ella Bleur going very, very well. The Australian and the Canadian, the Smith, the Canadian, very skilled and talented racer. Between the vineyards, focus every single pedal stroke. There are ruts, there are bumps, there are soft sandy sections, which today will be a little more forgiving for these riders. But when the road gets to the bottom and flattens out, that's where the sand congregates and creates that difficulty. So they all know that, they're all aware of that, they're all highly skilled.
Yeah, those little arrows, they come up very fast. When you come down those roads, you again, like 40 k's an hour, 45 k's an hour, and then you see that little arrow coming up, and you all of a sudden need to turn 90 degrees to your left, to your right. So you always have to be so concentrated, and we saw it yesterday. I think it was Marco missing one of those arrows and finding himself like off the pace, trying to catch back up to the group again. So no, it's it's well marked. Don't get it wrong. Like, it's very well marked, but it's sometimes the speed, the vision you have, the conditions you ride through. Yeah, it's easy to miss one of those little errors on the floor.
So we're with Aramex UCI women's group here, the orange jerseys, Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viervan, 5 out of 5 stage wins thus far. Their hunger is burning brightly. Let's hear from them ahead of today's stage.
So yeah, the last climb today is a hard one. I did it in 2022 with Haley. We had way too big of gears. We were walking. It was hot. It was miserable. So that climb is still very much in my head. So I think it's really important to save some legs for tomorrow.
Have you made any changes to the bike setup today, expecting the rain, tyre choice, tyre pressures?
Yeah, we got a little bit lower on tire pressure, and then we went to the fast track tire just to get a little more grip. I think it was supposed to be raining now, but I think it did rain a lot, and rather be safe than sorry.
Anneke, we go into stage 5. Can you believe it? Only 3 stages left of your 2025 journey.
Yeah, it's special to be here this far into the race. I must say it's a tough one. I kind of forgot like how tough the Cape Epic is. But that being said, I think we're still good for the last 3 days. I've been quite sore, but actually yesterday showed that it's still manageable. We just have to be smart, so that's the strategy from here on.
Leaving the Paarl Valley, your first time racing here, how have the trail network been? How have you enjoyed your time here? Are you looking forward to get into the big mountains today?
It's been great to spend some time here in Paarl. It's the first time for me, so that's been really cool to see all the work that's been put into these trails. Yeah, and now we move on, and it's going to be some big mountains out there today.
What is your expectation as you get up that final climb? Do you think that you're just going to keep that consistent pace today and see who comes with you? Or are you going to wait until that? Because it is a really big day. You're going to be on the bike at least an hour 25 and an hour 40 longer today.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day out there. So you got to save something for that last climb. That's for sure.
A message to all the women out there. I mean, we've got such incredible women taking part in the event, and so many of them look up to yourself and Sophia and say, wow, how do they do it? How do they do it? I mean, what is your message to all of the women taking part today?
My message to all the women out there is like, you're way stronger than you think. And it's all about creating a really good team around you, and then you can do most things.
Go get it.
Thank you.
One of the many mums in this race now is Anneke Langveld. If you don't know her story, it is amazing. A hugely decorated cross-country and marathon racer, 5-time champion here, marathon and XCO world champion, World Cup winner, Olympian, you name it, she's done it. Stepped away 5 years ago, joined us here in the commentary box for a couple of years. Wonderful to have her here, and then took time away to have a baby, gave birth to Flora 7 months ago, and has got back on the bike. Been doing a lot of gravel, quite a bit of gravel racing and riding, and decided, yep, she's up for it, and has come back. The desire burns bright for Anneke Langveld to come back and race again. And at the moment, looking very strong and very good for another victory here in company of Sophia Gomez-Viervan, who won, as she said there, with Haley Batten a couple of years ago, continuing that incredible legacy of Toyota, Specialized as the most successful team in the history of this women's race. So they are looking good to embellish that again here in 2025. Winding through these farms, they are heading towards the R44 crossing, and that is where the men have gone through already. They're pretty much near Warwick Farm at the moment, the men. Brightening up it is. If you look beyond the close-up mountains, the hills here, you can see the sky brightening there. That's good signs for the riders heading towards Lawrenceford in that area. We are with our UCI men here, and Lucas Baum continues to yeah, you made that point, Benno. The leading teams here, the leading 3 teams on general classification are in there, and they're quite happy. They've got someone doing all the work for them.
Yeah, I don't think anyone behind Lucas mentioned that Georg is missing, because it just plays into their cards. I really hope that Georg is somewhere within this group here. Yeah, it's I can't even spot him within this group here.
Not in that group.
Nope, he's not here behind Rabensteiner either. So The gap is there. This is Baiga.
Well, I think it's Johan van Sale. They are from Specialized with Travis Stedman. There's a bit of a gap to that. Now, maybe in this group? No.
No, you can
He's
spot
not
his
in that
orange
group,
bike quite well.
No.
Again,
There's the Oliver brothers and the Clementizia Obea pair. And so they are, yeah, it's fragmented dramatically already, this race. And Ben and Craig Oliver, brothers from New Zealand. Lovely to have them bringing their racing here in the white. Craig is the national marathon champion. Ben finished second in the road race championships in New Zealand earlier this year. They've been doing some racing. They're like the Southern Hemisphere nations like South Africa. So looking ahead, this is towards Warwick Wine Farm. Beautiful, another of the wonderful wine farms and farms allowing the Absa Cape Epic to traverse their lands here. Not all these trails are accessible to the general public. You would perhaps look at them and think, well, let's just go and ride there. You cannot just walk through the gate or ride through the gate and ride on their lands unless you have a permit and it is part of a trail network. If there's a gate, if there's a fence, then it means you can't go through there unless there's a gate code and you can punch and go through. So, yeah, just be very mindful of that if you do come and ride here. The Winelands Trails permits are perhaps the best you can do here in this part of the world, because that gives you access to 1,300 kilometers of trails across 17 networks of mountain bike trails.
Yeah, it's also one of the rules and the reason why none of the athletes are allowed to upload their Strava segments or like the route of today, because people or the farmers or the locals, they do not want everyone to ride on the same track as the Cape Epic goes through. Cape Epic is such an important race that certain farmers open up their gates only for this event and only at this time of the year. So that's also one of the rules within the rule book, that none of the athletes, none of the riders are allowed to upload anything to the public. So don't, yeah, it's not that they don't want to, it's because they're not allowed to. There's so many trails that are available to the public that you can ride when you have your permit, and there's no need to kind of like follow the exact same route as the pros do, because it will change every year anyway.
Under the culvert off the bike. Nino, look at him. He will ride this. Brido Avendetto off the bike. Tristan Norkier, it's wet underneath there. And Marco Hubert off and emerge on the other side of the R44. Spectators out there, it is a national holiday here in South Africa today. So plenty of support on the trail. Wonderful to see people out cheering these riders on. They're waiting perhaps for their own riders, but also cheering on the professionals. So cool to see.
Yeah, there's definitely some braais going on along the course today. It's National Heritage Day, and it's also the first time in the history of the Cape Epic that both African jerseys are on the GC podium.
Absolutely fantastic. Marku Tristan Norkier. They've gone through Marku Family Wines, 23 kilometers, which is the time check, the second of the time checks yet, but most bit more significant one. And about not even a minute between the first 13, 14 teams, perhaps 50 seconds between the first 13 teams. The 13th of them, Peter Dutour and Michael Foster, Page Eurosteel. So they're all pretty much together as they make their way through their Bulls Mavericks. Simon Schneller, Axel Rudolf Kortiner trying to make something happen today after losing 5 or 6 places yesterday to Paolo Singer. That's a team that have been very, very prominent as well this week, Ravensteiner and his partner Simon Stiebjan. And we are now on board with our Bulls Media e-bike, Stefan Sam, and he's just joined the race there at Marku Family Wine. Stefan, good morning. He's not being rude, I promise you. He's not that type of guy. He's a really, really nice guy, Stefan. He does normally greet you when you say hello to him. But he's unfortunately a little bit busy at the moment. He's riding his bike. He's capable of speaking and riding at the same time. Can you talk to us?
Hi, Gerald. Good morning to the
Hello,
studio.
Stefan.
I was a little
Good morning.
I was a little bit distracted. I was trying to fight Georg. I think
Yeah, I
Lucas
think
Baum
you're not-
just realized that his partner is not here.
Yeah, and now he's rolled back. Yeah, we've been speculating about that tactic of Lucas Baum going on the front. And Gayo Gega is a long way back in this bunch, so not even in this bunch, in probably 2 or 3 bunches back. What did he make of all that?
I don't know. Like sometimes Lucas just goes because he feels good. I probably thought, yeah, his good friend Georg will be there anyway because he's also strong. But obviously, also the other guys didn't tell him. They were just saying thank you for the slipstream.
And they've just been through a time check now, and the risk there, big risk, is that Gayo Gega was beyond 2 minutes behind his partner as they went through there. And that's a serious problem for them. That would be a time penalty.
That would be the worst. It can happen, like if one partner has a defect or a technical problem and you're in the single track and you don't see it. But yeah, normally they are all professionals and they should be aware of everything. And it's a team race and you need to be together all the time. So yeah, that would be a stupid mistake.
Well, I can tell you what, we've now just seen it on the timesheets of Elliott Speed Company. How about this? Lucas Baum went through there at 1 minute and 59 seconds. 1 second, it seems, he's managed to get inside.
1 second to spare.
1 minute 59, yeah.
So that's either really professional or super lucky. What do you think?
I think the latter. I think the latter.
I think so too, yes. I think so too.
Stefan, whilst we've got you and it's working so nicely, just tell us about conditions out there. We've heard Jesse also gave us an update. It looks really nice riding conditions today.
Oh, it's amazing today. It's amazing. All the dust has settled. It's not muddy, it's just grippy. So I expect to have hero dirt on the trails towards Lawrenceford if it doesn't rain. The views are amazing. It's like scenery is out of Lord of the Ring. It's really cool.
It's so wonderful to hear a man who's won this event 3 times talking about the scenery and the views. He wouldn't have looked at those views when he was winning this race, Stefan. But yeah, it's very cool. And these early climbs, those vineyard climbs, did do a job and separate this bunch out, didn't it?
Absolutely. Like we have the 3 teams that were all together in the last few days, all in the front. There's the Torpedo team is coming back. They were riding really well the last stages. And yeah, it's going to be probably a sort of a copy-paste from the last 2 days with the 3 contending teams in the front.
So I'm going to ask you to sort of speculate a little bit here and put you in say, Marco Huber-Tristan Nokia's shoes, because they're the team, you know, they're nine minutes behind the top 2 teams here with that big climb to come. They want a stage win. They want to make ground. Whoa, Torpedo are coming back. They've just come past you now. How do you think they're going to play it? Are they going to have a go before that climb or on the lower slopes of the last climb?
Yeah, if they want to win a stage, they must try every day. There's not many stages left. They are riding so well the last few days. It's really impressive. Their fighting spirit is something else. Tristan is on another level. I haven't seen him in that shape for a long time. Marcus Joubert was struggling a little bit, but not really. They always came back. It's really cool to watch the duo. They work well together.
It's really cool watching you. We are watching you from above there. Beautiful. At high speed down through these vineyards here. Fantastic. Dorigoni and De Cosmo have just joined, linked up to this. Torpedo Kenda, another team on the move. They've had a strong week, getting stronger as the week progresses.
Absolutely. They get stronger day by day. And yeah, they also seem, I don't know, they are newbies as well. I think, I see on the number board, first time at the Epic. So actually doing quite well in progressing through the week. It's very impressive. because this race
Okay.
is a beast.
It is, certainly is. Just, Stefan, quickly just tell us a little bit about the Bulls bike you're riding at the moment, that e-bike, and how special it is.
So, yeah, it is very special because it lets me keep up with the best racers in the world. We're going up going up 20% through the vineyards, and I can still talk to you. I still have to breathe, but no, it's really amazing, and it's such a privilege to follow these guys, and really my Bulls e-bike makes that possible. And obviously I have to carry all the camera gear and all the weight.
You've got a teammate just...
I see a Bulls
Just
rider
closing
Bulls to the front. Axel Rudin.
Yeah.
Coordinat.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So they're
Simon
coming
Schneider
back.
just hanging
They're coming back.
from the back a bit.
Tell us about what motor have you got in that bike?
So, come again? I didn't hear you. I have choppers and everything.
Yeah, no, I know you're very, very busy, but you're a hugely capable man. You can do a lot of things at one time. There comes Simon Schneider making his way across to you. What motor have you got in that bike?
It's a pinion motor. It's a MGU. Oh, it's called MGU because it's got 12-speed internal gearing, and that is something really special. So you can shift at any time. You can shift coasting. It actually does the shifting for you while you're coasting, set to a cadence or your preferred cadence. So the whole system makes it a lot easier for me to follow the guys, and I can focus on the riding and focus on trying to get the best shots. And it's it's powerful. I think you can see.
Yeah.
Really,
How much does it
really
weigh?
helps me keep up with the guys.
How much does it weigh, Stefan?
I didn't quite understand you because the signal is getting weaker. The battery. I
okay.
think you meant the battery.
No, well, battery, but how much does the bike weigh itself?
Oh, the bike weight. It's about 25 kgs, which is okay, because it's fully it's bulletproof, equipped with beefy suspension, big tires, everything that doesn't break. So 25 kgs for a full power e-bike, that's pretty. That's a normal weight.
So that's about 3 of the bikes being ridden in front of you combined. All right, Stefan, thanks very much. We will catch up with Stefan. Lovely to hear him chatting to us out there as Marco Hubert, and he's got Nino Schurter on his wheel, and that gives you an idea from Stefan's bike how steep this is going to.
Yeah, steep and loose, you can see. The guys are out of the saddle. Luckily, they got a bit more grip today due to the rain last night. But it is steep, it is loose, and it's not even the longest or steepest climb of today. That is all just coming towards the end of the stage. So this is just a little bit of a taste that you're going to get before the end of this. But coming back to the e-bikes, it's incredible, like the footage we get of that e-bike and being able to stay with those athletes at those events. It's incredible. And Wine to Wales, one of the Epic Series events, does have the e-bike category, so you can actually race your e-bike there as well. And I must say, that is...
Benno's eyes are shining.
Yes. That is something, anyway, like, it is so much fun.
Yeah.
Like, yes, I know people talk down on e-bikes sometimes, but when you race those things, like, amongst others, it becomes a tough race sometimes as well.
And good fun. So we just caught a glimpse there of the Buff Megamate team trying to work their way across. Bart Alleman and Martin Storsek have ridden so well as a team throughout this week. Alleman was up there, he just came back, and he's now trying to bring Storsek back. And this is Timotisia Obeya, and this is the Samueli Poro-Mark Stutzman combination, also just trying to inch their way back to that lead group there, slowly but surely. Don't try and burn too many matches in getting across them just yet. But you can inch your way back. The riders ahead of you are also on the steep slope, but Poro and Stutzman are going well in the blue there, Matizia Aubert. And the Belgian champion, Bart Alleman and Martin Stosek, the man in the Czechia national champions jerseys. National champions all over the place here, world champions, Olympic champions. And we've got the European champion here, Lucas Baum. We try and find whether Lucas has found Gael Geiger at this stage. They had a momentary lapse which saw Gael Geiger very, very nearly cost his team pretty much any hope of finishing inside the top 20 here, because a time separation penalty, you have to stay 2 minutes, within 2 minutes of your partner. And yes, sometimes on the trail between those time checks, you might get caught behind, and that might go beyond there. Difficult to estimate, but they went through that Marku family wines checkpoint, and Lucas Baum was in the lead group. And Gael Geiger wasn't there. He wasn't in the next group or the next. He was 1 minute and 59 seconds behind Lucas Baum. 1 second away from copping a serious time penalty. And that would have been costly.
No, and again, like none of the other guys would mention anything. They got a free ride. They know that it is racing. And as long as you know that nothing bad happened to the partner, he didn't have a crash, nothing. It's also part of the race tactics, and yeah, again, it's your job to look after your partner.
Yeah, I mean, who's to know what their tactics are? No, the other teams, well, that might be their tactic. It's not for us to, the other teams to advise or question or tell them anything. It's just we're all racing our own races. Heading towards the trails at Murati. They're going at a great speed here. 69 k's still to go, though. A long, long way to go on this stage. It's going to be, taxing and testing on the legs. Back at Fairview in Paarl. Those riders are way on the other side of the hills in the distance there. And this is the rest of the batches starting slowly but surely away from the Fairview farm. 10-minute intervals between the batches starting here.
Yeah, and it's incredible to see this picture here, and you know by tonight nothing is going to be left behind. It's actually incredible, the logistics behind it, the amount of people that you need to move something like this.
Having said that, it has changed from the early years. We've had a couple of nights here, 3 nights here in Paarl, and then it'll be to Lawrenceford for a couple of nights. But in the previous early years of this event, it was every day they moved. It was a point-to-point race. 4 South Africans here, Mark Pritson and Wessel Boerter of Team Honeycomb 226s, and Paiga Eurostil, Peter de Toy and Michael Foster. And there is Lucas Baum, still looking for his partner. Wow, let's wait and see. He's going to go into that tunnel, and now he goes in there. And where is his partner? As we go back to the culvert underneath the R44 road. The R44 is the road coming out of Stellenbosch past Clutisville and many of the wine farms, Delvera and the like, and heading out towards the N1 and then Wellington. And these riders crossing underneath it. They've already gone over it into the other side of the trail, and now they're popping back on the other side. These are the amateurs, strong amateurs and age group races. Here come the Honeycomb pair. They've got a couple of veteran teams in here, masters teams in here. The Honeycomb pair, Casper Krug, De Toy van der Berg riding for them, Kyle Mitchell as well. So they're going very well. They've got a couple of riders on the podium as well. It's muddy. It's not that muddy, to be honest. Yeah, it's actually perfect, as we've heard from Stefan Sam out there. It could not be better conditions to ride your mountain bike. Just a look, making sure everything's okay, having pushed through the culvert, everything's safe and sound, and off they go to rejoin the fray. Yeah, this incredible logistical setup. We've got the riders' tents there with the red caps on, some luxury tents here for those who opt for that. We've got the Xaro Bedouin tent in their center piece, and the Absa lounge as well. There's pockets for everyone to enjoy in the race village, and that race village is replicated at Lawrenceford in immaculate fashion. and set up and built up a little bit ahead of the race getting there, of course. But in the old days, they used to have to take every single tent and move it on to the next day. In those very, very early days, moving from Neisner to Stellenbosch.
Yeah, it was impressive. I think the record of setting up one of those little tents at the time was 46 seconds or something like that. There's 2 people in charge, and it is insane. Like the wake-up call is at 5 o'clock in the morning. There's a bagpipe person walking through it. I don't know if that's still, but at the time, waking everybody up. And then at 7 o'clock, the people came in. You had to get out of your tent, and then like thousands of tents, they had to take them down and get to the next place and set them up before the riders are coming in. Like that, another race within the race. As within the pro race today, the mechanics and the soigneurs, another race in the race is getting to the feed zones in time, you know?
Yeah.
Like you have so many riders, different teams, and you need to be at every single feed zone today. Every feed zone today is also for the pros. They can get the water, maybe glasses. I think they can get glasses, but everything else needs to be within the tech boxes. But there's 3 of them, and yeah, your team is going to be there waiting for you. And that's just the race behind the scene.
Well, heading now into the trails that lead us to Marathi and that first water point. And these are some of the most spectacular trails. The network here that is highly desirable for mountain bikers to come and ride at. And again, you just need to come and pick up purchase a permit, and you can ride those trails at Marathi. Waiting riders coming through the culvert here. Yeah, the logistics, we talk about the race organization, and you've just touched on the teams getting out there, and you've said 3 tech zones today.
Yes.
That gives you an indication of how tough today is, because we've had various stages where there's only been 1. This is 3, and so how do you manage that? How do the teams manage it?
Yeah, even the pro teams, they get volunteers in just to make sure that they have enough staff and enough members at each point. Logistically, again, with the cars, there's traffic, there's only one road going in, so you really need to have a certain plan and a setup ready for each of them, because you do not want to miss a feed zone and then be responsible for not getting to the riders what they need to get, and maybe lose seconds. Or yeah, that's another thing, that you're not allowed to litter. And those are kind of things you really need to know, because this is now not an official water point. That is not a place where you can just throw your jacket away. And the thing here in this race, there's cameras everywhere. And it's good and bad, but again, you need to stick to the rules. That's why you got a rule book, and you need to know those rules. And all the pro riders at the front, they are well aware.
Look at those camper vans. Those are a lot of the pro teams staying in those. A lot of the top amateurs, they wanted to have the comfort of a camper van, and so those also, they will start moving on to the next race village, of course, at Lawrenceford. You talk about the rules, Benno, when you were in charge of the specialized team. You had a way of getting your team acquainted with the rules. What did you do?
Again, it's important to prepare the athletes as good as possible. Of course, when it comes to the training, normal training, they need no help at all. But now, this is a race they only do once a year for some of the teams. So there is that rule book, and you need to know it. And also on the mechanical side. So we always had like a workshop for the riders where the mechanics explained the technology of the bike, making sure they're well aware of what they need to do at any time. Some of the riders are very good at it. Some of them leave pretty much every technical part on the bike to the mechanic, but not in this race. You do need to figure it out yourself. So you do need to know how to synchronize your drivetrain, how to change a flat tire, what to do, how to plug the tires, and all that stuff is all part of the preparation. And you do that the week before the race. There's a couple of days that you have dedicated to this specific fact. And there's also a quiz that all members had to do. A quiz that we came up that kind of like tweaked the question a little bit around to really make the athletes think. They weren't easy. It's like how much time or penalty time you get for not showing up showing up for the podium.
Yeah.
Yes, or littering.
Yeah.
The time gap in between. What are you allowed? What are you not allowed? And the more you know about it, the better you can apply those rules also within the race.
Yeah, there've been incidents over the years when those rules are still being formulated, and the Absa Cape Epic, in fact, was the template for multi-day marathon stage race rules to be adopted by the UCI, and those rules were taken up by the UCI. Jacket Gate, if we think back to Jacket Gate, and Barry's done this, the jacket, that was part of that whole thing. Oh, how are we going to deal with this? Right. This is the race village, and these are the women in the Aramex UCI women's category, and in amongst them at the back there, I think a couple of the amateur to men, but the Canada ISB sport team, Monica Calderon on the front there with Tessa Corticas. They've also a team that have progressed very nicely through this race and are holding their own. With Alexis Garda, Vera Lossa, then it's Annika Langfeld, Sofia Gomez Viefan, the Claudia Peretti and Katarzyna Sosna as well in the mix there. I just saw one of the Titan Racing riders there. Did I see two? There's Alexis and Vera, Annika Langville of Toyota Specialized, race leaders. She talked in her interview about feeling still a little bit of pain from her fall. And oh, she's a tough rider. Now there's 1, 2 there, they're both there, beg your pardon. So Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen are in there. One wearing a hydration pack.
Yeah, Annika, after that crash, they actually did take her to the hospital, to the Mediclinic. The team there looked after her. They did x-rays, and luckily it was just a bruise, but we all know how hard and how much it can hurt when you have a bruise on your ribs. Like every time you sneeze, every time you go through a ditch, it shakes your whole body. So it just shows how tough those women can be, how they just ignore it pretty much and keep on going the way they do. It's insane.
As Annika told Max this morning, when Max said, "What have you got advice for our women?" She said, "You are tougher than you think," and she's learning that now as well as they go through now. The MAP team going through the Warwick farm, beautiful dam, and you can come and have lunch there and taste their beautiful wines and enjoy the beauty of the Western Cape and these winelands. Absolutely spectacular. You're enjoying it courtesy of the Absa Cape Epic. We're taking on this sort of journey, this travelogue through the Boland to the Western Cape. Remember, we started at Mierendal, we've come across to Paarl, and now we're heading to Stellenbosch. Under the culvert now, and underneath the R44, our leading women go. A little bit of a queue, a little bit of a backup here. Some will try and ride it. Claudia Peretti decides just to pop off. Bianca and Hayley will stay on their bikes a little and then head underneath.
Yeah, I don't think you can ride this if you're any taller than 165. It is a very narrow little alley here you need to go through. So yeah, pretty much everyone gets off the bike, through it and back on. But that's where it regroups. You have that little bit of bottleneck here, and yeah, everyone needs to get through.
Bit of patience and understanding, and they're all good, and off they go. So back on the southern side of the R44 and racing again. Some finding a different line to find, in fact, that looked like it might be the line, but the shortest way you can. The slopes of Siemensberg Mountain, that presides over the Morati and the valley, where they will dip down off the trails from Morati and into that water point. Long way away, that first water point. So these riders have to be very good with their nutrition and their hydration today. Even though the temperatures aren't anything like they have been over the last couple of days here, the effect of those days on your body will come to play today. So you've got to keep hydrating and keep taking on nutrition. Wonderful to see everyone coming out. They've stopped their cars in the R44 and they've decided to come and have a look at the racing firsthand. What a way to get up close and personal. So later today, not too long away, the riders will head up onto Botmaskorp and then head down today's Toyota Tough section. And it is a section called The Doctor. Let's have a look at what they can expect.
Stage 5 Toyota Tough section. It's the Queen stage. Join Martin Fry, Simon Steve John, Singer KTM Racing. Let's go check out the doctor. So dropping into the doctor, you're about halfway through your Queen stage, making your way from Paarl, Spice Route, all the way through to Lawrenceford. It is a mega stage, but also filled with some spectacular trail as we're about to witness. Martin, Simon, no strangers to the Absa Cape Epic. 10 finishes for Simon, who's riding behind me, and a stage win, second overall. They know what the Epic is all about. Martin, back in South Africa once again. How are you finding your time here? Tell me a little bit about the trail.
Yeah, we're here back in our, let's say, February training camp with the main focus to get back and used to the terrain here, which is kind of special. All the loose dust and gravel. And we also did our first preparation race. But now it's all about fine-tuning towards the Cape Epic.
Martin, we're on the doctor in the trees. A little bit of shade is going to be very, very kind for those mid-pack riders. Managing the effort, just trying to finish the stage. But when you're at the front of the race, tell me what goes on in these trails.
It depends on the racing situation. Sometimes it's calm and you try to like relax a little bit, breathe and get ready for the next climb. But I'm also a big fan of using the downhills to put on pressure on our friends and competitors. So sometimes it's also full gas, top to bottom. But I'm sure, yeah, by noon it's gonna be hot and you will be welcoming the shades.
So the doctor is a good opportunity to recover, but also not somewhere where you want to make mistakes. There's roots, there's stumps, there's trees. For the racers, they're most probably going to be on the pedals along through here, but for the most part it's just really good flow. A good opportunity to recover, and towards the end we can start having some fun. Martin, as far as bike setup goes, how important is it to come and ride some of the trails you're going to be racing?
For us it's always been quite a topic. Training a lot here in South Africa, getting to know most of the routes can really be an advantage. And I think, yeah, once the terrain feels a bit like home, you're much more comfortable and you know what awaits you in the race.
So far, the Toyota Tough section on the doctor is really straightforward. Good amount of flow, a little kicker up the hill here, but it's after quite a nice little descent coming down from Botmanskop. The legs should be rested, the heart rate should be down, and just give a little bit of power up here, heading into the Caveman, where you will find a plethora of spectators as we're dropping in to the home of mountain biking in the Western Cape, Stellenbosch. It's surely going to be a big vibe. I'm very thankful for the e-bike ride now as well, riding around with these big guns. And here we go, approaching quite possibly one of the funnest sections you'll find in and around town here, the Caveman. You don't want to get too carried away on the jumps, but you can definitely have some fun. Throw down a little style, do a whip for the spectators. All in all, should be good. Some good different line choice. It's nice and hard packed, good amount of grip. Woo! But certainly a good piece of fun. And there you have it, approaching the town of Stellenbosch, your stage 5 Toyota Tough section. Thank you, Singer Racing. We'll see you in March. Cool.
Well, that lies in store for these riders. It's well, it's a long way away still, but a fantastic trail to enjoy later on today. The Toyota Tough section, the descent down off Botma's Korp, one of many trails that have been carved out on that mountain and all over those mountains by the number of highly skilled, talented and dedicated trail builders that have sprung up over the years in these parts to create these trail networks and maintain them. That's the most important thing, and they have been well maintained and prepared for these riders as these elite UCI women head down through the vineyards here. And in the distance is Simonsberg Mountain, and in those valleys and crevices are the trails of Murati. Never say never ending again. It's one of those they will be heading to, a glorious piece of trail that will give them great pleasure.
It's a Cape Epic. It's like it can go so wrong.
It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year cards are freshly shuffled, and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.
The Absa Cape Epic has reached the halfway point, and the racing has been breathtaking thus far. The podiums have been filled with Olympic, world and national champions. This 8-day mountain bike stage race traverses the Western Cape of South Africa, taking in some of the best off-road trails in the world. The 1,500 riders, both pro and amateur, come from 64 different nations, all riding the same course in teams of 2. The 2025 edition of the race covers almost 600 kilometers with 16,500 meters of climbing. Stage 4 is a visual treat. Looping out of the Fairview estate, the riders will be enjoying the legendary granite domes of Paarl and the world-class single track. Today's route is one of variety, with forests, vineyards, farm tracks and smooth yet grippy granite. At 80 kilometers, it's one of the shorter stages, but the intensity will be energy-sapping over the next 1,950 meters of climbing. On the start line in the men's UCI category, currently in third, Imbuko Kemchamp A, with Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier sporting the African leaders jersey. In second, the Italian duo, Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto from William Vittoria. And with a 43-second gap, Scott SRAM MTB Racing, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo wearing the yellow leaders jersey. The fourth stage of the 21st edition of the Absa Cape Epic is underway. Yesterday's extreme heat heightened the event's adversity, and although today is expected to be slightly cooler, the competitive intensity remains off the charts. The overall classification is closely contested at the top, and several teams that have yet to perform to their potential are eager for a stage victory. The single track through the Diamant Forests gives the top teams an opportunity to create some space to the chasing teams. All the key protagonists are in the mix at the front. Stosik has a crash and is at the back of the pack. Topado Singer, Outright Toyota Songo, Honeycomb 226's Alaman from Buff Mega 1 looks over his shoulder for partner Stosik, or Beer-led Speed Company, Scott SRAM, Imbuko Kemchamp A and William Vittoria. As the riders enter the Paarl Reserve, the cracks start to show, And the All-Africa team of Imbuko are at the sharp end, followed by Scott Sram and Willie Vittoria. The rest of the field drop off, but Buff Mega Mo 1 have reconnected and found another gear. They are showing their class as the Belgian and Czech national champions fight back to the lead group. They enter the flow trails above the spice route, and it's time for a reward for all the work put in. Full concentration is in order. One false move and the race could be over. As the top 4 teams make their way back to the finish line, tactics come into play. Ibuko Kim Champagne make an early break with Nokia going down the road and Hubert attempting to disrupt the chasers. The time is taken for the second rider over the line. This is where positioning is everything. Scott Sram, Willie Victoria and Buff Mengabo 1 chase them down, and it goes to the wire with Willie Victoria taking the victory, closely followed by Scott Sram and Buff Mengabo 1. Ibuko have to settle for 4th after a brutal battle. The men's podium on stage 4 sees Buff Megamo 1 in 3rd with their 2nd podium. Scott Sram in 2nd, they've been on the podium every day, and with their 2nd win in a row, Willia Victoria. The yellow leaders jersey stays with Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter from Scott Sram MTB Racing. In the Aramex Elite Women's category, like the men's, we have the top African team currently in 3rd, Titan Racing Essie Honeycomb with Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen. In 2nd are Efficient Infinity SCB Schramm with Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada. And with a lead of just under 14 minutes, Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez-Viafan from Toyota Specialized. The gun goes for the UCI women's category, and the riders leave the Fairview start line and head off into the legendary trail surrounding Paarl. The top 3 teams are bouncing back and forth, with Toyota Specialized always in control. Titan Racing SC Honeycomb are snapping at the heels of Efficient Infinity, but it's not long before they are dropped and they're forced to ride their own race. Langveld, a 5-time Cape Epic winner and former world champion in cross country and marathon, returns after a 5-year hiatus. Despite a rib injury on stage 3, she remains competitive. Efficient Infinity aims to pressure Orange today, seizing the chance to regain time on the GC. An hour and 20 into the race, and Skada feels great, and she takes the initiative on the Taal Monument climb. Loza digs deep to keep with her, and the gap starts to appear. Seeing this as a rare opportunity to put time into the GC, they continue to push on. The gap increases to 12 seconds, but Langveld and Viafan keep their cool and slowly reel them back in. They know it's a long race, and burning themselves out at this stage would cost them in the long run. The Orange leaders take a moment to enjoy the terrain on the Spice Route trails nearing the finish line. Langveld and Gomez-Viafan secure the win after a challenging day. 50 seconds later, Loza and Skada cross the line and take 2nd place. They've been on the podium every day, and taking 3rd is Titan Racing SE Honeycomb. The podium for stage 4 sees Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen in 3rd. In 2nd are Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada. Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez-Viafan take their 5th win in a row for Toyota Specialized and make it a clean sweep. They retain the overall leaders jersey and now have a buffer of almost 15 minutes. And this is what lies in store today. It is the Queen stage of the Absa Cape Epic as we transfer from Fairview just outside Paarl to Lawrenceford Wine Estate in Somerset West. Along the way, they will cover 98 kilometers and a leg-burning 2,850 meters of climbing. It is a brutally hard stage, this, and they've got some wonderful trails to enjoy along the way, but some huge climbs as well. 3 particularly. One will lead them into the Toyota Tough section, the Doctor down into Stellenbosch, and when they leave Stellenbosch up and down Kutzenberg, and the big climb that confronts them to get into the Lawrenceford and Helderberg Bowl is the neck, and that is the toughest climb, I think, of the entire week before they enjoy the trails that are littered around that bowl and taken to the finish at Lawrenceford. Who is going to emerge at the top of the pile at the end of today's stage? Well, I can tell you that the yellow jerseys are on the shoulders of Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, but 42 seconds is all they have over Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto of the Willia Vittoria team. So their racing has been red hot all the way through the cross-country specialists, and those 4 are just that. They are in charge of this race. The marathon men behind them, Marco Hubert, Tristan Nokia of South Africa, well, they have written themselves into the podium position. They're in 3rd place, 9 minutes down on overall. Earlier today, we saw the start of the elite men, and for the first time in the race, a neutral vehicle, a Toyota Land Cruiser, led them away from Fairview because they had a bit of open roads, public roads to deal with to get to the trails on the other side of the old Paarl roads. So as a result, those engines had to be cooled a little, because normally leaving the start, they fly and charge off that start line. A little bit slower today, but then again, they've got 98 kilometers to deal with today. So plenty of time to get the motor going and fire on all cylinders later on in the day. Leaving the Paarl Trails, wonderful experience for these riders, enjoying the Paarl Trails network for the first time in the Absa Cape Epic. And the Toyota Land Cruiser pulled aside, and away they went. And prominent at the front of the race early on was Lucas Baum, and he was not anywhere close to his partner Gael Gega. Baum on the front here, yellow jerseys, followed by the second place William Victoria, and then the Absa African jersey leaders Imbuko Kemcham. First bit of single track that they confronted was on the slopes of Delvira Kopi through Le Bonheur and towards Warwick on the far side of the R44. Time check told us that Lucas Baum was 1 minute and 59 seconds ahead of his partner. Really dangerous, because one more second would have seen them incur a time separation penalty. That allowed the top three teams on general classification to get away on their own, and the red jerseys are Marco Hubert on the front here and Tristan Nokia with Nino Schurter tracking Hubert's tyre all the way along, and then it's Colombo and Brido and Avendetto. Following them out of the start at Fairview, the Aramex UCI women's races, and in the orange leaders jerseys and holding a very comfortable lead of nearly 15 minutes, it is Annika Langville and Sophia Gomez-Viefan of Toyota Specialized. They've won 5 stages on the trot. No one else has had a look in. Alexis Skada and Vera Lossa, Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, looking to try and take a little bit of time out of them today, but perhaps also just try and get a stage win today on the Queen Stage. It's highly sought after to win the Queen Stage, so they will be aiming at that. Also in there, the red jerseys of Titan SC Honeycomb, Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen, the preeminent South African team and all African jersey wearers. Tessa Kortikas and Monica Calderon of Canada ISB have been going well. But nothing needed for the orange jerseys other than to just follow the team of Lossa and Escada. Tough day for everyone today. Remember, 5 days in the legs. Those who are making their debuts in this event will start feeling it, and Bianca Hall, certainly one of those amongst the many debutants at the Absa Cape Epic. But her partner Hayley Preen is an experienced Absa Cape Epic racer and will be looking after and nursing them through the stage today. They went past Warwick Wine Farm and heading towards the Marathi Wine Farm, which is the first water point on today's stage, quite deep into the stage. And so they've got a long way to go to make sure they keep hydrated. The weather is good though. Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo lead by 42 seconds. What a race we've got on our hands as we head towards the weekend and the deep end of this Absa Cape Epic. Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia flying the South African flag proudly over Paarl and taking it with them over Stellenbosch towards Lawrenceford, 9 minutes 52 down. Poro and Stutzman rock solid throughout the week. Clementizia Aubert in 4th place. Bart Alleman and Martin Stosek, they won the time trial on stage 2, day 3. And Fabian Ravenstein and Simon Stiepjan have been in and about the top 5. At the moment, they're just under a minute behind the top 5. The GC in the Aramex women's category, Annika Langville and Sophia Gomez-Viefan with 14 minutes and 49 seconds over Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada, who have given their absolute all, as they do every single day, to try and get one over the Toyota Specialized team, but it hasn't happened yet. Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen, a first-time team here at the Absa Cape Epic, in 3rd place. And Katarzyna Sosna-Pinella and Claudio Peretti have done unbelievably well to ride themselves into 4th place here. They had a slow start to the event, and now the Toparo Kenda team are right up there chasing a podium position. Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortikas in 5th place. Rosa van Doorn and Janine Wust from the Buff Megamo team. A good start for them. They were on the podium early on in the week, but now they're slipping further back. They are debutantes in this event, a young marathon combination, learning the intricacies, the trials and tribulations of the Absa Cape Epic. The green jerseys of the Toyota mixed category. Jan Weideman and Samantha Sanders, the defending champions. They are holding firm on that. 15 minutes ahead of Theresa Rindler-Bachel and Philippe Bach. And then Elrika Harms and Pretorius and Alexander Lawrence, 17 minutes down, chasing the second place on the podium there. Marcus Nicolai and Lucas Koller lead the general classification in the open men for riders from the age of 19 to 39. And those riders without a UCI license, Manuel Passionate and Stefan Spielman in second place. And the Honeycomb 226 of Vets B, Casper Krier and De Toy van den Berg going very well indeed. Back onto the podium after stage 4. The NTT Data men, Pavel Gonda and Tobias Luthi overcame some stomach issues and a fall on stage 3, and they lead this race, but it is so close. Craig Uriah and Charlie McFall of Team GIC, 1 minute and 47. Carl Platt and Caleb Freiberg in third place, but I can tell you that they are being hunted down by another legend, another 5-time winner in Christoph Sauser and Corey Wallace, who won stage number 4. Ruda Grobler and Michaela Hageman lead the women's open category by 20 minutes from Linda Dettering and Yulika Powell from Namibia. Marie de Toy and Bridget Dubert in third place in the open women. Again, 19 to 39 that category. In the NTD Data women, that's 40 to 50 plus 40 plus to 50 age group. Nicole Weir and Janine Muller have a 3-minute lead over the Brazilians Tatiana Furlan and Kellen Kierman, with the Czech pair of Hanna Ulikova and Klara Vitaskova in third place, 35 minutes down on the overall leaders. Van Giller, the NTT Data Masters. The GIC Grand Masters, 50 to 60 plus. Yvonne Zugasti and Karagard have an 18.5-minute lead over Rob Sim and Udo Bultz. What a combination they are. Many years of riding with and against each other in the various categories. And Bart Brenchens, there he is, a legend, the winner of the elite, winner of the Masters and the Grand Masters over the years. He's got some work to do here, has the Dutchman, because he and Martin Santema 42 minutes down in the GIC Grand Masters category. And the women's category led by Jenny Ronegren and Martha Kukumur by an hour and 43 minutes over Hanla Steyn and Lisa Chepek. Hanla Steyn, the last lioness, one of 2 riders who is starting their 21st Absa Cape Epic and have finished the previous 20. The other is John Gale, and he's still going strong with Philip Ferreira. Anne Harrison and Jane Segi, 2 of the strongest women you'll ever meet. Absa Eurosteel, 2 hours 25 down in that. Great Grandmaster men, 60 plus men, talking about strong men. Barty Bucher, they don't come much tougher than Barty. The Swiss rider and Peter Wessel are leading that by nearly 2 hours from Frank Sneyman, a sticker built on from Namibia, and Ralph Krop, 1 hour 51. And Corey Miller and his brother Peter, who lives in Canada. Well, Corey's riding into trails he knows very, very well today, and they've ridden themselves onto the podium. Team South Sky have done extremely well, but they are not going to perhaps get onto the podium, get any higher there, because they're over 4 hours down. Highly competitive category, that. Simonsberg Mountain is well, just about under cloud. The cloud's just touching the top there, and I touched on the weather here, and the weather could not be better for today's Queen Stage. We've had some brutal weather throughout this week, and that's tested everyone, that's for sure. But today, well, the reward for enduring and surviving those days is the opportunity to ride in these sort of conditions, and these conditions are absolutely spectacular as they sweep down the trails. Murati Wine Estate, and there is Bart Brenchens, the legend that is the 1996 Olympic champion, the very first Olympic mountain bike champion, and he is racing as ever here at full gas. Wonderful to see Bart back. He didn't ride last year. He was part of our team. Remember, he had an injury after a fall, but he doesn't like missing out. He's a racer down to his toes and bringing it on here. So good to see. So that's the scene set for our Queen Stage of the Absa Cape Epic here in 2025. 98 kilometers, 2,850 meters of climbing. They've got to get over the neck and into Lawrenceford. And they've been going an hour and 48. And as you heard, you might have heard, or might not, they're expecting to ride 4.5, 5 hours today. That's a tough day, as it should be, Benno, on the Queen stage.
Yeah, it is the biggest stage out of all. It has a lot to offer. Open roads to start off with. Well, the neutral start, first of all, the only time we see that this year. All the riders behind the car. They got into the first gravel road, and from there we saw quite early the first attacks. The group split out. Lucas Baum was there at the front, and like you mentioned earlier, they played a very dangerous game. You are not allowed to be separated from your partner more than 2 minutes. If you are, that's a 30-minute time penalty. That's going to throw you out of the race pretty much. So that's definitely not something you want, and most likely not something they were planning. Losing that much time that early in the race, most unlikely, but it can happen, as we saw.
Just a glimpse there of the GIC Grandmasters leaders, Ibon Zugasi and Kara Argad. Well, look at that. Jaden Turlo and Philip Bass of Page Eurosteel riding alongside the Grandmasters. Not a good day for Page Eurosteel today. They have 2 cards in this game, and the other team is Peter Dutoit and Michael Foster further up the road. So they will be banking on that pair, because today it's not going to be Bass and Turlo trying to push for victory today. Well, Benno, we've been joined once again by Nick Lamont sitting alongside us here. Wonderful to have Nick with us. We'll be bringing Nick in a little while. Morning, Nick.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good, good, good.
What a beautiful day for it.
It
What
is.
a hero do it out there.
Yeah, yeah. This is the day you want to go and ride now, because you think, oh, actually, that hot day earlier, I'm quite happy sitting here, but now you want to ride.
Yeah, I didn't see any need to get out on the bike over the last 2 days. 40 degrees is not my friend. Doesn't work for a lot of these riders either. There was some carnage at the back of the field in the last 2 days.
Well, these riders thoroughly enjoying the trails as they drop down in towards Murati and the water point here. And we join the elite men now, and this is a group that does include the yellow jerseys, and Team Bulls have got their team up there. Simon Schneller and Axel Rudil Kortener, one at the front, one at the back, just trying to manage the pace there of that lead group. Brief look there tells us that William Pirelli, William Vittoria are in that group. The red jerseys are in there, and Torpedo are in there. So the top 3 on general classification, plus the Bulls Mavericks, and plus Torpedo are in there, Dorigoni and De Cosmo.
Yeah, it's awesome to see the Bulls team at the front for the first time so far. Another brand that invested so much into the history of the Cape Epic. They always had very good teams at the start line. They managed to win the last stage last year. Also awesome to see that the riders never give up. You know, like, yes, GC sometimes is out the window, but it's awesome to see the guys right there at the front. They will know those trails inside out as well. And yeah, the race is on. It's quite a big gap from the front group to the next, about a minute in between them. But yeah, it's good to have them right there at the front. The one rider kind of like keeping the pace down a little bit, maybe to regroup, and yeah, it's going to open up again very soon.
Yeah, Simon Schneller, he was part of that team that won the grand finale stage in Stellenbosch last year with that legend Ursuba. So yeah, he's just managing the pace. Axel Rudi Kortenat in the blue jersey, there's his teammate, the Frenchman. So yeah, perhaps they are looking at assaulting the stage and trying to take a stage win there. So just try to temper the pace a little bit to save the legs. They're not involved in the general classification here at all, so they're out of the mix where that comes into play. So they're just looking for the stage win, because they are a long way down on general classification and out of the picture. But those cross-country teams, William Vittoria and Scott SRAM MTB, have been massively impressive throughout the week.
Absolutely. I think they're looking very dominant, and I think they're exactly where they want to be. You know, basically racing for a podium with a couple of minutes, or in some case slightly over that. And you know, with that separating the top 3 teams, I think you know, they're exactly where they want to be with 3 days left to play.
Beautiful trails they'll be exploring all the way through here. It does make for a slightly slower stage and tougher stage in that sense. And the hydration and keeping fueled is very important as the masters fly through.
Yeah, big fights in the master category today. I think all 4 teams are very close together. Seeing on water point, no, they're not even through the water point just yet. Oh, coming through, yes. No, they did go through.
And our Exaro leaders there, Damon and Ziandra, Damon to Blanche and Ziandra Jordan, riding with another Fairtree Cannondale team around them. Tobias Luti and Pavel Gonda also in there in the NTT Masters.
Yeah, fantastic to see those development riders just learning. I mean, to be on the wheels of some of these masters who, in the case of, you know, Christoph Salzer or Carl Platt, they've, you know, can learn so much just hanging out on the wheel.
And now we're with our Aramex UCI women, and you can tell from the deportment of the riders up ahead, Stefkova and Kraulkova, climbing ever so slowly on this single track. Now this is the back end of probably the lead group, but cannot confirm. No, it won't be the lead group. I think we've seen the leaders a little bit further up the road, the orange jerseys, plus Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada. Beautiful trail network that has been crafted out of the mountain slopes here over the many, many years of dedicated hard work by the various trail builders. Marant Buerta is one of those who commits so much time and effort to these trails. The leading and amateur men's teams go through now. You've been in that mix a bit, haven't you, Nick?
A little bit. This is Marcus Nicolai and his partner from Germany, and they are, sorry, not Marcus, his partner, and his name escapes me for the moment, is an ex-Bulls rider, and was sort of 10 years ago fairly competitive, you know, podiumed at Swiss Epic, and fantastic to see him sort of come back to the race after a sort of 8-10 year hiatus from pro riding. Clearly still got it in the legs, although he's 10 years older than his young whippersnapper partner, has been suffering a bit on his wheel.
Just a brief look at our leaders there in the general classification and in the race itself on the trails.
It has changed.
Wonderful. We are just bear with us as we some of these images won't be coming to you as consistently as we would like, but that is the nature of covering an event like the Absa Cape Epic across great distances and with mountains and valleys and cloud cover. It doesn't necessarily lend itself to that consistent pictures. So please bear with us whilst we focus on that and try and bring you the best possible images we can. As our cameras on the ground, we have some 16 cameras spread amongst the ground cameras, the motorbikes out there, of course 6 motorbikes carrying cameramen out there, and 2 helicopters. Tricky for them today, and a couple of drones up there as well, so plenty of coverage, but as I said, sometimes the connectivity and coverage doesn't always play into our hands, but we do our very best to bring you the best pictures. A couple of riders from Brazil, and they're great supporters of the Absa Cape Epic over the years.
Yeah, lots of Brazilian voices out there on the trail, lots of Spanish as well. It's probably those 2 languages other than English that you hear the most when you're cruising through the Cape Epic, and our friends in Brazil and Spain obviously like it hot, and they like it long, and that's exactly what the Cape Epic serves up for 8 days.
Yeah, it has dished up plenty of contrast in terms of conditions as Bart Brenchens goes through, and there are amateur men leaders, they go through. So yeah, the conditions have been very, very changeable, I think, to put the best word on it. They have challenged the riders in every sense here. So survival sometimes is what it's about. And then when you're feeling good and the conditions are good, you thrive.
I think today that's going to be key for most riders, is a day of recovery in some sense. I mean, it sounds a bit strange to be saying that you'll recover on a Queen stage. I mean, you've got nearly 3,000 meters of vertical ascent, which is sizable in any bike race, never mind 5 days into it. But recovery in terms of the elements, there's going to be a lot less drain on the body just purely by having, I mean, we're almost 15 degrees cooler than it has been over the last 2 days, which is amazing. And as I said, with a little bit of moisture on the trails, it's going to be fantastic for traction, fantastic for keeping the body cool, and really everybody, I think, is going to have a fantastic day out there.
Yeah, definitely perfect riding conditions, the best riding conditions we had so far. We're going through some spectacular single track, and today you can actually see where you're going, even if you ride behind your partner. So there's no dust clouds at all, as far as we could see. And yeah, the pro riders are almost halfway through the race, but still.
Okay, closing in on 2 hours of racing. That clock starting at 7 a.m. this morning. So right at the very back of this field is are a couple of riders called the Hyenas, and their job is to I don't know, sweep the field, but to ride behind the last racers or riders in the field, and ensure that they get home safely without interfering with their efforts out there. And this year, unfortunately, Richard McMartin, who's been in Hyena for many years, is not with us. He had a nasty crash just before, and so his place was taken by Eric Knut. So Matt Carter is out there. They'll be bringing these riders home. Not this lot, because this is the Aramex UCI women, and Vera Lossa is down the trail first here. So she's going very well indeed for Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM. There's Alexis Skada and the orange jerseys of the leaders, Langvel and Gomez Viafan, not far behind them. Had a good week, Vera Lossa. She looked for the first time yesterday a little fatigued towards the, I mean, as you would, but she hadn't shown any signs up until then.
Look, she's probably one of the few riders that I think actually revels in that heat and dust. Being from Namibia, we've said it a few times, you know, this is what she eats up in most of her training rides when she's at home. Namibia, our sort of northwestern partner on our border there, for those of you who don't know. And it's just rock, and it's hot, and summer training in Namibia is a real test of endurance in itself. So I think Vera, you know, doing rather well through the past 2 stages, and I think if she can get a chance to sort of breathe a bit easier today, I think she'll take it.
Peretti and Sosna go through there. Here they come, and Jessie Nixon just tracking behind our leading bunch of women. Beautiful trails. You can see the riders just loving this lovely section of riding. It's a reward for the hard work. It comes and goes very, very quickly, I'm afraid. But you know, you've got to take it and enjoy it.
Is that is that the Titan Racing Honeycomb team coming down at the back there? It's picking out those red jerseys as they zigzag down the mountainside.
Might be. They weren't with that lead group there. Now we are with our men and the leading men's group here, and Bulls hanging on at the back here. Tapado are also in this. The pace is on. They've gone through that water point, and they are charging. And I think Axel Rudel coordinator at the back there, just hanging on, trying to link up with the back end of that group. So the top three on general classification. Tapado have got GC ambitions for sure, but Bulls, you feel, the Bulls Mavericks team of Simon Schneller and Axel Rudel coordinator, they are hunting a stage here. Their motivation behind putting themselves in this position.
Absolutely. A stage win, especially a stage win on the Queen stage, I think is something that every one of the top maybe 15 or 20 Absa Cape Epic pro men's teams and women's teams for that matter are hunting for. And they might have looked at the stage and gone, you know, that suits you, that suits our riding style. They might have in the summer come and tested some of these trails. A lot of these are accessible to the public, as you say, if you get the trail passes, and the guys will have done their research and had a look here and gone, you know, this is a day to target. We're probably not strong enough to take on everybody over 8 days. We're not looking at a GC finish, but let's go have a really big crack on one of the big days.
Just caught a glimpse there of Nino Schurter fueling, taking on a gel, and then tucking it away. Good job. No littering going on there. That's the mark of a true professional. On the ridgeline now, looking down onto Ida's Valley, Rustenburg Farm on the left-hand side. They'll come down the edge of that. Once they've reached the edge of this ridgeline, they'll drop down towards Ida's Valley and the Ida's Valley Dam, and they head up the old Hellsorter Pass towards the Doctor. So Simon Schneller on the front. So Schneller and the Riddle Cortina, the Bulls Mavericks, they're just under an hour behind on general classification. So yeah, I suppose that decision to target a stage, you do look at it, but if you're in the GC mix, if you end up being in the GC mix, you've got to say, well, hang on, maybe we won't do that just yet. We're going to try and improve on GC, which is perhaps where the Topado pair are here, because they're looking to try and move themselves up the general classification. But also, hey, if we're in the mix for a stage win, let's go for it. And they are Jacob Doragoni and Gioli Di Cosmo 23 minutes down. So they have a chance here of getting into 8th place because Geo Gega and Lucas Baum were just 8 seconds above them, and there's no question that they are in distress today after we saw that odd situation of Lucas Baum leading the field with his partner Geo Gega nearly 2 minutes behind him. So they are managing their efforts now desperately, trying to hold on for something special here. So 7th place, Honeycomb 226 is 19 minutes, so there's 4 minutes there. So there's every chance that Topado, Kenda, Dorigoni and De Cosmo could move into 7th, maybe 6th on a big day like this if damage happens further back in the field.
Yeah, and also the Villiers team, they need to start thinking about how they're going to get those 43 seconds back. Like, they're running out of stages. 43 seconds, getting those on Nino and Filippo is not going to be easy. But if you want to go for the first place, you have to start trying. You need to find out where they are, have your tactics right, and position yourself. So I would think that they're definitely going to start giving it a try. Of course, Nino and Filippo, though, they know those trails inside out. It's going to be hard for the others to really place their tactics right. It does give you an advantage. The more often you do it, the better you know the trail, the harder it's going to be for a newbie to shake you off.
Absolutely. I think someone like Luca Brido and Simone Abondetta can put pressure on Nino and Filippo. But again, you're dealing with one of the greatest mountain bikers of a generation. And that's what you can probably best hope to do, which is see if there's a little mistake, if there's a slip out, if that kind of pressure causes them to make a rash decision. But again, you're dealing with someone with so much experience in Nino Schurter, who's a past winner, and he knows exactly the tricks of the trade as well. He'll absorb that pressure and probably give it back tenfold.
Well, you just saw Axel Rudy Cornet do a little whip there. Their passion, the love and the enjoyment of the sport. That's one of the wonderful things in mountain biking. When riders do that, you can see the passion and feel the energy of the riders. As they ducked into this little trail here on a hairpin, Simon Schneller was on the front. He went a little bit too wide, and boom, into the front went Nino Schurter to get himself into prime position. So it is the yellow jerseys, 2nd place, and the red jerseys, Joubert and Tristan Norkier. Might do well to try and keep away from the front end for the time being if they were also perhaps looking for a stage win. Yes, 9 minutes down on general classification, so making up time on the leading two is going to be very, very tough. But they would be hunting a stage win. We've seen them try desperately over the last 2 days into Paarl. And they fell short 3rd place one day and 4th place the next day, involved in the sprint. When you're sprinting against guys like these 4 cross-country stars, it makes it very, very difficult. They tried a tactic, didn't work.
Different tactics each day. That was also good to see. They didn't just try the same old the second time. So it's good to see, and I hope they're going to be, I guess also the last huge climb is something they're going to target if they're with them. Hopefully we can see another great tactic or finishing tactic from those two today.
Ooh, the neck is going to be, I think hold on to your seats when that ascent rises up just before the finish line. I think there's a lot of riders here just keeping their gunpowder dry, going, that's actually going to be the place where the race is made today. If you've got any fuel left in the tank, you're going to want to blow most of it out on that climb and then hold on for the line.
Yeah, the last a big water point. There's a hydration station at the top of that neck climb, but the last water point at Dornier Wine Estate is pretty much the base of that climb, and they go up for kilometers and kilometers. Very, very steep climb on trails that aren't ridden at the very top of it, aren't ridden any other time other than on this event. So it is going to be a brutal challenge for all these riders. But yeah, the racing side of it, that you feel is where this race is going to explode.
Yeah, it's almost 10 kilometers straight up the hill. So it's a long climb from the bottom, from that water point up to the neck. And it's not a wide open road. So you also need to find your line. It's loose, it's steep. It's not a jeep track. It's more like a quad, like two lines next to each other. But there's always just the one that gives you the better grip, the better advantage, and you want to be in there. So attacking up that climb is also going to be hard.
Yeah, I mean, if this group stays as it is and go to that climb at Dornier and then up the neck, it's an interesting group because you've got those two GC guys, the teams, the cross-country specialists. You've got marathon teams in here as well with ambitions on the stage win. But on the other side there, as you go into the bowl and in towards Lawrenceford, so much trail and single track. So if you are a marathon team and you manage to get a bit of a gap on Schurter, Colombo, Brido and Avendetto, you know they're going to come charging up your back wheel very, very quickly.
100%. I think that's that classic skills versus fitness thing. If you've got both, you've got a fantastic arsenal today. And we're talking about very small margins here. Every one of these riders is an expert technical rider. You don't get to be at the very front end of the Cape Epic without knowing how to handle a bike. Having said that, within that lead group and within the women's lead group as we're watching now, riders will know who is the safest wheel to follow, who is sure, who is really, really confident through technical trails, and they'll also know who can attack a technical trail. And then you obviously need to make sure that if you're going to make a long-range attack or a climbing attack, that you can hold off that technical advantage.
Vera Losser is at the front of this group in the RMX women's race as she charges out front there with Alexis Skarda a couple of seconds behind her, and then the orange leaders jerseys of Toyota Specialized as they head down towards Marathi. They've been up this trail a number of times on the Absa Cape Epic in the past, but now heading down as they make their way track across the valley, and then they'll head up onto the ridgeline we've just seen the men on a short while ago. So Losser and Skarda involved every day in a mano-a-mano head-to-head battle with Toyota Specialized until the elastic snaps, until Langville and Gomez Viafan seized that opportunity. Yesterday there was a separation when there was a bit of breakdown in communication between Losser and Skarda. Skarda was up the road, Losser was a little bit further back, and these two in the orange jerseys just rode up alongside Skarda and disappeared up the road, and that was effectively it from the race.
Yeah, we'll also see how Annika is gonna recover from the crash. You know, your body is under shock for a couple of hours, 48 hours after a crash, it's under shock, but then the healing process also starts, and that also takes a bit of energy out of you, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how she handles the pressure today. She did mention earlier, like, she was surprised by herself how much she can suffer and how much she can take away, and hopefully they keep it together, and at the moment it looks good for the two teams.
So they're going through the water point here at Marathi and checking out the leaders. No issues there. All good.
Yeah, it's a fantastic trail network that Mr. Morant Buerta has had a lot to do. And Morant is a sort of legend of the Stellenbosch trail building and mountain bike community. Does a hell of a lot of development work with local communities as well. Later we'll be going through the Idis Valley section, and he's had a lot of influence on young kids from that part of the world that don't have access to the resources that some of the other members of the Stellenbosch community enjoy, and he's doing fantastic work there to make sure that the people from this community get to enjoy the trails that he's spent almost 2 or 3 decades building.
So they passed through that split, and there's the gap. So Titan Racing, SE Honeycomb right there. 11 seconds down. Canada ISB Sport are going well. Little stop. Something's caused Sophia Gomez Viafan some distress here. She dropped something.
Dropped her bar, dropped her
She picked it up, yeah.
She must have had a gel through the water point.
Yeah.
Good on her, that's brilliant.
Yeah, that's very good.
And she made sure the helicopter saw that she picked it up.
That's why I
penalty there if you let her. So
the commissaires have all the evidence they need. They saw that if they picked up the drop, then they also picked up the pickup, which is fantastic.
Very good there. So Sophia Gomez Viafan. No real panic though. They are in a very, very good position in this race and in the overall at the moment, so they're not panicking at all. She's on the back wheel of Hayley Preen, and they begin the climb out of this valley, the Knorrook Valley, Marathi Wine Estate. It's been used over the last few years as a water point, the Melk family opening their doors and allowing the spectators and the riders to enjoy the beautiful estate they have there. Lovely family vibe, very relaxed, and a really, really cool place to watch the race from, and of course go and enjoy their high-class wines and a meal there. If that's what you're there for. Beautiful.
Sophia making her way past the Titan Racing Honeycomb team just to get back onto the wheel of Annika Langfall after she dropped a gel wrapper or whatever it was, and just to try and ease the way back onto the wheel, I think. Of a weight advantage, I'd say, on the bike.
He's going very, very well indeed.
Not allowed to draft, outside assistant.
Yeah.
So
good point. Can't follow the motorbikes, can't follow a guy on a morning ride.
Yeah, exactly.
They are heading along that Ida's Valley Road away from Ida's Valley. Rustenburg Wine Farm is on their left-hand side.
He's off to work.
And he's off to Rustenburg. He said, come on, follow me. Can have some wine. And they will continue on, and very shortly they'll turn right and head on back onto trails. Again, it's trails they rode a year ago. Slightly different setup this year, but they will head on to the Ida's Valley network of trails. So Schneller, Schurter, Colombo, Braido, Avendetto, Joubert, Nokia, Dergoni, and De Cosmo, and right at the back here is Axel Rudil Kortenat. Stefan Sam is with us, and Andreas Silvold has come through here. Stefan, what's the story there?
Yeah, I just spoke to Andy and asked where his partner Jackie Hartmann is, and yeah, he said they started and he tried but didn't feel well and had to pull out. He's kind of sick since the prologue and riding labor, but today was just too much. So Andy's here as a solo rider in the group, and I mean he made up all the time, came back flying. So you know what a caliber of a rider he is.
Yes, he's a former world champion, of course. Andreas Silvold, the current German champion, the world champion stripes on his right shoulder there. The boys' family welcoming the riders past. They live just on the left-hand side there. Nice to see them out. Got out of bed nice and early this morning. And these riders heading, there's Rob Boy's arms folded. He'll one day ride this event, I'm sure. Not likely. They are heading now into the Ida's Valley network of trails, a trail network that is often used to guide visitors from all over the world through this part of Stellenbosch and up towards Helsdorfer Pass. So Andreas Silvold, just to you, our rules man, his partner is no longer in the race. Well, he started with his partner, so Andreas Silvold is now riding on his own.
Yes, so
aren't involved in the racing.
Not involved in the racing. He could help out his other team as well. Like he can help out within the stage. We have done that before, where you have your B team or some of your riders not feeling so well, so you try to stay within the race as long as you can. As long as the two of them are within the race and they start the race together, the one person can always go with your A team and help them out. For tomorrow, unfortunately, they're going to be out of the race. They're not allowed to start within the UCI field anymore. He can ride as a lonely leopard. He's going to start in block number C, but unfortunately, they're out of the GC.
So as a last-ditch effort to kind of continue to support a team, or even in this case, if he doesn't have a team, he might have a friend or a mate up ahead who he can help. Because they started together, they can continue to race.
So as long as you're within the race, of course, first thing is the 2 minutes separation. That will give you 30 minutes of time penalty, but you're still within the race. You're part of the race, so that you can help each other within the same category. So that's what you can do.
If his partner finishes, Benno, and doesn't pull out at that water point, they'll incur the penalties, but because they're part of the UCI men's team and his partner does finish, would he then be able to start again the next day in UCI?
If he finishes the race and if he is within the cutoff time, then they could try again tomorrow. Same thing. Yes, the penalty of the 2 minutes, 30 minutes will come in, but they're still allowed as long as they finish the stage.
So he's at the back of this group. He does have the other KTM rider, Simon Stibjan, but he's not in this group. So he's sitting right at the back there, just ahead of Stefan Salmon, behind Axel Ruto-Kortena and Topado and Willia and Buko, Kemchamp, and right at the front, Scott Stram, mountain bike racing. When we saw them this morning at the start as they rolled away, Nino Schurter was on the front row rolling in the neutral zone, and Filippo Colombo is right at the back. And that's the only time at any stage this week we've seen any gap between this pair of superstar riders. They've been sensational. More fire road now as they track above Ida's Valley. They will look across and see Stellenbosch on the right-hand side. That is the town of Stellenbosch. They get a hang, keep left, go past Ida's Valley Dam, up Hellshoek to pass, and then drop down into the Doctor Trail very, very shortly. But a little work to do before they get there. This is the lead group of riders, 44 Ks, so just heading towards that halfway mark, 44 Ks to go, and some fire roads for now, and then they'll drop down quite low down to the dam, and then a long climb up towards the top of the Doctor. So one of those big climbs today is approaching, looming ahead of them here. But the big one to worry about is, or that they'll all be looking at, is the neck, which comes inside the last 15 Ks of the stage. That will be the one that these riders are perhaps keeping their powder dry for. Open forest roads and a fairly comfortable pace. Now that's where they're heading, up to the top there. You can see the vehicle up there. That's a pretty brutal climb. It's Botmaskop is the mountain at the top there, and they will be going sort of a third of the way up there and then dropping down the Toyota Tough section, which will be a sensational ride.
Yeah, those Botmaskop trails are next level. They are fantastic. Some really fun, and with the dust down, I think it's going to be fantastic to see these guys able to hit it with confidence. As Ben was saying earlier, there's lots of visibility today.
Tech zone here for a water point for the praise here. Any hydration packs taken on here? Any?
Yeah, it's pretty much halfway through the race. They will definitely pick up their water bottles, hydration pack. Maybe the Pro Tech Zone is a kilometer before the official water point. So they maybe grab a little bit of extra water now from the official water point as well. After the water point, quite soon they're going to go underneath the road again. There's another tunnel waiting for them. But yeah, it looks like everyone got everything they need halfway through, and they make their way up all the way to Botmaskop from here.
Old Hellshoek Pass. This is what they're on now, the new pass. A little higher up here, but this is a favorite haunting ground for riders to do a bit of training up and down this pass, and so they are heading up here. They'll go not all the way to the top of it. That pops out onto the main road. They'll go through a stormwater drain, and then they'll start the dirt. They'll hit the dirt again from there on, and then the climb gets a lot steeper. But this will be a high tempo pedal up here.
Absolutely, and close to cars, so the guys can enjoy some easy riding, knowing that they don't have to share the road there. Andreas Seerwald looking over his shoulder as they're making their way up this climb, which is quite interesting. He could be looking back to see whether his partner is, is anywhere nearby. I'm not sure if he's pulled out of the race. Do we know that? But if he does continue to pedal, there is still a good chance that he could continue to take part in the race later.
Both Kimetitse of Bayer teams there. They're the Oliver brothers taking on a hydration pack, Craig Oliver. As they pass through here, there's the Kimetitse of Bayer teams, both of them riding together. They're not far off, actually. The gap isn't so big to that lead group as they turn towards Hellshooter Pass. Our leading men on the dam wall of Ida's Valley Dam and turning away. This is the second group in pursuit of a lead group which is 5 teams strong. In this group, 2 South African teams, Toyota Specialized and Tiger Eurosteel, a New Zealand combination, Craig and Ben Oliver, and those are them in the white jersey and the blue and pink. A little wave from Ben, and behind them, Travis Stedman and Johan van Zyl of Toyota Specialized, and this is the Hellshooter Pass. Here is the tech zone for the professional riders, so we'll see if there's any issues here. Just quick resume of what happens here in the tech zone.
So the tech zone, that's where all the spare parts are for the teams. Every stage has 3 of them. Most of them have 3 of them. The mechanics need to give in those tech boxes before 5 o'clock in the evening the day before. And there you can have all your spares, spare chain rings or chains, tire plugs, all sorts of things. Derailleur, brakes, anything you can think of. Brake
But
pads.
you have to fix it.
The riders itself, they are not allowed to get any help from anyone there. So that's all up to the athletes.
There's the new Hellshooter Pass and the tunnel, the storm water drain underneath there. They're riding through that right now, and they will emerge on that trail, which will be a sort of switchback and then back up on what becomes a very steep climb. Although they may be taking there's a switchback climb that they may be going up here, and that is not quite as steep as the straight up dirt road that characterizes these mountain slopes.
Yeah, the camera angle doesn't really do it justice, but these are some very steep trails, and the Jeep track and single track up here. If it's single track, it's typically hairpins, switchbacks all the way up just to be able to get riders up with that kind of elevation. You start to get a slightly better idea of it here. As you can see, these contour roads used for logging and for access to some cell phone towers and things like that up here. But as they make their way up, you'll see we'll split into some single track, and it gets very, very precipitous.
Yeah, and at the summit of this will be the Toyota Tough section, and you can see there should be a little bit of a fight to get into that first, and we know the one man who will fight harder than most to get there will be Nino Schurter, because he will thoroughly, they all enjoy it, but he rides down those faster than pretty much anyone else.
Yeah, it's a super fast trail. It's like in between the woods or in the trees. It's one of the most fun trails here in the area. It just starts at the top. There is a switchback coming up. I forgot about it the last time I rode it, and I went straight into the trees. But anyway, you think you follow the mountain line, but again, there's that one switchback, 2 switchbacks at the top, and then you follow the mountain line all the way to the bottom. But you have to remember, and Nino, Filippo, half of those guys have probably ridden it before, so they know what they get themselves into.
Got some goosebumps actually just thinking about that descent that's coming up.
It is amazing.
It is so fast. It is high speed, and you definitely have to know what you're doing to hold that kind of speed down there, because it's technical too, just at the pace at which these guys are hitting it.
Axel Rudiel, coordinator of the Bulls Mavericks at the back here. His teammate Simon Schneller has been on the front pretty much since they joined the group. He has been keeping the tempo and maybe just trying to, knowing that his partner maybe isn't quite on it today, just trying to manage the tempo here, knowing also that all the other riders in this group will be quite appreciative of that. So just keeping a steady tempo. But look at that. You can see the effort from Rudolf Kortner, how tough it is, this climb. Loose, rutted, and rough.
Simon Schneller on the front, he needs to be mindful that he doesn't unnecessarily dislodge his partner, because if he is setting the tempo and his partner's yo-yoing on the back like that, it could be the death knell for him, to try and sort of do this ramping. It sort of every time he climbs up out of the bike, puts a bit more power down to keep the pace. Each one of those is a shot to the legs, and we'll see if what these tactics are. But one of the other things to keep in mind, like you see with Andreas Seerwald, it might just be that he's racing and he wants to push it and blow the cobwebs out and see how he goes, and then hoping that his partner can manage the effort himself, and see if there's anything left after a big climb like this, and they can regroup.
Yeah, sometimes if they made the decision that it is better to split up, riders that want to show the world what they're capable of, and this is kind of like what's happening right now.
Seerwald's not in that group any longer.
I did see him looking over his shoulder. I thought to myself, maybe there's, there is another team, or in fact, maybe his partner is somewhere down the line. He might have heard from that water point from the tech zone and his staff that his partner isn't too far back, or that he's asked him to hold up. So interesting to see what Andreas was doing in the back of this really, really high-paced leading group.
Oh, another wonderful trail carved out of the mountainside here, the Princess Trail. It's a sort of a gentle gradient, not too steep, but this will take them up to another little switchback fire road as we have a look at the split times at 56.5 kilometers. Ibuka Kemchamp completing the top 5. Buff Megamo or Bayaliat Speed Company 134. My word, they are fighting, aren't they? Clementizia Orbea have both teams in within 2 minutes of the leaders, and then the Oliver brothers from New Zealand just over 2 minutes down. So actually all relatively close here, bearing in mind we've still got 42 kilometers to go on today's Queen Stage. 98 kilometers of riding, 2,800 meters of climbing. And the tempo being set by Simon Schneller on the front with Willia Vittoria, and then the red jerseys of Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier. Norkier's been in absolutely supreme form. So is Marco Hubert, but of the two, Norkier, you feel, has been the man who's been the stronger of the two when the heat's been on. At least Topado are in there as well. Dorigoni and De Cosmo. And then that's Rudolf Kortner.
Fantastic to see Bayaliat Speed Company actually within a minute 34 of this. That is surprising, given the massive gap that we saw Lucas pull over his partner on the climb. And I think he did extremely well to give himself that 1 second buffer. I know those guys, and I know they've got a lot of South African fans, and I think they'd be devastated to know that a lapse in concentration saw them incur a 30-minute penalty, which is what happens if he's outside that 2 minute following gap. But with a minute 34, they're still in this race. There is a lot of riding to come, and they can certainly manage for top 10.
They know how to. I mean, everyone knows how to suffer, but you feel that the way they ride, they perhaps, with the greatest respect, the least cohesive of the teams. Tend to sort of ride independently. Now, Rudolf Kortner has got evidence, perhaps, of a fall.
Absolutely, on his knee there, you can see a little bit of blood on the elbow too.
Yeah. And no wonder he's suffering a little bit here, a little bit of a steep drag as they'll leave this trail now and turn right onto the fire road. And then another little section of fire road before they hit the switchback climb.
It looks like Seerwald is back on the back wheel again. It's interesting. He definitely dropped off and was behind the Stefan Saum's e-bike, the Bulls media team. And he's decided that he wants to come and play with the big boys again.
Well, they don't come much bigger than Simon Schneller in terms of height. He's a very, very tall man, and he's on the front of this race at the moment. Simon Schneller riding into an area that'll give him really good vibes, because he rode into a victory on the grand finale a year ago on the 2024 Absa Cape Epic, with he and Urs Huber winning the stage. And head around the corner here. And then now Nino Schurter is trying to get onto par here, because there's a single track climb coming. Here it is. And he'll switch up into the front here. It's a whole lot of single track and a maze of switchbacks to take them to the entrance to the doctor.
Yeah. Sorry, it was 3 abreast through into that little corner.
Yeah, and Villiers, you see them. They know they need to stay with them. They don't want to get that gap any bigger between the two of them. So they are laser sharp again when it comes to like looking at Nino and Filippo, making sure that they ride on their wheel, especially on the single track uphill, the single track down. So this is all part of their game plan, and it's going to be interesting to see if they get that little bit of a gap on the single track, on the downhill, on the doctor. They could maybe have 5-10 seconds at the bottom, and then through town they know exactly where the route goes. Could be that point in the race where Nino and Filippo try to extend their lead.
Well, this trail on the slopes of Botmaskop Mountain, the Stellenbosch Trail Fund, been going for nearly 15 years, initiated by a wonderful gentleman called Dr. Richard de Villiers, who set it up as initially just to keep the trail alongside the Yester River tidy, but it grew and expanded out to become a major trail building initiative, and Richard hugely involved until his very, very untimely death in 2022, and desperately sadly missed. Stellenbosch Trail Fund still going strong, but so is the Winelands Trail Network, and all these trails can be written via the Winelands Trails passes. You can get yourself a regional one which takes care of all the regions from Grabo all the way out to Virtue Tilbach, Franschhoek, Paarl, Wellington, and even the Botteray Hills I think are involved there as well. So yeah, that opportunity. 12 switchbacks here, a dozen switchbacks they'll be snaking up this, and Nino Schurter, well, this is where he cooks, and already he's going.
Yeah, the pace is high. You can see they accelerate out of the corners, out of their saddle. They really put the hammer down. So this is going to be interesting to see how far they can split this group now.
Yeah, there's certainly a bit of purpose about it.
See, Simon Schneller's gone back through the group, rejoined with his partner, and probably going to nurse him up here, especially if he's taken a fall. I think that early pace setting is probably not something that his partner can maintain up here.
Some tighter than others, these switchbacks. And you see spectators out there on the top of the mountain. They made the effort to get up there, which is really, really cool. And I'm sure we'll see more as they head towards town and the Kutzenberg Trail. Look at Schurter go up here. He is just power. And Filippo Colombo just holding up the two men behind him, William Vittoria.
I wonder if that's an interesting tactic to give Nino sort of a cleaner run ahead. Filippo knowing that maybe he can get back onto Nino's wheel on the descent. And in so doing, maybe put a little bit of pressure on the William Vittoria team.
Yeah. Looking at the spreadsheet here also, Sewald and Hartmann are definitely separated by more than 2 minutes. Hartmann, last seen, is still water point 1, so he's definitely behind now. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he's actually able to finish the stage, or if this is going to be the end of it.
Well, with the back of this lead group, but up front, it is Nino Schurter who's made a characteristic move. He's attacked on the single track climb and put distance to the rest, with Filippo Colombo just managing the pace, making sure that Nino can get as much of a lead here. And then the descent, two of the finest technical riders in the world in the yellow jerseys, and they are dropping down onto the doctor now. They'll get to the top of this onto a little fire road, and within a few meters they turn a sharp right and down into the Toyota Tough section, the doctor on Botmaskop, named after Dr. Richard de Villiers, who initiated the Stellenbosch Trail Fund, and in his memory, these riders will ride this wonderful trail. It is the Toyota Tough section on the Queen stage. It is the Doctor. Let's take a visit. There's Benno's corner.
Yeah, it's my corner. Like into the bush. Straight.
It's really hard to manage a e-bike down there. I mean, Stefan Sam will do a lot of work to stay in touch with these guys off the back there. It's a slightly heavier bike. The cross-country bikes can be a little bit more nimble through some of those corners, and this man, when he is with his ears pinned back, there are few that can get off the mountain faster than Nino Schurter.
He is absolutely flying. He attacked on the switchback climb, and he has used that little opportunity to really sear down the mountain slope here with Filippo Colombo behind him. He'll know that Colombo is quite comfortable and will be closing up that gap shortly, and an opportunity for them to put a bit of time into William Vittoria, who couldn't get into the trail ahead of Nino Schurter. He is the boss, and he is showing it once again.
Yeah, there's also a nice cookie coming up with the hotspot just up in Kutzenburg. That's after the town in Stellenbosch. A spectator point as well, so they put a bit of spice into it to make sure that everyone is out there settled and giving their all just behind the University of Stellenbosch. That's also coming up soon. Yeah, within the next couple of minutes, 10-15 minutes, they're going to reach that point as well. This is super fast.
Absolutely. Flying down through these forests, and down they go, the Doctor. Some rough technical trails, but beautifully manicured and maintained. As I said, the team of trail builders, and a whole lot of them are involved in building here. Stellenbosch Trail Fund are just part of it, but Corey Miller is very much a big trail builder. He's riding this race. He's on the podium in the Grand Masters at the moment, he with his brother Peter. He will be riding down here with broad smiles, and no doubt be watching this in time to come and thinking, that's me down there. But yeah, it's down the bottom section here, quite loose and rocky, but then a breakthrough and into a little bit more long and twisty and turny. Get it wrong at this speed, you're in trouble.
And the stumps, the little stumps, you need to be
I actually thought I heard Stefan clip a stump there, where it's a very, very clear noise that I think most mountain bikers in Stellenbosch are familiar with. It's a sort of jarring, sort of almost, yeah, you feel it right through your body. And the gap that Nino and Filippo Colombo have opened.
And William Vittoria there. So they've opened up a bit of a gap. This is Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert flying down the Absa African jersey leaders. Illustration of the quality of the cross country, the sharpness, the speed that they're able to carry through these trails, evidenced right there.
Yeah, that's also a tactic, because now Williers on the second. If Nino and Filippo gets a gap, Williers, are they going to wait for the group behind? Can they allow themselves to wait for the group behind or not? Are they trying to stay with Nino and Filippo? This is a very, very tactical moment in the race.
Hold on, put your seatbelt on wherever you are. This is unbelievable. Great riding with Stefan Sam here. I bet he is just loving this.
Watch out for the stumps there, Stefan.
And the section they're coming into now does have some lethal stumps in it. There really are, so they have to be very careful. That one, they're all safely through. So yellow jerseys and William Vittoria have descended, plummeted down the Doctor, getting towards the tail end of it now. And they have opened up a little bit of a gap there.
These boys, I think, have done their homework. This wouldn't be the first time either of these two teams are riding this, as it's well known that Nino spends a lot of time in Stellenbosch, and these trails will be very familiar to him. Probably less so to Filippo, although he was also out here in the early part of our, or middle of our summer. The William Vittoria team not letting those wheels go. You can just see them closing up there. There's a little steep, and then the gap back to our Absa African jerseys. Yeah, you just don't want to put yourself under too much pressure chasing through those tight turns, because one slip, when you're feeling a little bit of this kind of pressure, trying to make up time, one slip can end the race.
They're heading towards the front end. Will be on the Caveman Trails now, at the top of the Uni Park in Stellenbosch, and those are built by Conrad Stoll. So look at the gaps here. So again, this is just that evidence and the illustration of how classy the cross-country guys are. Schurter, Colombo, Brido, and here they go down the caveman trails. Conrad Stolz, the exterior, multiple exterior world champion, now trail builder. This is his handiwork, and look at the crowd
right
up there.
He just sent me a message saying he's going to be having a coffee. I think we'll call it a coffee on the side of the trail.
Absolutely. He and the kids will be loving this opportunity to see the best riders in the world. They've come down here before. In fact, last year they came down here.
Oh, this is so much fun. I mean, it's a little, as Conrad's, you know, it's a little bit of fun at the end of a very technical descent, and the guys can really open up and hopefully, you know, double up. But I must say, if you get this a little bit wrong, you can overcook one of these corners quite easily. And obviously these guys are making short work of this with their skill level. But for later in the field, I think some of the amateur riders might get a bit excited here. You find yourself a little bit overcooked on some of these double jumps, and it can be a little bit special to wash out on these.
The amount of spectators in there, that's amazing.
Isn't that so
This is
cool?
just the beginning of Stellenbosch. There will be more and more, especially at Kutzenburg up there. It's just amazing to see the support here out. Everyone is out. No one is at school today. Most likely no one at church. Everyone is out to support the riders. The Cape Epic is coming through town.
It's human rights day, Benno, and mountain biking is a human right.
It is.
We all know.
Little drag on the tar road now. They're trying to bury themselves to catch up that group there. They'll turn right into Omega Street and drop straight down and head across to the Kutzenberg road and the climb that awaits them there. And we are flicking back on the trail, and right at the front of the Aramex women's race. Well, I'm guessing they're at the front because the orange jerseys, yes, they are, because there are the top three teams on general classification plus one. Monica Calderon, the Aramex women's teams in the race here. The orange jerseys sandwiched between the Titan SC Honeycomb team and the Efficient Infinity SCB pair. So they're all intact here. Early stages of the race, really, on a marathon stage like this, a big marathon stage like this. You're all together and just managing their efforts. Both Tessa Kortekas, she's at the back there, and Monica Calderon in there. So all the major protagonists are linked together with the pace being set by Bianca Hoare on a maiden journey around the Absa Cape Epic. Her parents, Mandy and Glenn, were here just for a day and a half to come and visit and join. They've flown home today to go and, well, one of Bianca's real job is to run a wedding venue at the base of Sarnie Pass at Glencairn Farm. And whilst she's riding this, there's a wedding there this weekend.
So someone's got to pay the bills.
Mandy and Glenn have gone back to make sure that runs efficiently, and they're hoping maybe to get back here over the weekend and watch their daughter kill this one. But Mark Preen is Haley's dad. He'll be out there watching this very, very closely as well.
Yeah, I was actually at the Fairview pump track, at the Spice Roots pump track just before the finish in Paarl in Fairview yesterday, and saw Mandy and Glenn. Glenn with a big smile on his face, and as Bianca Hoare leads this class field up the mountains, I know that grin is only getting bigger and bigger. Bianca's a fantastic athlete. I mean, one of the most gifted young riders, although not as young as she was, but an absolute classy bike handler. And yeah, I think somebody who's also going to have a lot of fun on these technical descents and maybe put some of the other teams under pressure.
Wonderful to have her back in the sport now and racing at the sharp end and showing her class, and with a very, very strong partner as well in Haley Preen, the former road race champion of South Africa. Real versatile athlete. She's a show jumper, exterior athlete. She's high
fantastic
class.
Trail runner as well.
Yeah, trail runner, yeah. So yeah, wonderful team, and they are at the front of the race, enjoying themselves at the sharp end. I think that's one thing we've seen from them every day, is the enjoyment they are gaining and bringing to the race.
Absolutely. I look forward to their post-race interviews with Max Kleur on the finish line. It's a highlight for me just to hear what Bianca's going to say, and Haley also such good value and got so much time for our media teams. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, we saw Nino and Felipe Colombo in the men's race try and elbow their way at the front into some of the single track on the climb. And it looks like we've got a solid group of women together that are going to be hunting that single track and the whole shot, as they call it. The first wheel in gets to dictate the pace, gets to put other riders under pressure if they're feeling good.
Jesse Nixon is with us. Jesse, can you tell us what the vibe is like in this group, what the pace is like, what they're up to?
So at the moment, I think a lot of people are digging deep, trying to hang on to the group for as long as possible. And the conditions out here are, like, there's a little bit of everything. There's moisture on the ground, but then there's also still very, like, dusty patches here and there. And, you know, got the noise of the helicopter following us as well.
Exciting times, isn't it, with this group racing on here. Tessa Corticas and Monica Calderon, a team, just the evidence of them trying to hang on to the pace here.
Yes, definitely. I think the pace has slowed down a little bit. It's quite cool to see the Africa jersey up in the front. It's dictating the speed that we're going at right now.
Yeah, I mean, there must have been a lot of cheering for them as they went through the water point at Mirati.
Definitely. I love going to the water point action that we get to see water behind here and there and seeing the chaos.
Jesse Nixon, whose sister Isla is riding this event. That's what happens apparently when you ride the e-bike one year, then you end up racing it the next year. Jesse, do you know that? I don't know if she's still with us, but yeah, she might be racing it next year. Who knows?
Yeah, I didn't quite hear you because of the chopper.
Perhaps you wouldn't want to hear me hear all of that, Jesse, but I'm just throwing a little bait into the water there, that's all.
Jesse's a fantastic bike handler, as we can see on this e-bike, and I think she is probably somewhere in the back of her mind got an idea to pair up with someone and give this race a bit of a go. She's more than capable of taking on these technical trails.
Taken that as I'm turning this off now. I'm not going to respond to that because I could put myself into a spot of bother here. Meanwhile, up the front there, lovely pace being maintained by the Titan SE Honeycomb pair. Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen, a team just got together a week before the race when Danielle Stradom, Danielle Dutoy, she's now realized that she wasn't going to be really strong enough to complete the Absa Cape Epic at the sharp end due to picking up some illness earlier in the year, and so she vacated a seat that would have seen her ride alongside Bianca Hoare, her trade teammate, and Hayley Preen answered the call, but she doesn't have a teammate on her team, Team Honeycomb, so well, an easy match really, and they've looked a really good match.
Solid from the beginning, like nice pair coming together. Oh, here we are, Kutsenberg.
Here's the climb up Kutsenberg, a steep dirt road gravel climb, and Tristan Norkier and Marco Hubert.
Coming to the front are Absa African Leaders jerseys, and looks like they've made a little bit of a break off the top. Hard to see where the rest of the team is.
Yeah, it's a small, shortish climb that, and they decided to use that as a launch pad now as they swing around the Kutsenberg trails. They drop down and they'll run very much close to the edge of the cliff down the bottom here. If they keep going straight, they'll end up on the Stellenbosch University cricket field. But they will not do that because they'll read the corner, of course, because they are full-time pros. But they've got a little bit of a gap here.
There's the cricket field.
There's the cricket field, yep. And they will be hoping that they can build on this. But, well, they can't be faulted for effort here, have they, and trying tactics.
You've got a bag of tricks, right? And you've got to see if you're in contention, if you're on the podium, which trick am I going to pull out today? We've seen them approach their sprint finish quite differently and with a couple of different options. Now they're going for a sort of mid-race attack, and it's great to see. They must know these trails backwards, as you can see, holding speed through these washed-out sort of off-camber turns, you know, big, wide off-camber turns. You've got to know where the next turn is, otherwise this can be really, really tricky to hold the speed that these guys are doing right now.
Now the race finish and village for the grand finale and a few stages was down below them, right down here on those fields that we were looking at a short while ago. That was a year ago. So they know where they are here. They'll cross the Kutzenberg Dam wall here, which is sadly very, very empty at the moment, unfortunately. But they will be gunning it here, and they will take the King of the Mountains here of sorts.
Hotspot,
hotspot if you like,
today.
yeah.
A little bit of pocket money again. And yeah, as you can see, they got quite a bit of a lead because the climb from the other side, it's short, it's not that long, but they must have been attacking quite well. And also the descent, it's loose gravel, it's that little gravel on top, and you have to be like very, very careful. And if you're in a group and you're on the wrong line, it can knock you out quite quickly. So they got a pretty good lead through this short section, to be honest, and they will keep the pace high and try to stay away from this group as long as they can.
Benno, that looked like a sort of predetermined attack point for them. So they must have looked at that and gone, you know, right here, wide open, we'll take a little bit of a flyer, and the other team's not responding to that attack, maybe knowing that there's some single track coming and that they can close it up if they need to.
Definitely, there's not too much open roads coming anymore. Like a lot of the sections coming up now, because they start climbing up, they're gonna stay on the top of the concourse. So you're gonna go into G spot from here, you cross over to G spot, Eden. It's all up on the concourse, and it's all a lot of single track.
49 seconds the gap to this group.
Wow.
And this is part of the legacy of the World Cup here in 2018, yes. Benno. Great memories.
Yeah,
of, one of the great sporting days in South Africa.
One of the only sprints in the last decade where we actually saw Nino not getting out at front. Sam Getz was there at the time. The World Cup was just a week or two before the Cape Epic. Everyone was here in town. One of the best tracks we have seen as well. Like, that track had to offer everything. And when I was living in Somerset, and Stellenbosch was Specialized was still in Stellenbosch, the last drop, that World Cup drop, was only that was the last one for me riding into work every day.
Oh,
and it's just such a good memory. This track is
through
awesome.
the gum trees, that one with that blind drop, and you kind of, you know, if you're holding speed, you can pull it off. Yeah. So 49 seconds back, 50 seconds to this chase group of 4 teams. It looks like Mbuko Kemchamp, Tristan Nokia and Marco Joubert have played a really interesting tactical hand. Still some distance to come, and as Benno was saying, a lot of Stellenbosch's most well-known trails up ahead, including the very famous G-Spot, which I know all of these riders have ridden exhaustively.
But they're going up it.
That's right, they're going up it. So usually you see the pre-season videos of everybody coming down it, but the guys will be going up it today. It's still a fantastic trail on the way up.
They'll be going up, in fact, not the identical one that they come down on. There's a adjacent trail that runs alongside it, and they'll head up that. They'll turn left for it fairly shortly. Tristan Nokia and Marco Joubert. And the Mbuko Kemchamp, a glance over his shoulder to see where they are. So 51 seconds back to the back end of that second group. Topara Kenda, Jacob Dorigoni and Gioli Di Cosmo. Gail Geiger and Lucas Baum. Look at them coming. Yes, they're 2:10 down, but they are the 6th place team here, 36 seconds ahead of the Klimatizia Poro Stutzman combination. My word, Gail Geiger knows how to suffer. He's digging so deep, that man. He suffered earlier. We saw him off the pace early on, and look at him coming back now, joining Lucas Baum, and they are not out of contention by any stretch of the imagination for a stage win today, but it'll take an enormous effort. Across sort of midsection of the G-Spot, and look at this, Chivita, the apparel sponsor of the Absa Cape Epic. We've got their activation going there, crowds out there cheering the South Africans through. Aren't they loving it? Battle power them on for sure.
Absolutely, lots of gears, as they say. When you come through the Chivita section, everybody there with their bells cheering them on. This is a fantastic part of the course as the guys grind up and make their way towards the back of the Eden trails.
This is the ascent up the G-Spot. The main line is on the right-hand side there. G-Spot built by wonderful Mark Gordon. Hello, you've done a great job, and now you're exhausted. And Mark Gordon, always around there in the building months in winter, you'll find him there patching and fixing and maybe finding a different line here or building another little jump. with his headphones on. He's a skateboarder of the highest order, Mark.
Headphones on, no shirt on.
No shirt on.
That's
yeah.
him.
I bumped
You
into
can
him
spot
last
him.
week, in fact, on these trails, and that's exactly what I found.
I love the fact that some of the most famous trails in the country are actually not built by a mountain biker,
Yes.
but a skateboarder.
Yeah.
And the only rule at the G-spot is please don't touch my trails. I'll build them all day long,
Yeah.
but I don't want any help.
Wow, look at the vibe there. They'll be loving that, the spectators and the riders. So cool. Axel Rudiel Kortena on the back here with this group of pursuers of that breakaway from Ibuko Kemcha. Marco Hubert, Tristan Norkier made the assault for that little hot spot as well. I think that was a benefit of that move, but you feel that they have bigger fish to fry today. It's a long way out.
Axel from Bulls Mavericks hanging in there. We saw evidence of a crash. He's got a bit of blood on his elbow and on his knee. And to still be in this lead chase group as they chase the African Absa jerseys of Marco Joubert and Tristan Norkier, to still be hanging tough here, right at the back. We saw him yo-yoing a little bit earlier, but you can see he's still on it. He's not holding much more than a couple of seconds off the back wheel of that group.
Tristan Norkier is super strong. Marco, yeah, he's equally strong, but you just feel the combination. He's just a little bit off the peak condition of Tristan.
Marco glancing over his shoulder there to see how much of this gap they've made stick. It'll be difficult to spot the team through the sort of low scrub of this G-spot area, but you might catch just a couple of helmets in the trail behind you, and Marco just seeing, you know, what have we done, what damage have we done, who's still with us. And the guy's now heading up to the top contour, and they'll move on over to the Eden Trail shortly.
And up they'll go to the very top of the G-spot trail. This is the up section. You can see the down trails on the left-hand side. So cool. Again, these are all part of the massive trail network that is available to riders in the Stellenbosch area. The Winelands regional permit, you can get that, and it'll take you from Elgin-Gerbo's, Somerset West, the Helderberg Farm, Stellenbosch, of course, Paarl, Wellington, Franschhoek, Barnard Valley, of course, Jonkershoek, will get you access into there, Bottleray, and of course Marati and Siemensburg Conservancy. So those are all areas you can access with one pass, and really worthwhile, because you have a look at these trails. These are the best riders in the world getting to experience them. A couple more switchbacks, and they'll find the top of the trail, a little fire road to the right, and heading through Eden Forest very shortly. 28 Ks to go on the Queen stage of the Absa Cape Epic in 2025. It's living up to its billing, and isn't it building up to an enthralling challenge, a dice up that last climb to the neck as they turn right now off the climb out of G-spot.
Just got a little update from Vincent Durand, a legendary soigneur from the Bulls team, and the team manager. He's just informs me that Axel's nickname is the French Tank, and Vincent mentions that he will be just fine. He knows how to suffer.
That's right. He's suffering now is the French Tank. He was on each sleeve. You can just catch the glimpse of the tricolour colours, the French national champions colours, former champion, of course. Tristan Norkier and Marco Hubert, have they, well, they look over their shoulders. Have they gone too early? Well, wait and see, because this is a drama that's unfolding beautifully on the slopes of Stellenbosch Mountain.
As we pan back here, we might get a clear shot of just what kind of a gap they've put in. They're still holding a really, really nice gap back to this chase group, which contains our yellow jersey wearers, as well as, I think, is it two other teams, Bulls Mavericks and
Torpedo.
The Torpedo team,
yeah,
alongside William Vittoria and the SRAM guys.
Yeah, that's actually, I think they're able to extend the lead. The speed between the two groups seems like the front is moving fast.
Another climb complete today, and up the road, the red jerseys of Marco Joubert and Tristan Norkier hammering along, having made the break up through the Kutsenberg climb, and trying to get through to the base of the last climb with a handy lead. They know they need a big lead to get over the top of that neck to hold off the rampaging yellow jerseys and Willie Vittoria, the cross-country stars. These two marathon stars are doing everything in their power to wrest a victory here for South Africa and their team, Ibuko Kemcham. The chase group, when last we checked, was 49 seconds back. It might have expanded out to about a minute, if not more now. A little steep pitch here as they drop. This is in the Eden Forest. There are trails that come down through, bisect this road. Beautiful trails, again, easily accessible if you do it the right way via the various permits, and you can come and pick up an opportunity to ride there. So we are now with our Aramex women's group. 4 teams in this: the red jerseys, Titan SE Honeycomb, then the race leaders in the orange is Toyota Specialized, Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, and the Cannondale ISB Monica Calderon and Tessa Corticas. They might be on the Idas Valley trails at the moment.
Yeah, they should be very close to the pro feed zone again at the second one, 55 kilometers into, so they're probably like a kilometer away from them. And that should be the next split town that we're going to get.
And then they'll head up into the Botmas Kop climb and then get into that single track that we saw the dice for in the men's race. And that'll, I think, will be very exciting. This team, this group probably will be whittled away a little bit in the next couple of kilometers as the gradient increases, and then as we get that very high-speed descent down into the back of Stellenbosch.
Haley Preen now on the front for Titan SE Honeycomb. Bianca Hoare done a lot of the early heavy lifting for that team. Yeah, snaking around the Idas Valley. They'll get to that tech zone on the banks of the dam, and then they'll go around onto the tar road that is the old Helshuter Pass. Short little section of trail here that just takes a shortcut back onto the fire road just above them there.
Gerald, I mean, you know these trails backwards. You ride them a lot yourself. The home ground advantage for both Haley and Bianca Hall from the Titan Racing Honeycomb team, and for Marco Joubert and Tristan Norkier. Do you think that's playing into their hands? We see both of our Africa leaders jerseys wearing the jerseys with pride and racing out front, or do you think it's just because they're coming to Stellenbosch, then everyone's going to be cheering?
Yeah, I think yes and no. I think the top riders know these trails so well, and we know how much time they spend out here. Perhaps less so. I mean, I know Haley, and at least Bianca particularly, hasn't ridden a great deal out here. Yeah, we're back end of that lead group here, and yeah, all these, well, a lot of these pro riders will be very familiar with the trails they're riding here. I think the motivation for the African teams, the South African pair of Bianca Hoare and Haley Preen, and likewise Marco Joubert and Tristan Norkier, is very much trying to, well, take a stage win, and if they can, nip back some time on the overall leaders. But a stage win today, and they are riding through a mountain bike central, if you like, in South Africa, Stellenbosch here, and there'll be huge crowds supporting them. We've already seen at the base of the doctor the people gathering there, waiting and watching the riders come through there, and we saw Marco and Tristan get a huge cheer from the crowd there, and I think Bianca and Haley here will get a similar amount of support.
Mind you, Anneke Langval is a very popular character in the Stellenbosch mountain biking community as they swing around on these open gravel roads. Anneke getting fantastic support whenever she's in Stellenbosch, and knowing obviously these trails almost as well as anyone.
Onto the wall of the Idas Valley Dam. There are 2 dams back to back here, and you can see Theresa Ralph holding out a bottle there for Vera Losser, handing it over. Quick bottles taken. And Annika takes a big sip and will drop the bottle. It will be picked up. Haley drops the bottle into a bottle cage, and she's now on the back of the group. They'll head it away from this turn left onto the tar road, as we saw the men do on that Hellswifter Pass climb. And that essentially is the start that'll bring them out ultimately at the top of the Doctor Trail. So it's a long drag, this.
Yeah, could be interesting to see if Sophia is going to move to the front at some stage going up that climb. They know how long the Doctor is. Could be one of the sections where Annika could lose a little bit of time, considering, yeah, she is definitely riding a little bit more concerned, maybe not taking too much risk. So as a team, you probably get your rider to the front, slow down that pace a little bit, knowing that, yeah, maybe that is something that will benefit the team in the overall.
Bianca looks like she's lifting the pace as well to match Sophia coming onto her wheel. I think Haley's, yeah, there she comes. She slowed up a little bit through that water point. Maybe she had a little bit of a fumble with her bottle handover, but she's definitely back on track, and it's great to see this African team firing.
Yeah, Bianca spent a little while at Stellenbosch and Stellenbosch University, but in those days, not, you know, a lot of these trails weren't there. That's how recent and how accelerated the build has been with this. It's been fantastic. Now we're back with our men's race, and the Julia Victoria, Scott SRAM, Bulls Mavericks and Topado having to make an effort every time there's just a little bit of pace up front, and they are having to dig deep and drag through. They're going across what is a shooting range area. There's a shooting range on the left-hand side here. They'll enter the trails,
and this is our chase group.
Yeah,
we've got two Absa African jersey wearers in Marco Yobert and Tristan Nokia. We think about a minute, maybe a little bit more up the trail. They made an attack just before Kutsenberg, and it stuck, and they have leveraged that gap out. Here they are. We'll get a split for you shortly, and then see what kind of damage they've managed to put into that chase group.
Yeah, Dornier is the next water point, and that's down the bottom of this descent, and these two are hammering along here. They've got a little lovely trail to look forward to just at the end of this, where that forest begins there, section that they will fly down with plenty of switchbacks, quite steep banked switchbacks, called the Gutted Baboon.
Yeah,
and they're heading towards it now.
Yeah, I think they extended their lead. This is the top of Montmarie as well. Looking at where the others were, they're looking good. It looks like they were actually able to extend the lead a little bit. Next time split is only coming up at water point number 3, Dornier. We're not too far away anymore, but that will give us a better indication where they're sitting.
So if you are down at Dornier, get ready to welcome these two riders. If you're making your way there, get there quickly, because Marco Yobert and Tristan Nokia are getting there in a hurry. They are leading the Queen stage of the Absa Cape Epic in 2025, trying to bring home a stage victory, a much prized and sought after stage victory, and that is the top of the neck.
In the clouds.
In the clouds.
Everybody in the commentary box just did a big sigh. That is a climb.
That's where they
looms on the horizon before the descent into Lawrenceburg.
It could easily be that you have rain on the other side of that mountain. It's completely different climate on the other side of that mountain. Could be interesting to see if there is any rain towards the end of the stage, or if it stays dry all the way through.
Back end of the chase group in the men's race here, and Topado just hanging on the back here with the Bulls Mavericks and Willia and the yellow jerseys as well. Take your call, please, Stefan. So yeah, they're dropping down there. They'll go up and do another section called Element, and then it'll be down into the water point at Dornier, which has been at water point many times, the Absa Cape Epic in recent years, and a great crowd and a great vibe there. Bit of a break here, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like there might be a gap between
there
our
is.
Scott SRAM MTB Racing team and Willia Victoria, maybe managing to get away from the Bulls Mavericks and the Topado Kenta team.
Yeah, this is where they will thrive. Rido, Avendetto, Schurter and Colombo on these trails.
Yeah, they're probably realizing there's a bit of technical terrain up ahead. They can maybe make a little bit of a dent on the lead from Marco Joubert and Tristan Norkier, who are out front from our Imbuka Chemchamp team and wearing the African leaders jerseys. We think the gap is close to a minute. We will find out shortly. Benno just said he thinks it might be 2.
We'll see now.
There we go.
I'd like to be wrong.
Me too.
I've got a little bit of bias here. I love watching these boys race, and Tristan looks like he's in such fantastic form, and it's so good to see them out here on the Queen stage, leading on such an iconic day as well, where you've got over 3,000, well, not quite 3,000 meters of climbing, but a 98-kilometer route. This is a very, very testing one, and just the crowds on the side. So it's a public holiday in South Africa, which means that everybody's bought, and it's school holidays. So,
absolutely, yeah.
Everybody's out here. If you're not on the side of the trail watching the Cape Epic, where are you?
Yeah, they're heading a little switchback climb to a section called Element, which is another wonderful, fast-flowing single track down to the base of that kind. That dog got a little bit excited. And look at the crowd. So cool. They will be giving Marco Joubert and Tristan Norkier such encouragement and such a boost for the South Africans as they try and keep that gap. The big challenge awaits. 23 Ks to go, but in between here and that finish at Lawrenceford remains the biggest climb of the entire race, the toughest climb of the race, and that is the climb up to the neck and into the Helderberg Bowl and the finish. And then off there's plenty of trail as well. So they realize they're going to have a very good cushion there to stave off and hold off the rampaging cross-country guys down those trails. Not that there are any slouches on the trails, these two, but as we saw coming down the Doctor, we could see the damage done by Schurter and Brido and Avendetto.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, trying to make their local knowledge count. I think on an open climb, there's not much advantage to knowing the trails. It's a little advantage to knowing the length of the climb and maybe the terrain and the sort of riding surface, but really an open climb like that is the same for everyone, whereas these trails, if you know them and if you do have an advantage, you can definitely make it pay in your favor.
So there is the split. So that's the two leading teams in the general classifications, separated by 42 seconds at the start of the day and still not separated on the trail here. And they have left behind the Bulls, Mavericks and Torpedo as well. So they have got away. And that gap maybe is coming down a little to Marco Joubert and Tristan Norkier. We'll get that very, very shortly. Drop down to Montbury, sweep through Challenor, and then on to Dornier. Schneller, Axel, Rudolf, Kortenet, Origoni, and de Cosmo. Now, here we should pick them up. Eye in the Sky, piloted by Mr. Lutgersen, and with a camera in the hands of the richly experienced. There are very few more experienced men in the helicopter than Mark Leroux, who brings you these images and has been doing so for 21 years on this event and another 45, 50 years before then. So he knows what he's doing out there. Should be in there. There they are. So Norkier and Joubert. And just thinking back, the yellow jersey should be coming down Element now. Yeah, maybe a minute, maybe 70 seconds at that at best.
We'll have an official split at Dornier.
Yep.
And then we will get to see where there are studio sweepstakes, who's ahead.
There's the start of the Element Trail here. On board with Stefan Sam. Enjoy this trail. Wonderful opportunity to be on board with these stellar riders. You see, big A-line for Stefan.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt. Stefan knows the bike can handle it, and he can definitely handle it.
Montbury is the wine estate they're flying through here, and it is Tristan Norkier and Marco Joubert cheered along by the locals here. Wonderful to see. They'll cross the little pathway and head towards Challenor. Challenor, wonderful olives and citrus as well. And they are amongst many great landowners here, happy and willing to allow the trails to pass through their lands. And these are trails you can ride with the permit, and they are loved and cherished by the mountain bikers of Stellenbosch and the Western Cape. What's there not to like about that? Absolutely amazing trails. Young and old out there watching the Absa Cape Epic firsthand. It is an iconic South African sporting event, and very few of these level of events in sport can you get this close to the top athletes.
Absolutely. One of the beauties of the Absa Cape Epic is, you know, you're really shoulder to shoulder, both as an amateur rider, but also as a spectator. You can get really close to some of the most legendary athletes in our game. And it's a pro-am of sorts, and it's very unusual. And you know, when you're in a World Cup, for example, it's much harder to sort of try and find a Nino Schurter, Luca Brido, and sort of get a handshake or a jersey signed. Whereas here, the riders are very accessible, and you know, yeah, and it's fantastic also to see how quickly they can make their way through the trails that we all know and love, and have timed ourselves down, and then we see. We're not anywhere near this kind of pace.
Yeah, I think the gap is now a minute and a half between the two teams. Looking at where they were before, now the helicopter footage, somewhere there. So they have a little bit of a gap in front.
Well, yesterday was an interesting comment from Nino Schurter when asked about, you know, Max was talking about how, you know, Marco and Tristan went, and he said, well, Nino said, we're not too worried about them. Our focus is the GC and these two. So the Willie Vittoria pair here. At some stage, do they say, okay, let them go? Not that they consciously say that, but just sort of, are we going to put in the effort to get there?
I think Nino, spending so much time here in South Africa, he would love to see a South African team winning this stage. He's not going to give it.
Not going to give it to them.
But their big thing is to bring the yellow jersey home right now. So if the Villiers team is going to close the gap, perfect. They're going to stay on them. But I don't think Nino is going to chase it down. He's going to sit in this group. They're going to keep it nicely under control and give the opportunity to the South African team to maybe get it away or get away with it. But I don't think they would chase down the team.
Slight miscalculation by Vendetta, just drifting off the line there, no problem at all. Another beautifully built bridge here, absolutely incredible. All part of this trail network that has been constructed. And as I say, it's difficult to list all the trail builders around this part of the world who ensure that these trails are maintained and prepared in the most fantastic way.
This is our third group on the trails, with Stefan Sam following the Pools Mavericks and the Torpada Kenda team. There's a gap then up the road to Nino Schurter and our Willie Vittoria team.
Now, this is an interesting shot because the orange jerseys are there. So are Vera Loss and Alexis Skada, and one of Monica Calderon and Tessa Corticas. Where are the red jerseys? And they're both there now. They're the red jerseys, and I think they are behind. This is with Jesse Nixon. So the red jerseys have fallen off. The efforts of Hayley Preen and Bianca Hoff come back to bite them now on the climb up towards the doctor here. As they hit the single track climb, it is the orange jerseys at a critical phase in the day. Again, we've seen them do it. They've done it for 5 days already, and they are slowly but surely taking a stranglehold on the stage.
Absolutely. I think they also know that where this trail tightens up is where you can definitely control the race. If you can get into the single track first, even if you want to ease off slightly, you can get in first and you can bring the race back to your own pace. When it's on an open climb like that, you really have to sort of fight for position.
So on board with Jesse Nixon here as we track behind Bianca Hall and Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez via Fun now on the front of the race with Alexis Skada and Vera Lossa And Monica Calderon and Tessa Corticas are really on a good day today. They're going very impressively. So going back to, just to reflect on that men's race, the water point at Dornier has come and gone for the lead teams. 1 minute and 24, Benno on his game. Eh?
We're on it, almost 1.5 minutes, and they need that little buffer going into the last huge climb off the stage. So it's going to be very interesting to see how quickly the chasing group is going to close the gap. I'm pretty sure they're going to get very close together at the top. Like 1.5 minutes is not enough on that long climb to be safe.
Yeah, I was about to say that's probably not enough, is it, to secure yourself. The only time you know you secure is when you cross the finish line, but to give yourself a real hope of taking a stage win. So they've left the Dornier, the leaders, and this is the chase group, Willia and Scottstram MTB, confirmation of that gap. So the general classification fight really is on here. Imbuko can benefit by a couple of minutes if it stayed that way, but it's about these two. They're 9 minutes behind the Willia Vittoria on general classification, Tristan and Marco. So that's a huge ask. But they're going to have to focus on trying to build that lead out from 124. A bit more needed, if you feel, up this big climb to come.
Yeah, I think Willia Vittoria have got racing to do. They want to try and make some kind of impact on Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo's lead. It's not very big at this stage. It's under a minute overall. And on the GC, they can make the racing now. If they can pull back Tristan and Marco Hubert from the Mbuka ChemChamp team, they will. But they'll do that in trying to get time out of Nino and Filippo.
Yeah. Their main motivation is, of course, the general classification. And a consequence of their fight, and for that will be to the detriment of the red jerseys, Mbuka ChemChamp. Steady tempo at the moment on this tar road. They'll leave that very shortly, and there is the little gap in the cloud at the top of the mountain. That is where they're going. That is the neck. That is the enormity of the task that awaits not just these elite top professional riders. Remember the thousands behind, hundreds and hundreds behind, looking at this day, and with some degree of trepidation for many, it is a huge task. Just an easing of the no real urgency there. They know that their time will come. The road is going to tilt upwards, and that's when the serious efforts will be required.
Yeah, Filippo Colombo hand off the bars, sort of stretching out, adjusting his helmet. He knows when the ramp comes, there'll be no opportunity to do that. I think the pace will probably climb, and we'll see our team from Willia Vittoria try and grind out and put these guys under a bit of pressure. It's not going to be easy to do. You've got very, very classy riders on their wheel, and this is where the fight for the yellow jersey is, and they're not going to hold any punches up this climb.
Well, the Queen stage often designed with this sort of racing in mind to determine, to create a race between the top teams on general classification, and that's what's happening here. With the added bonus of having a team up the road chasing the stage victory, also in the mix in third place. So it really is planning out and playing out beautifully here. The battle for supremacy on this Queen stage.
Yeah, very different to road racing. Like a mountain bike, the race is on from the beginning. Like even on such a long stage, you would think they're going to stay together, but they're not. And yeah, the race is really on from the beginning on.
Dropping into the doctor is Anneke Langveld first, and then Sofia Gomez-Viefan, followed by Skada and Losa on the trail here. So they are into the Toyota Tough section in those forests, of making their way down. And you can probably bet that Anneke Langveld will be just a little bit on the conservative side here. She's had her issues. She had a nasty fall a couple of days ago, nursing some bruises and pain from that, but nothing more serious as Haley Preen and Bianca Hoare drop into the trail.
Yeah, that could be a section where they can make up time again. If Annika is at the front, she will take it more conservative. If they really pedal to the metal, risk it for the biscuit, they may gonna make some time on the front group and regroup again going through Stellenbosch. Yeah, Team Specialized, Toyota Specialized, they're in the perfect position now. They're controlling the race right at the front.
Controlling the race at the front of the men's race is Team Imbuco Chemchamp. Imbuco Chemchamp in the form of Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert. Nokia on the front, Hubert following his wheel as they get to grips with the lower slopes of the neck climb. Slowly but surely they'll ride through the vineyards and the farmlands, and once they leave the vineyards they'll be away. But Trooper Baboons, resident in this part of the world, they've come down to watch as well.
I don't think they like the helicopter, but maybe they're racing to the side of the track to see our African champions come through.
Absolutely.
Everyone is coming out to cheer
Everyone's
them on.
out
Everyone,
there,
including
in fact,
the baboons.
They've gone in there to watch Tristan and Marco ride through the forest. Yeah, so this is the a key moment in this entire week's racing is right now as they start the climb of this brutal neck ascent up to the top. I think they're on the Simonzicht trails now. These slopes are very, very, very steep.
It's over a 500-meter vertical ascent in around 10 kilometers, which on a mountain bike trail is torturous. There's nowhere to let up at all on this climb. And you obviously, when you're battling that kind of gradient, you want to make sure that you're keeping traction, getting over the back wheel a little bit so that you can get as much power down through the pedals and into the back wheel. And you know, keeping that kind of concentration on the climb also takes a bit out of you.
And I hope the battery management of Stefan Sam is on point as well. As following those guys up that climb, you don't want to run out of energy, that's for sure.
Don't want to be pushing an e-bike up there.
Nope.
No, that would be not a happy Stefan as he comes home after that day, that's for sure.
It looks like our chase group of Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, as well as Luca Breider and Simone Avendetta, has closed the gap a little bit. We don't have an exact split, but it did look like that 1 minute and 24 seconds has come down slightly as our boys from Imbuco Chemchamp head up onto the climb. Tristan Nokia glancing over his shoulder, he probably knows that the guys are coming. The chopper is often a giveaway. When the chopper moves between the first group and then back to a chase group, you can tell exactly how close they are, and they'll be mindful of their chasing the chase group, because those guys have got some firepower.
On the low mid-section, if you like, of the Doctor Trail, and we're behind the Titan Racing SE Honeycomb pair, Bianca Hoare and Haley Preen, who are in third now on the trails, and third on general classification up the road or down the trail. Anneke Langveld and Sofia Gomez-Viafan and Alexis Skada and her partner Vera Lossa. Actually, there's the fourth. Thanks, Nick. The Monica Calderon and Tessa Corticas are in that lead group as well. But perhaps this pair might be clawing back a little bit of that time they lost on the climb, but you've got to be careful, got to be conservative if you're not totally familiar with these trails. As we saw with Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, they used this trail to open a lead. Well, this is the hardest part of today's ride. I mean, in the first 30-odd Ks, they climbed 1,000 meters. And the next 20 from 40 to 60, 815. From 70 to 85, they're climbing 800 meters. So very, very tough climb indeed. And Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert are at the forefront at the moment of this fight on the neck with the yellow jerseys and their general classification rivals. behind them, but slowly but surely inching a little bit closer. That gap is coming down. 1 minute and 24 at the base of the climb at the Dornier water point. It is going to be a fascinating battle. You feel they'll need more than that once they get to the summit. Well, Nokia and Hubert to stave off and hold off the rampaging yellow jerseys and the other general classification pursuers, Willia Victoria. There they come.
Yeah, they did make up some time now. They know what's on the table. Really are chasing very, very hard.
You can see them climbing out of the saddle in the background there. Tristan Nokia, I think, looking strong, but needing to manage this effort. He doesn't want to dislodge Marco Joubert as he's climbing up here. I think Tristan's been definitely the pick of the two today in terms of his strength and how he's feeling. But it's not a one-man race. This is about getting your partner up to the top of the neck and over with something in the tank to either throw down on the line or certainly to get through to the finish line in Lawrenceford. There's still a lot to play for. There's still a lot of racing ahead. We're only 16 k's from the finish line, but as you can see, these teams are probably going to come together on this climb, and then there's going to be some interesting tactics again from all three of them to try and get a little bit of time on everyone else.
Well, Willia Victoria looking for 42 seconds or anything they can get back today on the yellow jerseys. They've got 3 stage wins already, Vibrato and Avendetto, and their maiden Absa Cape Epic, and on this unbelievably steep ascent here. Colombo out of the saddle as he digs in, and a little bit of a gap now opening up. Marco Joubert's in distress at the back here. He's taking strain. Tristan Nokia has gone up, and likewise with Willia Victoria here. They are looking to eke out something on Schurter and Colombo. What a fight here.
Absolutely. It looks like they might be trying to do similar to what Tristan and Marco did earlier in the day on Buko Kemchamp team, who took a little bit of a flyer on a much shorter climb to try and put a bit of a gap in. But there's no getting away from Felipe Colombo and Schurter. Even if one of you is feeling strong, the other two putting a very managed effort in as the two teams ride sort of side by side there.
What a battle on the mountain here, Benno. This is
incredible.
what we love about the Absa Cape Epic.
And Nino half-wheeling, just making sure they're not getting by, maybe putting more and more pressure on it, maybe tiring them out.
Past master, isn't he, Nino? Playing with the mind there. You think you can get away? Just, I'm here. And every effort you make to try and drop him, he's not going anywhere. Through Roosendaal in Stellenbosch, this is the leading quartet of riders, 2 teams in the women's race. Toyota Specialized and the Efficient Infinity SCB team, and then down completed the Caveman Trails. That was Bianca Hall and Hayley Preen. Looking so relaxed, so comfortable.
Super chill. Just a little coffee ride through the back of Stellenbosch on a public holiday. But it does look like they've unhitched the Cannondale team, who were sitting in 3rd as they came down the Doctor. It might be interesting to see if Hayley Preen and Bianca Hall team up with them and try and make up the gap that's opened up here between the leading 2 women's teams.
Turn right, left will take you up to the beautiful Jonkershoek Nature Reserve and Trails. Another left here, and they will cross the Eerste River down the bottom of this road and then head up onto the Kutzenberg Fire Roads and Trails, which is where, as we said earlier, Tristan Nokia and Marco Joubert made their move on that drag. They've got a hot spot coming on the dam wall as well. So a race for that still to come. Just check over a shoulder, everyone intact. Opportunity just to roll for a little while. Not too many of those for this during this week.
Yeah, I think the class of these 2 teams, again, I mean, I've said it a few times, but it's clearly emerging towards the latter stages of the stages where, Annika Langval and Sofia Gomez Villafana are clearly in the ascendancy. They're feeling strong. They've, kind of to date worked out these 2, but Vera Losa and Alexis Skada you know, there's lots of fight left in these two riders.
They are so tough.
Oh, there's an idea of how steep that is.
15 Ks to go. They're on the neck climb here. And Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert, they bulleted away in Kutsenberg, took the hotspot prize, but they don't want that. They want the big prize today, a stage win on the Absa Cape Epic. That is their goal today. The bonus would be some extra time earned on general classification, but look at Vilja Victoria and Scottstram MTB. That gap is coming down, not rapidly because this is such a steep climb, but it is coming down pedal stroke by pedal stroke.
Yeah, the front wheel searching for a line there when you're at this kind of gradient. You can see Marco Hubert's wheel sort of flip-flopping as he tries to get the power down and get up over some of this dusty, rocky sections. The guys will have the summit in sight and just praying that they can hold some kind of a lead over the top, but it looks like the catch might be made on the mountain as they work their way up to the summit.
You can see these trails have been cleared of late just to create it's a trail that is not accessible at any other time, so it is open specifically for the Absa Cape Epic, and Hubert is going to be hunted down and caught shortly by that group. So their bold effort at Kutsenberg a while ago, maybe ambitious, well, may still work, who knows, but they're hanging in as the yellow jersey fight rages behind them.
Just amazing trails beneath them, and vineyards as far as the eye can see under this blanket of cloud as the guys head up the neck and then are getting to sort of, well, leaving Stellenbosch and making their way into Somerset West.
Good journey it is, yeah. The neck is the lowest part of this sort of Helderberg range there. You saw earlier there was a little bit of a gap in the clouds for them to get through there. Our helicopters might find it difficult to get into the Helderberg Basin, so we'll bring you this coverage on bike coverage and static cameras. But this is, well, not going to be a good situation for Tristan Nokia because he is way up ahead and his partner is suffering behind him.
I think the chasing group has caught Marco Hubert, Tristan Nokia just powering on ahead. I think if Marco can attach himself to this group, it's not all lost. You know, he can probably recover a little bit at this, you know, on the last wheel here, although it does look like the Vilja Victoria team are setting a cracking pace.
Yeah, they will sense an opportunity here, and they won't offer him any biscuits to chew on there. They will just try and drop him completely, bring Tristan Nokia to heel, and then get to the top and fight it out on the trails. The drop into Lawrenceford is pretty much all downhill. One or two little kickers, but really it's and a lot of trails there to explore.
Yeah, they're probably another kilometer away from the very, very top of this climb. Once you're at the top, it's pretty much everything downhill. So the race will be decided on this climb. If you can get a gap on someone, you try to get it on this climb. It's going to be hard to overtake on the other side, and most likely those are the three that fight for the podium. The gaps behind, it's going to be hard for anyone to make much more time on those groups, and therefore, yeah, it's all on the plate right now. It's between those three teams today.
Yeah, Marco Hubert being caught and passed by our European contingent, and the African team now split with Tristan Nokia out front, still powering up ahead, and Marco dropping back, and now a couple of bike lengths, maybe as much as 10 bike lengths back from this group of Scott Schramm and Vilja Victoria.
Oh, it is such a brutal climb. They're straight up the mountain. We had one little switchback, and this has gone, you know, steeping up to that neck summit. Unbelievable. Nokia, though, what a climb he's put in here.
Nokia is just showing everybody that he's still got it. whether or not he wants to get over the summit with too much of a gap to him and Marco. It'd be good to look over his shoulder every now and again and just see how much distance he's got. But at the same time, if he can ease up over the top and make a connection with Marco again, and then the two of them can chase back on, that's maybe not such a bad way to look at the summit.
There's the visual illustration of the suffering of Marco Hubert, and well, all these riders suffering, but at different degrees. And Tristan Nook here out the saddle, digging deep, as he is also being hunted down by the yellow jersey group.
Yeah, this is probably going to be one of the sections where the back marker is going to be walking up for a little while. If those guys go that slow up the hill, you can imagine how much it will take from the back markers here. They have smaller chain rings on for today, and they're all the way up on their cassette on the back. So they're most likely down to a 36, the pros. I don't think many are racing 38 chain rings at a stage like this. And even those guys, they're all the way up in their granny gear now.
That gap's big.
Yeah, Marco's been chewed up and spat out the back while Tristan continues to race ahead. And
that's a sorry, Nick. Just so there's a water point at the top and a checkpoint at the top.
There's a USN.
Yeah.
Hydro station still coming up. It's not an official water or feed zone for the pro teams, but there's another time split coming up.
Yeah, that's
right there at the top, and that they need to make sure that they are within those 2 minutes again.
Tristan will be aware of that, I'm sure, and the yellow jersey's closing up on his back now.
Yeah, it might look like to the naked eye that that's only a couple of 100 meters, and you're not in danger of that 2-minute gap, but if you don't keep an eye on your partner over your shoulder, that gap can grow pretty quickly, and it can take a long time to close a 100-200 meter gap on.
So women's race sees Sofia Gomez Villafan and Annika Langville surge through that, and they have made the break and used the Kutsenberg trails or the Kutsenberg Fire Road as an opportunity.
Similar to how we saw the men's race unfold there. They clearly saw that those open gravel roads, if you pinned and holding the line really well, hitting the apex, using some of that speed out onto the wide corners on those off-camber sort of gravel roads, you can get away from slightly more cautious corners. And it looks like that's exactly what's happened here with the Specialized Toyota team. Great to see them put in a little bit of a dig. It's not a massive gap, but heading into some technical trails that they are masters of as well. I think they'll be quite happy with that separation.
Yeah, it's only a 30 seconds gap between the two of them. But yeah, it shows again, Specialized Toyota team is on point. They push when they can. They're not waiting around, and they're getting into water point number 3, yes, on the way to Dornier.
Yep, on the way to Dornier, just bridging across the trails at Kutsenberg. 4th place over their hotspot, Bianca Hall and Hayley Preen of Titan SC Honeycomb, and well, a brave ride by this pair, and their first ride together at the Absa Cape Epic, and the first ever Cape Epic for Bianca Hall. Well, we're 3 hours and 37 minutes into the race. It's going to be a very hard, long race if you consider that time still to come. 1:16 down our Titan Racing SC Honeycomb. And Toyota Specialized with half a minute, just there and thereabouts, over Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM.
Yeah, it's good to see the Cannondale ISP Sport team in the mix again today. They've sort of been adrift in 4th over the last couple of days, but they've clearly managed their effort in the heat quite well. They've recovered, it seems, and maybe they also enjoy a little bit of cooler temperatures, and they can let their preparation for the Cape Epic show on a day like today. I mean, on those earlier days, sometimes all the hardest work you can do when you come out and you're hit by that wall of African heat, you know, all the tactics go out the window and it's just survival. And then you you know, on a day like today, where the temperatures on recover a little bit, your body can recover. You can actually put down a day's racing that you're capable of and that you've been working towards.
So Bianca Hall and Hayley Preen. Perhaps Bianca just starting to feel the effects of the consecutive days of intense racing, the big marathon stages. She's like Annika Langveld here, but doesn't have that deep years and years and years of racing at this level. Bianca, you know, first epic, but also her first really big. Well, she's done the Tankwa Trek, of course, a couple of years, the last year and this year. So, but it's a different thing.
Yeah, about the only thing you got is heat, but then you know, the Tankwa Trek is a 4-day race, and we're into the sixth day here. Sorry, the 5th stage and the 6th day, and already for riders who aren't used to 8 days of stage racing, this is no man's land. This is trying to figure out what your body's telling you when it's under, you know, 6 days of racing pressure, 6 days of fatigue, 6 days of dust. All of that stuff is cumulative, and quite often right now you're feeling sensations on the bike that you aren't used to, you're not familiar with. You know, how do you get up in the morning and get back out on the bike and push the power with such tired legs?
And this is where that combination, a new team together, the communication, the understanding between each other will be key to their success, just to make sure that each knows how the other's feeling and how they are getting on, and make sure that you make your voice heard, and also just inquiring all the time.
One of the hardest things to do on the bike is actually to let your partner know that you're not feeling great, because you don't want to let them down, you don't want to back off, you don't want to lose the group that you're with, and it's easy to say I'm feeling good. It's really, really hard to say I'm actually not feeling great. Let's back off, let's see if we can recover, and if my legs come back, maybe we can chase down towards the end of the stage. But you know, saying to your partner, this isn't working for me at this pace right now, is a really challenging thing to do under race conditions.
Through the Chivita zone now they go at the base of the G-spot climb, and Sophia just encouraging the cheering. They really are very, very good spirits at the moment, aren't they? She's urging on the crowds, and they're urging them on. Fantastic. Onto the trail now, climbing. Behind them, Skada and Losse. And Calderon and Kortikas, and Preen and Hall.
Yeah, those Chia Vito here sections where all the crowds come together in a line and, you know, cheering you on, tapping you on the back, and yeah, getting really excited. It does give riders such a lot of energy. So if you can get to the trail side and if you can shout for your riders, especially by name, their names are all written on the numbers on the back of their jerseys. I can say with a lot of experience that is a fantastic way to stay motivated.
Just caught a glimpse of second place Willie Vittoria, then first place Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, and this is the third team on the road at the moment. Went into the climb in the lead with over a minute's lead, and it's been evaporated. It's been cleaned up by the brilliance and the power and the skill of Nino Schurter, Filippo Colombo, Brido and Avendetto, and they are on the other side of the mountain now and heading down towards Lawrenceford. You know, this is your playground.
This is my playground. They must be so happy to have that climb behind them and rolling down to the finish. Awesome single tracks on this section as well. But as you can see, the cloud is hanging right in there. There's no more sun. Luckily dry, no rain there, so that makes it much more enjoyable going down there. But yeah, they on the way home, all downhill from here, and they just need to be safe on the trails, no mechanicals, and yeah, it's incredible how they sucked up that lead, and now it's all down to the two cross-country teams there at the front again.
Yeah, I saw Tristan climbing alone. I hope that doesn't mean that Marco's you know, too far adrift. I know Marco was suffering a little bit on that climb, but to be honest, it's not that unexpected. It is relentless, and it's you know, if you're not feeling as strong as your partner up there, it can be really, really challenging to keep on his wheel. I know Tristan's a fantastic partner to ride with, so Tristan will be well aware of how his partner's feeling and, you know, slow down or drop back, and it's trying to get that combination right. Women are heading into the just after the G spot. Yeah, sorry.
They're on the G spot climb. Yeah, going up towards the top of that and then across to Eden. So you've got the sense that Sophia and Annika very comfortable. They've worked so efficiently together all week, smooth, and the communication's been spot on. It's a combination that they talked about some years ago, but it just never really worked out. Sophia came and won the race with Hayley Batten whilst Annika was commentating on them, and here they are racing together.
Yeah, fantastic to see. I mean, it's great that they're both past winners. Obviously, Annika Langval with 5 wins from 5 starts, mind you. So still, one of the most incredible legacies of any racer the Absa Cape Epic has ever seen. And Sofia Gomez Villafana with also a fantastic outing with Hayley Batten, where they led pretty much from start to finish. I don't know if they got the prologue on that on that edition, but I think they pretty much nailed everything else.
She keeps looking over her shoulder, keeping an eye on Alexis Skarder and Vera Lossa, who are the second team on the road and second team in the general classification. Final little switchback climb out of the G spot and then onto that fire road, which will take them across through Eden and the shooting range and then into the trails of Montmarie and eventually Dornier.
Yeah, this little traverse, good opportunity to look back over your shoulder as the women emerge from the top of the G-spot climb. You get a fairly good vantage point. If they look over their right-hand shoulders now, they'll be able to see just how far back Vera and Alexis are behind them. But it looks like these guys are pushing on and hoping to make this little break that they engineered through Kutsenberg trails. They engineered a little break there, and they're going to try and make that stick.
Down the other side of the neck, and this is the yellow jersey pair who have just flashed through the USN hydration station, and they have opened up already a 37-second lead. Remember the last time we saw them going up the climb, pretty much together with Willia Vittoria, 37 seconds already.
Yeah, it looks like they're tired of getting second in the sprint. They definitely put the hammer down, and they're making great time on Villiers now on the descent. It's going to be hard to catch them without taking risk, so they take that as their advantage, and yeah, we're less than 10 kilometers to the finish now, so it's going to be an interesting finish. Probably no sprint today, but let's see.
Mbuko Kemchamp have lost, well, 3.5 minutes basically since that last checkpoint. So
yeah, the base of the climb.
Yeah,
they came in with 1:24, and they're now 2 minutes and 8 seconds at the top of that checkpoint on the top of the hill.
Good. Our helicopters up there keeping an eye on the race, getting through the neck, which is a good sign. They are following the route as Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo ride what are familiar trails to these riders from Absa Cape Epics of previous years, and they will ride in this area for the next 2 days as well as the race comes to an end. But for now, it's all about getting to the finish and securing a stage win here. And Prizing Open at the moment, they are putting time into their general classification, closest general classification rivals who started the day 42 seconds behind them. Luca Brido and Simone Avadetto. There's no holding back here.
No, this is a sign of a team that is working really well together. They're inches away from each other on the descent. That shows confidence, it shows teamwork. It's fantastic to see Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo combining to put such a sort of powerful show together today.
It will be interesting to know where they got the gap as well. 37 seconds. The last time we saw them, it was still a bit in the climb. So they must have pushed very hard towards the end of the climb and then just dropped in.
Well, Nino's made no secret of the fact that he would like to win a third Absa Cape Epic. That's how it would look virtually at the moment if the race were to stop right now. Willia Vittoria would be 1:19 down. Mbuko 12 minutes down. But yeah, he's absolutely determined to make it 3 at least. I think he looks up at Carl Platt and Christoph Sauser with a degree of envy, but I'd like to be there as well one day. But he's missed a few opportunities.
And Annika.
And Annika will be a 6-time winner this time. This year, if she
knock on wood,
let's touch some wood, yeah. She's looking good for it, you're right.
Yeah.
But,
absolutely.
But yeah, I think there's something to be said for joining the legends like Carl Platt and Christoph Sauser, who managed to get five wins, 10 wins between them, and going toe to toe with one another for so many years. Fantastic to see that, and then also to do it in the era of a dominant rider like Matt Beers, who over the last couple of years has really done some put down some amazing performances here.
Yeah,
flying there.
That's now tough to see because there's my KOM out the window. Always interesting to see like how fast those guys can go. It's incredible. Like you think you can ride like a pro, and then you see the actually split times in between, and you're just like, how the heck can you ride a bike that fast uphill, downhill? And it just shows the pure class of those pro athletes, and it's just inspiring and motivating.
The young Bafana single track descent, and out of the corners and out of the saddle straight away, pedaling, putting the power on, make every pedal stroke count. This is Brido and Avendetto in pursuit. Some 30 seconds, just over 30 seconds down when last we checked, and they will be trying to pull that back as best they can. They'll do well to pull any of it back against Colombo and Schurter.
I wonder if they're not in. I wonder where they are.
Looking down the trail, there come Schurter and Colombo. 4 hours of riding for these riders now as they close in towards the finish of the Queen Stage.
Stefan Sam doing everything he can to hang on to that wheel. You see him drifting the e-bike into those big berms.
Yeah, the 25 kilogram e-bike.
He's on the limit of Stefan. Probably not a wise idea to cross to him right now. We'll just let him manage this trail on his own.
Absolutely. What a grandstand seat he's got to ride behind Colombo and Schurter on a trail like this. It is absolutely wonderful. Beautiful conditions. We quite low. We're quite high up in the mountains for the time being, but
turn right.
Best.
Yes.
You were worried they were on the wrong trail?
No. I just know because you don't see the corner coming up.
Yeah.
So you see the sign, but you don't know if the trail turns left or right. So it's actually incredible for them to ride that fast with not knowing 100% where the trail goes. So here the locals, this is now the time to enjoy. Really just take every corner after the other and carry your speed. And then again, like your legs cannot even relax on those downhills because they're working. Like to keep the momentum. You saw the guys at the front out of the saddle. It's a long downhill.
Yeah, Tristan just putting Marco on the front on the descent there. He's a man who suffered towards the tail end of that big climb. And Marco, highly skilled, started life out as a cross-country pinner. Most of them do in a way because of the youth and schools opportunities to race and then find their strengths and their opportunities. Mind you, South Africa sort of leans heavily towards the marathon discipline a lot here. Lots of opportunities to ride cross-country, but it's a different type of discipline and there's so many more chances in the marathon races. On the back of Colombo and Schurter here dropping down here. Stefan's doing well.
Stefan is doing so well. To pull that bike through those trails is something else. It's on the edge of your seat stuff. You're just watching Nino throw down some incredible skill, but let's not forget what it takes to hold a camera on the back wheel of these riders.
He can breathe a little now and head across the fire roads with the irrigation canals now no longer in use on the right-hand side of that road as they are on these wonderful farm roads and these fire roads. Huge expanse of land in this Helderberg Bowl with the most amazing network of trails that You can ride again. You have to get a permit at actually down at the trailhead here.
Yeah, it's actually a very exclusive part to cycle in. You actually have to be part of the cycling club. Day permits not allowed anymore since this year. So you have to be part of the membership, but there's always members you can kind of like team up with. They can get you on the trails, and it's also mainly security reasons. You have to check in and out. They want to keep it very safe for everyone that actually gets on the trails.
Benno's a member, so just get hold of Benno and you bring your 100 friends and he'll take you on the trails.
Yeah, okay. Slide into his DMs.
Here we go. The power is on for the yellow jerseys here as they chase a victory here and increase their overall lead in the general classification. If they keep it all steady and safe, there's a risk and reward here for sure.
Yeah, they'll probably have put a little bit of time just watching the body position and the attacking riding style of Nino and Filippo Colombo as we headed off the mountain there into those incredible switchback trails. You know, these guys, there's not a lot that separates them in terms of skill and in terms of power, but it'll also be interesting to see whether the Mbuco Chemchamp team of Marco Jobert and Tristan Nokia can make up some time on Willia Vittoria, only because they know the trails. And as Benno was saying, you know, there's a couple of corners there where you cross a Jeep track like we've just seen now and dive into a piece of single track, and then it's a hard hairpin on one side or the other. And if you know if that turn is coming, you can hold a little bit more speed than if you're hitting it blind.
Yeah. And also pinch flats on this fast track like this. You can pinch flat your tire if you had one of the loose rocks too hard. Still, you know, you're not at home just yet, so you really need to look after the equipment, and the last thing you want is having a flat tire that close to the finish and that close and tight in the race.
Yeah, you can see Marco standing up off the bike there. Tristan actually accelerating as well off the saddle just to try and bridge that gap as they come out of the single track, which means Marco's probably feeling a little bit more at home in these trails. He's certainly got incredible skills and bike handling to get down these at pace. So hopefully that'll help them recover some of the time that they lost on the climb up to the neck. Already the top 10 men's teams are through and about 10 minutes separating them all, but that climb will have put any groups sort of under pressure and split them up nicely. So the guys will have rabbits to chase on the descent through these incredible trails.
This is the reward for that huge effort of climbing up the neck climb, the descent down in towards the finish at Lawrenceford. It's breakneck stuff, it's high speed and incredible skills, just sublime skills. This time it is Filippo Colombo leading Nino Schurter down the trail. Doesn't happen often, but he ducked into there just ahead of Schurter. 5Ks to go on the Queen stage of the Absa Cape Epic, and the yellow jerseys are in charge of the race as they drop out of another sublime piece of single track with Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter. And I'll tell you what, Stefan Sam putting in a huge effort as well to stay with them, such as the power that the yellow jerseys are putting down to the pedals.
These guys are not holding back at all. Nino and Filippo both up out of the saddle, putting the power down, getting the speed up. On these flat traversing roads, if you can get some more power down and hold some more speed as you enter the next section, you can really put some damage into the guys that are chasing you. So there's no holding back, and it's relentless, the pressure that they're exerting on Willia Vittoria.
A wonderful canal network that is used to irrigate the land little up the slopes of the Helderberg Mountains. They're past that, and yeah, just so much power, so much skill, and so much tactical nous. I mean, it is second nature to them.
Yeah, it almost seems so natural to them. They can read the race, they can adapt their race tactics within the race. It always seems like it plays out in their favor as well. Like someone pushing the pace hard in the beginning. There were different teams there. Lucas was there pushing high. It changed around, but then when it comes to the end, they know exactly where to attack, how they're going to get away from the others. And today they were world-class once again. Like having this sort of lead going into the second last stage, it's incredible.
So just to quickly run through the top 10 at the neck as they got over the top there. Willie Vittoria 37 seconds behind Scott Strand, then Ibuko Kemchamp 2:08. Topado Kenda, Dorigoni and Dos Cosmo 4:20, Clementizio Beer, Poro and Stutzman 4:55, 5:37, Buff Megama, Vart Alaman and Martin Stosik in 6th place there. Bulls Mavericks, who were in this group early on, Simon Schnell and Axel Ruder Kortena, 5:55. That's how much time you can lose on that brutal climb. Toyota Specialized, Johan van Zyl and Travis Stedman having an excellent day. The South African pair, 8:56 down in 8th place. Obeerleert Speed Company, Lucas Baum and Gail Geiger, 9:02. So they're starting to lose time. The climb it took a major toll on them. And Peter Prus and Riccardo Chiarini of Cannondale ISB Sport men, they are in 10th place on that, 10 minutes and 9 seconds down. They're having their best day of the ride thus far. So where are the big losers here? Well, I suppose in a way we will look for the defending champion. He's not in there in the top 17, Matt Beers. Meanwhile, 2Ks from the finish is the leading team of the yellow jersey, whereas Scott Strand MTBs, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo finding the lines and driving home their advantage here. Absolutely superb power, precision, and the execution of their tactics today has been quite supreme.
Yeah, absolute masterclass. They didn't get too excited when Marco Joubert and Tristan Norkier got off the front through a calculated attack at the back of Kutzenberg, and then they just chipped away. I would say chipped away, but they actually rode up that neck climb at a very consistent pace with Luca Braido and Simone Avondetti, and at the top it was already 37 seconds by the time they'd started down into these flowing single tracks on the way home.
Giving chase are the men in second place on general classification. At the start of the day, they were 42 seconds down. They are going to lose more time today, that is for sure. Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto are on the charge for Willie Vittoria. They saw tire tracks and they thought those look like Nino's. We're going that way. And here he is, Nino Schurter. Look how close they are. Colombo and Schurter. Well, everyone felt this might be the dream combination, as Nino Schurter has gone through a few different partners over the years at the Absa Cape Epic, but it is around about this stage that those partners started to suffer in previous years. There is no suffering going on here. Filippo Colombo is every bit a match for the brilliance, the skill, the experience, and the power of Nino Schurter right now.
Yeah, he looks rock solid. They were riding the entire time well together since the prologue a couple of days ago till now. There was never a doubt that Filippo is not going to make this, and he's definitely not going to be the one breaking down during this week. So he looks very good. They put themselves in a very strong position, and as for now they extend their lead a little bit more. Again, definitely not finishing in second position today. They make sure, and they 1.5 kilometers away, 1.4 kilometers away from the finish today.
Yeah, they're going to get a hero's welcome, I think, into Lawrenceford. It's a fantastic venue, sublime wine farm, and it's just got these incredible rolling grassy fields as you pull on, and it'll feel very familiar. Lawrenceford, I think, a very cherished final village for a lot of riders.
Yeah, it's a familiar place for mountain bikers. Of course, it's the venue from which the Wines to Wales, one of the part of the Epic Series events, starts and finishes. It will finish there this year because it's the switchback route starting from the coast and finishing here. But yeah, absolutely wonderful. There it is. The huge village awaits this pair as they make short work of the last piece of single track, and then they will be heading towards the finish. They'll make a right turn onto the dirt road. And it is Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo closing in on the finish here and closing on a very secure lead at this stage in the stage and on the general classification. They'll go behind the buildings here in front of the little day school that's on the right-hand side there and swing onto the fields. What a ride by the leaders in the yellow jersey. Scott Stram, little sign there from Nino. We're hooking a left here. At high speed they do that. Just to what ditch, what dump, what water. Straight over it, onto the fields they go. It's lush and it's green, it's cloudy overhead, but the sun is shining for this pair. Nino Schurter and his partner Filippo Colombo driving for the line and finishing off the job on the Queen stage here. They have taken the fight and ripped it away from Willia Vittoria today to take a sensational win at Loansford. On the Queen stage belongs to the Scotsram mountain bike team, and they are full value for that ride. What a performance by Nino Schurter and his partner Filippo Colombo. They'll consolidate their holds on that yellow jersey.
Absolutely magnificent display of racecraft, race nous. Nino, just a veteran of tactical racing. So good to see.
Well, that's about as tired as you'll ever see Nino Schurter. A little blow of the cheeks.
No, definitely look at the two boys. They're super happy about taking the win, extending their lead. They're probably going to keep an eye on how much it will be, probably a minute or more. But they did incredibly well today. Like, this is
fighting ride from this pair as well. They look as though they may have just brought back that deficit a little bit. It is the Willia Vittoria pair of Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto. Gritty ride, digging deep here. They've hung with the champions for as long as they possibly could and eventually gave best near the top of the summit of the neck, but they crossed the line in second place. Willia Vittoria to take second on the Queen stage here, and they will finish behind Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo on this 98-kilometer brute of a stage from Paarl all the way to Loansford. What a ride by this pair, and the gap is 1 minute and 10 seconds. So they will lose that 1 minute and 10 added to their 42 seconds. So just under 2 minutes the gap. Let's go to Max and hear from the riders.
Filippo, it looks like about 1 minute and 10 seconds the gain you got today. The perfect race for you. That last climb going up the neck was brutal.
Oh yeah, it was brutal. I knew it would have been long and steep, and yeah, I knew also that I'm the heavier of the four, so I just just paced myself the best as I could the whole race. I felt good, and yeah, then at the top I saw that it was stepping up and not gradually steep, so I tried just to push in the flat where suits me the best. And when I saw Simone cracking, I just pushed all the way to the finish. And yeah, super nice today. Finally to gain some more time.
Your first stage win at the 2025 Absa Cape Epic. That's a bonus and great to have it here on stage 5, the Queen stage.
I think we won the first one, no? The first stage I think we also won. But yeah, super nice to win the Queen stage, and today was super tough, as I said. I'm super happy how my body could resist till now, so yeah, just happy.
All right, let's get across straight to Nino. Nino's right here. Let's have a chat with him and see how he's going. Nino, a stage win on the Queen stage, that's what you want?
Yeah, that's it's actually what we wanted. Yeah, that last steep spicy kicker was hard, but exactly what we needed.
We saw Tristan and Marco go off earlier. You saw Marco dropping back a bit. The Willia Vittoria guys doing a lot of the work at the front with you guys there. And then you knew when you got to the top, you took your moment and you just accelerated.
Yeah, it was actually our plan to hopefully be first up there and then try again in the downhill as hard as we can. And yeah, luckily this time we had a bit of a gap at the top, and yeah, then from the top we pushed as hard as we could down the downhill. And yeah, super happy about this extending lead, yeah.
The Absa Cape Epic throws absolutely everything at you, mentally and physically. Today's transfer stage was a true Queen stage, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a hard one. It was definitely a hard one, a lot of climbing, and but it's also a nice one. I enjoyed those trails, and it was good, yeah.
A gap of 1:10 today on second, which means you extend your lead to over 1:50 seconds. That's good.
That's good, yeah, but it's still 2 days. But it's nice. Now it feels a bit safer.
Well done today.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, the winners of today's stage to Pardo Kenda. Dorigoni and De Cosmo charging for the line here. They've had a really good day, this pair. They are looking at fourth place here. We saw Mbuko Kemchamp come in there, 3 minutes and 3 seconds down. Brave fight again by the South African pair, pursuing and chasing the victory. It wasn't to be. They've lost time to Willie Vittoria, who've lost time in turn to Scotsram Mountain Biking, and the Queen Stage delivering the drama that we expected it would in terms of the general classification here. And worthy winners, the yellow jerseys winning the Queen Stage, establishing them as the preeminent team at the moment in the race. They won the prologue and they've won the Queen Stage, and they're in charge at the moment. Dorigoni and De Cosmo being followed by Samuel Poro and Mark Stutzman of Klimatitze Albert. Not much between these two teams as they head towards the finish. It's here at Lawrenceford under the leaden skies, but a good crowd out there. And this is a really good performance by the Toyota Specialized pair. And they are charging for home as well. Let's go down to the finish and Max again.
Simone, an incredible stage today, going up that last final climb. You guys did a lot of the work up front ahead of Nino and Filippo. You could see these South Africans ahead of you. How were you doing up that climb today?
Yeah, it was a very hard one. We know that if you want to try, you have to try there. Luca pushed really hard. He had good legs. And me, at the end, I struggled a bit and I couldn't follow their wheels.
1 minute and 10 seconds the deficit today, so 154 on the general classification. A good gameplay and racecraft from Nino and Filippo today.
Yeah, for sure. They gain quite a lot, but yes, there is still two stages, so yeah, we will try till the end.
Luca, a crazy day today, a proper Queen Stage and beautiful trails.
Yeah, it was a super hard race. The last climb was brutal, and yeah, we tried to do something, but the Scotter guys was stronger of us, and so yeah, that's it.
Talk us through the top of the neck climb. What happened? Where did Nino and them get away? I think they saw that there was a little bit of weakness from Simone, and they put the gas down straight away into the single track on the way down.
The riders of Scott was stronger. Nothing to add, nothing to say.
Beautiful to be here in Lawrenceford. This will be your home for the finish for the next 2 days. Only 2 stages to go, but lots of work to do.
Yeah, for sure. There are two hard stages, so we'll try for sure to do something. And yeah, the race is not over.
Well done.
Thank you.
Hope springs eternal.
Yeah, no, don't we know that only too well, because we've seen this this very venue play a major role in the destiny of the yellow jersey in years gone by, with all manner of issues, mechanical and the like. So, yep, he must be hopeful. They've less than 2 minutes. They're very much in this game with 2 days still to go. How about this? Gail Gega and Lucas Baum, whenever you sort of try and rule them out, they're back in there. Let's go back to the finish and Max.
All right, so congratulations from Nino Schurter here on the finish line. Marco and Tristan, what a day. You guys again continue to roll the dice and continue to be proactive at the front.
Yeah, today was definitely the Queen Stage. The pace was on from the start. I didn't feel too good in the beginning, but yeah, I knew I had to get through that first hour and a half, and yeah, I got through it. Got dropped on the Botmanskop climb by quite a big. Yeah, I lost the group there. Marco had it for me on the descent, and yeah, we got back onto the group in Stellenbosch, and yeah, on that Kutzenberg climb, me and Marco just looked at each other and we just ended. We tried to get away because we knew the front two teams maybe would look at each other. We got away, yeah, got a quite nice gap, kept the pace high, and yeah, I think Marcus Chain dropped before the neck. we lost some time, but yeah, not just time, the momentum and everything, but yeah, halfway up the climb, the front two teams caught us, and yeah, they're just too strong on the day, but we rolled the dice and we tried, but yeah, we'll try again.
Marco, a fist bump there from Nino Schurter, a recognition of a day well fought on the trails. You did take the king of the mountain today.
Yeah, I don't know where it was, but the level's so high. I mean, the first 30 minutes, it's crazy. Like, there was a part where I thought, how the fuck am I, how can we race like this? But I mean, we kept on believing, and the support's so great out there. And I'm so stoked to race with Tristan that even though we're kicking off, we still roll the dice, we're still pushing, and we're racing with our hearts on our sleeves. And yeah, we keep on trying, we're close, but eventually I think it will pay off. And I mean, beste geweer is probeer, so we ain't gonna stop, we'll keep on trying. And yeah, I think this is the start of a good partnership.
Tristan, you learn so much so quickly. You like fast track your career when you ride in the front with the likes of the Willie Vettori team and Scott Schramm, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. As I said before I started this epic, it's my fourth epic. My fifth epic. I've done 4 epics before this, and yeah, that 4 epics was, I think, just learning curves, knowing the epic, getting used to the long days, brutal days. And yeah, this year I teamed up with Marco, and yeah, now racing with the world's best in the front, learning from them, learning how to race the speed. Yeah, it's just unbelievable to race at the front of the world's biggest mountain bike race.
Marco, a public holiday today, which is almost like a long weekend. So cool to see all the people out on the trails supporting you.
Yeah, it was so great. When we were on the attack and leading, I mean, you don't feel anything, and it's so amazing to race here in our country and lead such a prestigious race and race from the front.
What can you learn? Let's talk about going up the neck. I mean, you're putting everything into it. You know that Tristan's up ahead. We've got Nino and Simone and Luca and Filippo coming past. What's going through your head? What are you learning? Are you just saying bite, bite, bite?
Yeah, that next brutal climb, and yeah, I didn't really find good momentum up there on the really steep pitches. Yeah, I don't like that climb.
An incredible day, gentlemen. Well done.
Oh, Marco Hubert, Tristan Nokia, wonderful, wonderful. Apologies if some of the language might have offended you, but that's the heat of the battle, and that's how much effort it's taken. A really, really big effort. You can be proud of them, South Africa, Marco Hubert, Tristan Nokia, Imbuko Kemchamp. Bringing the fight, just relishing the opportunity to be in the mix with the best riders from around the world in different disciplines, of course, and they are 3 minutes and 3 seconds down on today's stage. They've lost a bit of time on general classification, but they will keep fighting. They'll take the fight again on the finals two stages. Great day out for Jacob Dorigoni and Yoli de Cosmo. Porro and Stutzman in 5th place, and Schneller and Axel Riedel-Cortina. They went out early and they made it stick. 6:51 down, top 6th place for them, their best result of the week. They started the day 59 minutes down. They would have made a lot of time up on their general classification at some stage today. We'll find out exactly how much, but that's how it unfolded on this Queen stage. Well, it's unfolding because in those clouds up there, there are riders making their way up from the other side, over the top and down onto the trails here. And they will be rolling into this wonderful finish venue at Lawrenceford. Queen stage at the Absa Cape Epic. It's great drama. So this is how the elite men rolled away for the first time this week, and for a rare time in the Absa Cape Epic, a neutral zone behind the Toyota Land Cruiser for a little while for these highly tuned athletes to just cool their engines initially. They always like to charge away from the start, but this time having to just be a little more circumspect as they went onto the tar roads around the Paarl and out of Fairview before hitting the the dirt and beginning the racing. And when it did arrive, the racing was on, as you heard from Tristan Nokia, from the very, very start. Nothing held back at all today. And there will be winners today, and there'll be casualties and losers along the way. This is when the Toyota just pulled over to one side, and the racing was on early on, and right at the sharp end, Lucas Baum from the Albert Speed Company. His teammate was a little further down and losing time, and that was a big problem for that pair of riders. Rudy Kuhn and Loert Goosen riding in support of Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia. But Lucas Baum still on the front, but Scott Stram, William Vittoria and Mbuka Kemchamp, as well as Buff Megamo, those teams are all intact. Onto the first piece of single track above Le Bonheur Farm on the northern side of the R44 they went. That was the start of what would be plenty of trails to come. Lucas Baum realized after the Le Bonheur checkpoint that in fact his teammate was away behind him, and so lucky, just 1 minute and 59 seconds, one more second and he would have copped, they would have copped a time penalty of half an hour, but I think they're safe, only just, because they recovered well. On the switchback climbs, the corkscrew climb on the slopes of Botma's Kop, it was there that Nino Schurter put down the hammer and escaped. This was the foundations of what would be an extraordinary performance by this pair today. Going hard and getting away. The single track awaited. The doctor was up ahead. Colombo held them up, and then down the trail they went. And Schurter and Colombo absolutely nailing this. They weren't beaten by much though, because there were the William Vittoria pair just on their wheels. Cross-country stars are relishing this opportunity. On the next steep climb, it was a short climb, but it was an opportunity for Kemchamp, Mbuka Kemchamp, where they saw a chance to try and get away. They did get away. They put in at best a minute and a half at best as they took the hotspot prize. That was the crumbs. They wanted the main course, and that would be a stage win. Behind them, the Bulls Mavericks-led chase group was on the charge. On the through the Chivita Kia zone, it was Mbuka Kemchamp, cheered on by the local fans, loving the sight of the South African pair leading the Queen stage, holding on and hoping that they might just do that and pull off a sensational victory here. On the brutally tough neck climb, Tristan Nokia had great legs today. Marco Hubert just suffering behind him. Eventually he was caught by the yellow jerseys at Willie Vittoria, and he was spat out the back, and so was Tristan Nokia, as Nino Schurter sensed the chance to seize the initiative. They got away from an ailing Simone Avendetto and Luca Braido, and they made those trails their own as they surged to victory by 1 minute and 10 seconds. This Queen stage to Colombo and Schurter. You saw how much it meant to them, and the fighting ride from Willie Vittoria. They clawed back some of that time they'd lost on the top of the climb, but they finished 1:10 back. And Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia, well, they did their team and their country proud by finishing third today. Another fighting ride from the South Africans. So that's how it unfolded here at the Absa Cape Epic on this Queen stage. What a day, and it's still going on out there. I mean, we do focus on the elites and we watch the racing, but the fights and the battles and the travails of those further down the trail, it's a long story for all of them.
It is indeed. We've crossed to the, speaking of red hot racing, we've crossed to the leading women's team, but you're absolutely right. There's so much depth, back of the pack, so many stories still being written, still being told today. But it looks like the story of the Aramex women's team race is being written in a very, very commanding way by these two riders, Sofia Gomez Villafana and Annika Langval from Toyota Specialized. And they're going to try and bring home, another victory. But there's still a little climb between them and that victory. And a lot can happen, as we saw in the men's race. A lot can happen on that climb.
Absolutely. Look how the position of the two riders gives you an indication of just how steep this is. And this is the lower slopes of the neck climb. They have got a very, very hard, arduous task ahead of them now. But they are the preeminent team in this race, the Toyota Specialized pair. 5 wins in a row so far. And they're in a great position to make it 6. we say that this climb is really, really, really hard. So they want to keep it together. Don't push too hard here.
No, definitely not. But we also have seen how strong they are during the entire time so far. They know exactly, and again, they have their power meters on. They probably know exactly what the watts need to be to get up that climb. Seems like Sophia has a word with everyone along the course. She was waving.
She wanted to chat to the dog, I think.
Seems like gave the guy some compliments on the dog. Doesn't look like she's under too much pressure here, and they again managed to get a bit of a lead. But yeah, that climb is long, it's steep, and there's no need to push harder than you have to. And again, it just shows the pure class of those two riders. Also, considering that the man finished in 4 hours and 13 minutes, like the cut-off time for today's stage is 9 hours 45. 9 hours 45. That is a long time in the saddle for this stage, and there will be riders taking that long to finish that stage. So it just shows like the class of those pro riders versus also the amateurs on the back. But if you finish this stage today, doesn't matter, you're a winner. You're a winner big time, and you can be proud for managing that sort of stage. Yeah, and finishing it.
Absolutely. Now the time check at the last time check was 1 minute and 25 seconds. Back to Cannondale ISB Sport. What a day they are having. Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortkas just a couple of seconds ahead of Efficient Infinity SUV SRAM. So that's the second group, Losser and Scala, second on GC. But Calderon and Kortkas really riding themselves into this Absa Cape Epic. Titan Racing SE Honeycomb, 2:44 down. And then Tupara Kenda, Katarzyna Sosna Pinella and Claudia Peretti, 7:19. And with them are Janka Kisevstevkova and Martina Krahulkova, who are also enjoying perhaps their best day of the ride thus far. That's them down in 6th place, 7:20 down, together with Topado and then Titan Racing. But Toyota Specialized 1:25 ahead of Cannondale ISB Sport, and the way they have been riding and working together and climbing throughout this week, you wouldn't bet against them increasing that quite significantly on this climb up the neck.
Yeah, similar lead as was enjoyed by the African men leading pair of Nokia and Marco Hubert, but a very different prospect as they head into this big climb. These are the two dominant riders of the women's category, and they will use the climb to lay down more authority. You get the feeling that this is the start of them potentially extending their lead rather than, hoping not to be caught, as was the case with our Mbuka Chemchamp team.
Let's go to the finish. Max has got some riders he's chatting to them.
Simone, what a day for you. A good day today, 5th across the line, but consolidating 4 on the GC.
Yeah, good day, but not the best. We were looking for something else today, but unluckily we had a flat and also a small crash from my partner Mark. At least, yeah, we gained some seconds on Baf Megamo, but not that much. Honestly, we were looking for something else in the top 3 maybe or so, but this is what it is, and looking forward for tomorrow.
Mark, that climb up the neck, was it as brutal as it looked?
Yeah, it was crazy hard. I mean, I suffered from G-spot uphill, so it was a hard day for me. And then a stupid class in the last downhill. So, yeah, the epic hit me hard today.
Where did you crash exactly, and what happened, do you think?
Yeah, it was one of these berms. There was some loose gravel, and then my front wheel slipped away, so I crashed. But nothing serious, but yeah, stupid.
We fight again tomorrow?
Obviously.
All right, Insect Science, Arno and Keegan, a good day today. You entered the top 10 now, 9th on the GC.
Yeah, we're quite surprised to hear that. The start wasn't too great for us, so we were quite far back, and then we lost 3 minutes quite quick on the front group, and I think through Murati we sort of found our legs, and we were smashing the trails all the way through Stellenbosch. Keegs was really flying there. I was just hanging on, and just loving it. Yeah, really cool to race bikes like that. And unfortunately, we were down on power quite a bit. So I'm really surprised to hear that we've moved up on GC here. I think some guys must have been taking some shots out there, and just it's epic now. it's catching up to guys. So.
Keegan, speaking of epic and it's chaos out there, that last up to the neck, I mean, it's one you guys know well. It gets easier, does it?
No, that's probably the hardest climb you can ever do. It's really, really hard. Especially at the end of the Queen stage, day 5, everyone's tired. It's really, really brutal. And yeah, like Arnu said, I was a bit down on power today, but I guess consistency pays off at Epic, and just kind of ticking off day after day, kind of staying consistent. So yeah, thanks to Arnu for looking after me, and yeah, things are looking good for the team.
Jumping into the top 10, joining Mark Ritson and Vessel, joining Marco and Tristan. I mean, South African marathon riding is on point.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think the level in South Africa is really high and definitely world class. So yeah, we're quite privileged to have such strong group of riders at the moment, and proud to be where we are, and we'll keep pushing.
Well done today.
Thank you.
Yeah, good ride there from Insect Science on to Toy Keegan Bontekonen, going very well indeed. Yeah, the live general classification, lots of changes. The top 5 pretty much steady, but plenty of changes there in the men's general classification. It's clouded up, a bit of rain. They did predict some rain here in the Western Cape and around the finish. So it is looking like that as we're watching Annika Langveld and Sophia Gomez Viefan. You've just heard Keegan Bontekonen say it's the hardest climb he's ever done. I mean, there are tough climbs, and there's the Marina Monster we know, but the sort of rough nature this, and I've never been up there, but it's so the straight nature. Its gradients are ridiculous.
Straight up, no switchbacks at all. It is pretty much straight up to the top of the mountain. And all of this, pretty much 80 kilometers into the race. You know, you have, like we said earlier, you have those 500, 600 meters of climbing within like 10 kilometers.
Let's go back to Max. I think there'll be lots of riders wanting to tell us their stories today.
Bulls Mavericks, Axel, you guys came to play today. Some really good work early on.
Yeah, finally a really nice day out in the front with the top guys. I mean, I had a difficult preparation the last, let's say, last month, so I was not 100% sure how my shape is, and I'm not able to ride every day in the front. But today we did a nice job and had some fun out, and maybe we will have another nice day the next 2 days. And then, yeah, Cape Epic is already over again. So.
Let's chat to Simon Sala quickly. Simon, an incredible day. That climb up the neck is just mental.
Yeah, it was a really long day, and the last climb was really brutal. So it was crazy to see the top. You never see because it was in the cloud and also steep. So yeah, but we enjoyed to ride with the lead, and it was a nice day. So 2 more. And
riding with the leaders proves that you can do it. A lot of confidence for you going into the last 2 stages.
Yeah, it's really nice because it's another riding style. So you more fast in the downhill, you push more attack after the corner. It's more cross-country ride, and I prefer this.
Well done today.
Thank you.
That's Axel Kortenat and Rudel Kortenat, beg your pardon, and Simon Schneller. The Bulls, really, what a day for them. They moved up the general classification. As I said earlier, the Topara, Kenda, Bearlet, Speed Company, they moved up a place. Klimatizio, Bayer, 2 have moved up. Insect Science, Toyota Specialized, Johan Futsal and Travis Stedman. What a day by them. They moved up at this stage 5 places up the general classification into the top 10. BH Koloma dropping out, and yeah, that's what the Queen stage does to an event like this, eh?
I think it just adds, yeah, it adds pressure to every position that's on inside that top 10. You know, a couple of teams who are going to come up on the good side of it and some on the bad side of it. I just saw, was it Sophia Gomez Villafania stopping there?
Yeah, just a little bit of a, yeah, maybe a slip on the back wheel. You already in your like lowest gear. And they're also catching up. I think that's more must be some of the master.
Yeah.
They passed them earlier on, and they all have their hard time to get up there.
Absolutely, it's going to be tough. Let's go to Max at the finish.
Vessel, a tough day today. It comes in ebbs and flows, so obviously no power today.
Yeah, one of the toughest days I've had on a bike. Just a reminder of what epic is. It can throw anything at you. And yeah, just had to dig all the way, had a crash halfway through as well. Yeah, we'll just have to try and recover and see if we can salvage something.
Mark, never easy. You've got to be aware all the time. And, you know, you have your good days and your bad days and vice versa for the team members. A tough day, but a gritty day and a day to learn.
Absolutely. And I mean, even though Vessel didn't have a good day, he dug deep, you know, and he really tried, and I could see that. And like I said to him, I mean, it's maybe a little bit disappointing that we are like out of the running for GC now, but I'm not angry or I'm not anything like that. Everyone has bad days on a bike, and that's part of racing, you know. If it was predictable, what's the point?
Well done, guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, tough day for that pair. Now, this is an image, isn't it? Annika Langville riding out, eking out every pedal stroke, and Sophia Gomez-Viefan pushing her bike. That tells you just how brutal this climb really is. If our leading women are pushing up there, then it is something next level. So we are with our helicopter here. I can tell you now that they're not going to be able to get over the neck here. There's a bit of rain and low cloud at the top, so they're going to have to go round the mountain. So we won't be getting too many images of these riders going up there, but we'll do our best to bring you what we can. Wow.
She looks like Sophia's going to have another crack at mounting up. That's hard to get going again on that kind of gradient. I think it's actually quite handy to see the speed with which the women are climbing. We didn't get a really good sense of that with the men. We had a long shot down the trail, but here you can see exactly just how steep this is.
Back on, she's holding something in her hand there, is Sophia. Let's go back to Max.
Lucas Baum, 8th on the stage today. I'm seeing a bit of chatter here on the finish line. Was it as brutal as you thought it would be, that climb up the neck?
Yeah, the neck was, I'm not allowed to swear anymore, I think, here on the epic interviews, but it was a tough one. I got many names for that climb now in my mind, but I keep it to myself. But it was actually a super nice stage today. So many nice trails. Murati, then around Stellenbosch, it was a really pretty stage.
Always good to get your analysis on the racing. You see what's going on at the front. Nino and them putting in 1 minute 10 seconds into Simone and Luca today. The South Africans riding off the front on the hill. I mean, exciting at the front. What's your analysis of that? Nino and them just under 2 minutes going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they have enough experience. I think Nino is one of the most experienced rider, and he's so smooth on the trails and smooth on his bike, and together with a strong partner like Filippo, I think they got it in the back pocket. I mean, my money is on them, and just the way they rode into the last climb. I mean, I could kind of see them also, and with the South Africans having a bit of a gap going in there, but Nino and Filippo paced like perfectly and rode in there into the finish now with another stage win, I guess. So yeah. Heads off to them. They're super good this year.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, cheers.
Drama that we're seeing unfold on the screen as we're watching, and you're seeing that interview going on. That is Tessa Kortekas of the Cannondale ISB Sport team, and she is moving past both Annika Langville and Sophia Gomez-Viefan, pedaling as if she's on a completely different road here. Unbelievable riding by Kortekas. Her partner, Monica Calderon, I don't see her at this stage, but look at the effort being put in here. And what a difference the weather has made to this climb. I mean, a short while ago, the men were climbing up here in much drier conditions. A little bit of rain on it, and it's now creating that mud that's sticking to the tires. And you might have seen that stick that Sophia had in her hand. She's using that to try and scrape the mud off her tires.
Yeah, this is definitely the worst. Just enough rain to make it sticky, and then you lose your tire clearance and your bike gets heavy. You can pick up to like 2-3 kilos just because of the mud you have on the tires, and you have no more grip. So and yeah, the lighter the rider, the more it affects the power, and the heavier the bike, the harder it's going to get. So this is, they actually made up 1.5 minutes. That was the time gap in the last motor point, and now they are together. So that's going to be very interesting to see how big of a gap they actually can get.
Calderon remounts her bike, having pushed up that steep section there, and she's now pedaling and trying to link up with her partner. A stage victory beckons, perhaps. Not far, we caught a glimpse of Alexis Skada just behind this pair as well. So the orange jerseys, for the first time in this week, are under threat of not winning a stage here. So this climb is wreaking havoc with the riders here for sure. There's Skada pushing up. Behind her is Losa, and you just look at the position they're pushing at, and it gives you every indication as to how steep it is.
Yeah, interesting to see the kind of tire clearance that these bikes are enjoying. This might be something that riders are sort of battling with a little bit here. Obviously, the Cannondale ISB Sport team, we saw Monica Calderon walking, Tessa Cortacas riding, and making it look fairly easy. As we all know, those bikes have a lefty on them. It can help with tire clearance on when you're picking up that kind of mud on the front wheel. But yeah, interesting that Sophia has adopted what she'll be quite familiar with on the gravel bike, which is the little stick. In the States, often when the gravel races are taking place, the guys carry a stick with them so that they can peel off the sort of sticky, almost peanut butter that clogs up the drivetrain, clogs up the wheel clearance in on the chainstays.
Let's go back to the finish. I'm afraid this might be the last we'll get of images from the sky. A helicopter is going to have to turn and find another way around to Lawrenceford. Let's go to Max at the finish.
Matt Beers, that is the Queen stage. Obviously not where you want to be, but an incredible and a beautiful stage.
Yeah, I think that was really cool. You know, that's how epic stages should be, transitioning through different areas and different terrains. And yeah, that climb was a beast. I'm excited to know who took the stage and how it unfolded.
So Nino and Filippo 1 minute 10 ahead of Willia Vittoria, and then Marco and Tristan winning the King of the Mountain, and then getting sort of 3/4 of the way up the neck in charge before Nino made his break on the downhill. So exciting racing. A bit of analysis from your side. You know there's 2 big days to go, but 1 minute 54 on the GC for Nino and Filippo. Is that enough?
Yeah, it's hard. They are Speed Company, you know, they had a bit of a May the one, I think it was 23, yeah, here in Lawrenceford. So, but I would say they can be pretty confident with that. They're obviously feeling good, and yeah, now they just the Willia need to take the race to them. They can sit back now, and yeah, it's awesome to see Tristan and Marco representing and doing so well. Yeah, that's what we want to see.
Nature was kind today. The weather was good.
Yeah, the humidity was extremely high. I mean, we were just sweating, soaking. Sometimes that's even harder than the heat, like proper heat. But yeah, I think everyone on the back markers will be pretty stoked on this.
At Lawrenceford now, a happy place for you. We're here for the next 2 days, and great to see all the public out on a public holiday.
Yeah, we had amazing support out there the whole day. You know, people just heckling and having a good time, and yeah, that's what matters, you know. And yeah, the little bit of rain made just the cornering and the trail so nice. So yeah, not a bad day.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Matt Beers, you saw in the background there, Keegan Swenson as well, chatting away. Perhaps we'll hear from him shortly as well, as Hayley Preen pauses at the little switchback there, waits for her partner and takes a sip, and regains some energy and reassesses for the rest of this climb. It is going to really put these riders to the sword today.
Yeah, as if the climb wasn't bad enough. We saw the men get through fairly clear without very light rain, or in fact maybe even no rain at the top when the leading men came through. For the women's race and the leading 4 or 5 teams here, it's a completely different story. This light drizzle has obviously picked up some of the dust, and you can see Hayley leaning over her bike trying to clear the mud off her drivetrain, probably through the bottom bracket there, just all sort of picking up. And as you walk, it just sort of makes your bike heavier, and certainly as you pedal, it makes it tougher to just keep rolling.
Yeah, it also is one of the trails that are not ridden very often, or not at all. Like we said earlier, this is not one of the trails that you can ride here in the area. It's only open for the Cape Epic. They did clean it up a little bit, but that also means there's a lot of like powder on top, and that in combination with water, it just becomes like a cement that sticks to everything. You have no more grip on the rear tire, and it just clogs up, and yeah, it's tough conditions for them.
And you see them clearing it and cleaning it off. It's that exercise in futility, because you know that another few pedal strokes and it's all back on again. Yeah. It's cruel when it gets like that up there. So let's have a look at our general classification after not all of stage 5, because that'll finish at about 5 o'clock this afternoon. But this is the business end, the racing end. Nino Schurter and Luca Braido, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, beg your pardon, have a 1 minute and 52 second lead over the Vulia Victoria pair, Braido and Avendetto. 12:55 back to Hubert and Nokia, who have a handy advantage over Samuel Poro and Mark Stutzman, 20 minutes down. Bart Halleman and Martin Stosek clawing their way into contention for 4th place here. That's very much on for them. They are 2 minutes and 17 off there, and 7 seconds off. Dorigoni and De Cosmo, one of the teams that really won today, they've moved up in the general classification as well. So they're putting themselves in the frame here. They moved up 3 places from 9th. Baumanegger, don't discount this pair winning a stage at some stage here, because they will go for it again tomorrow. Kimetizio Moreno and Martinez, 44 minutes down. De Toy and Bontekoning in the top 10, and they're joined by another South Africa team, a third in that elite top 10 field, Johan van Zyl and Travis Stedman. They gained 5 places today to move into the top 10. Torpedo Singer, they lost a couple of places. They lost 5 places, went dropping out of the top 10, and BH Koloma out of the top 10 as well. They were in 10th place at the start of the day. Queen Stage, it's certainly living up to its reputation and delivering on drama, and the general classification changes along the way, and incredible scenes on the top of the or near the top of that mountain as they race and ride for glory at the top there. So let's just have a look back at how the women went earlier today. This is a brief recap, not obviously all the way because they haven't reached the finish yet. They're nearing the summit of that neck climb, but the ladies in orange, Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viervan, had close on 15 minutes of an advantage over Alexis Skada and Vera Loss at the start of the day. And due respect to the Queen Stage, they were staying together early on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they got a very, very chilled start, knowing what was coming. But still, the leading players all sticking together there, the top 4 teams.
The Titan Racing SE Honeycomb pair, well, they were hopeful that they could make inroads today on the team behind them and maybe get onto the podium again in the on the stage and secure their 3rd place overall as they wound their way through the trails of Murati. Beautiful trail-laden section in the middle of the stage today, down towards the water point at Murati Wine Farm. Alexis Skada, Vera Lossa, Langveld and Viervan. Calderon and Corticas were a team as well. There was Sophia Gomez-Viervan had dropped a gel packet and ran back to pick it up, and just to make sure everyone knew that's what she was doing. Yeah, she showed us what she'd done, and so all good for Sophia Gomez-Viervan. So the top 3 on the general classification, plus Calderon and Corticas in the mix here as they got to work. Still a long way from the major climb of the day, and showing it due respect as they rode on. Calderon and Corticas. Corticas, a former triathlete, a former full Ironman winner, and was a professional for a while as an Ironman triathlete, and now turning to mountain biking, showing her class today for sure. To the front on after the Murati water point went the Titan Racing SE Honeycomb pair to just take up some of the slack and try and drive the pace on. Not too fast, but all taking on liquid there. Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen for the Titan Racing team going well as they cruised over to the Ida's Valley Dam and then the big climb up Bottomos Kop, and that was where things started to happen, because this is where the orange jerseys went to the front and they prepared to descend down the Toyota Tough section with Skadra and Lossa on their wheels and a bit of distance to the red jerseys. At that stage, that was where things started to stretch away from the South Africans. On the corkscrew switchbacks, it was the three teams in the lead: Toyota Specialized, the Inefficient Affinity SCV SRAM, and the Cannondale ISP Sport pair, Calderon and Corticus. Sweeping down through the trails of the Doctor, the Toyota Tough section behind the fourth place team at that stage. The drag up through Kutzenberg saw again a little bit of pressure come from the Toyota Specialized pair, and Sophia Gomez-Viervan cheering on the supporters and asking for more support, and they got it because they were superb at the Chuvita Gies zone. And slowly but surely they started to build a lead that they would take into the day's biggest challenge, which was the climb up to the neck. And dry they started, it got wetter and wetter, and the mud started to stick, and the sight of Tessa Corticus coming past her, they must have given them some fright. Well, this is the scene at Lawrenceford, which is the finish of the Queen Stage. It is the race venue for the next 2 days. Well, today, Saturday and Sunday, the final 2 days of the Absa Cape Epic, as the race comes to a conclusion here. The 21st edition of this iconic South African sporting event. And we've had the leading men in, and a stage win for the yellow jerseys, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, who used the final climb to seize the initiative on this stage and on the general classifications. They take the lead out to just under 2 minutes over Willie Vittoria. All the details you need to know about the Epic Series is available on the Epic Series app, so download that app. It is available on the various app stores that you might use, and it'll give you every piece of information you want to know about the Epic Series. All those events, the dates, the venues, the trails, the riders, absolutely fantastic to keep check on that. You'll be able to track the riders as well here at the Absa Cape Epic. Remember those Epic Series events, the Croatia 4 Islands coming up soon, the Andorra Pyrenees Epic, Of course, there is the Spa Swiss Epic and the Wines to Wales, which ends the year in November here with a bit of a party in the Elgin-Khumpo Valley, 3 of those events. So join us for one of those, if not all of them. Why not become an epic legend?
Grand Masters suddenly opened up. It's going to be a fight to the line in the Masters, I can tell you.
Beautiful sights down here at the finish. This is what it looks like high up in the mountains on the bike with Annika Langville and Sophia Gomez-Viefan. There was a bit of drama as they were nearing the top of that climb. Well, they're still getting to the top, but as they turned the switch back, we saw Tessa Kortekas of the Cannondale ISB Sport Team riding past this pair in an exhibition of high-class riding by Kortekas, as she and Monica Calderon are enjoying an excellent day, although Kortekas was a little ahead of Calderon at that stage. So it remains to be seen where Kortekas and Calderon are now, as some of the amateur men go past them. And you get a close look at that toffee-like surface that is clinging to the tires. It started raining since the men summited, when it was fairly dry and sandy. That rain has left it like absolute toffee, as I say, and it's made it traction very, very difficult. Still raining now as riders are rolling into the finish with smiles on their faces, and why not? Because it's the finish of the Queen Stage, and you know you've got 2 days to go. Yeah, it's raining quite significantly at Lawrenceford.
Yeah, not cold, but it's adding a very interesting element to the race, as all of that moisture is kind of being picked up and in clay surfaces is carried on the bike.
Let's go to Max and find out exactly what the weather is like at the finish.
On the finish line here, it is the end of stage 5, the Queen stage of the 2025 Absa Cape Epic. And as you can see behind me and around me, it is raining. The elements are getting thrown at us this week. We've had the heat, we've had the wind, we've had the rain. The Queen stage today, you can see, going to be quite slippery on the visuals as they make their way up the neck. The elite men getting through there before the rain came in, but the elite women having to battle with that right now. The weather, though, is it's wet, but it's warm. The humidity is here. People are still walking around in t-shirts. It's great that it is a public holiday here in South Africa, Heritage Day for those of you watching around the world. So lots and lots of public. Those of you seeing the school kids out of school, well, there is no school today. It is a public holiday, and the vibe and the chias here on the finish line is fantastic. If this is anything to go by, the next 3 days as we go into the grand finale here at Lawrenceford on Sunday is going to be nothing short of fantastic. If you are out there or you are in the vicinity, please come and join us this weekend and join in this incredible event that is the Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, raining quite significantly down at the finish at Lawrenceford, and no doubt up in those clouds, which is where the riders are now. Unfortunately, our helicopter is not going to be able to track those women going up the climb there. We'll try and get images from our e-bikes and motorbikes making their way up there, but it's going to be tricky in these sort of conditions, but we'll do our absolute very best. I think we brought you some wonderful images through our 16 cameras around the course over the last week. The 2 drones we've got up there, the 2 helicopters, and of course the motorbikes transporting cameramen to various spots on the route and down at the finish as well. And remember, there's a crew of 60 people involved in this entire broadcast, be they the drivers who are rushing around taking cameras, and the gents fueling up the helicopters as they drop in. So yeah, it's a huge production and a big logistical achievement, as is the entire event. So here is your invitation to join us in a year's time, Nick and Benno. The lottery is open, and you can enter the Untamed and the Absa Cape Epic. So go to the Cape Epic website and Epic Series website, beg your pardon, and enter. As our Xaro leaders, Damon and Ziandro, come in, and it is our NTT Masters. So well done, well ridden, the Fairtree Cannondale, their team from Stellenbosch, looking really good as they come in here, looking across each other, consolidating their hold, no doubt, on the Xaro lead. Really good ride by Ziandro and Damon. And Tobias Luti and Pavel Gonda in the NTT Masters. Well done, Tobias and Pavel. Back to the finish, and there's Max.
All right, here it is, the Platt versus Sousa 2.0. Gentlemen, some tactics out there on the route today. What happened?
I mean, Carl wants that I'm waiting for him. I'm not riding up stand by, and then he probably expects that we even wait for him in the downhill. I mean, that's not racing, man.
Hey, but he tried to drop us in the downhill, so he got the paycheck already. No, Susie missed some podiums, and he got a little bit of a problem with the time. So I said, I saved my energy today. I'm not following Susie, let him go. But it was a nice ride together.
Susie, a proper Queen stage today. We saw Nino make up 1 minute 10 on the GC. So we're putting some time now into Villa Vittoria, so they're nearly 2 minutes ahead. Maybe just a bit from your side on what you predict over the next 2 days.
I mean, on paper, Scott must be the strongest. But, Epic is not over until it's over. There's, like today, I was just cleaning my glasses on the downhill, and both I was on the ground. It can go so quick. But the two, they're very experienced, and they know how to look ahead and how to race them.
Carl, we look at the last climb. We're seeing some of the visuals getting very, very slippery now. You guys made it through there before it got too snotty?
No, we had like perfect conditions, and they made it smooth. I mean, we were riding it 2 years ago, and it was really bumpy and nearly unrideable. And today it was like perfect conditions. Also the weather, it was nice and cool, and it was really fun.
So where are we on the GC? Do you know? Have you got updates? I mean, we saw an incredible ride from Christoph yesterday. Did that put you under threat a bit?
Not really, because he's he's a bit behind. But we made up time today. So Pavel Gonda, I think he lost a lot of time, and Craig, they now in blue, and we are 5 minutes behind. So another 2 days to go. You never know what's coming. So I said, like in the beginning, you sometimes count the seconds, but in the end, you look for half an hour.
Christoph, spare a thought for the back markers today. We know it's going to be a long day. Words of advice to the athletes coming over the line today with 2 days to go from your experience?
Well, first of all, they don't mind this drizzle rain, that's for sure, after those super hot days. It's always better for them, as long as it's not getting too muddy and they run out of brake pads. And it's actually, I like these stages today. It's A to B. It's character. You're going to pass this farm and then Stellenbosch up that climb. And then it's the last final climb and all the way downhill to the end. So for me, it felt almost like the shortest stage. It's also not full gas all the time. So I like characteristic stages and not like one trailhead after the other, and you don't know on which side of the mountain you actually are.
Thanks for your time, guys. Long may the battle continue.
Wonderful, wonderful. The legends of the event. And that's how the NTT Masters is looking, the GC. Craig Uriah and Charlie McFall now in the leaders' NTT blue jerseys. Carl Platt and Kalle Freiberg into second. Pavel Gonda and Tobias Luthi. We saw them cross the line in those blue jerseys. They won't be wearing them tomorrow. Sousa and Corey Wallace in fourth place, 33 minutes down. But Benno, I'm going to take this up with you because you're the rules guy. How could you allow Christoph Sousa to miss a podium presentation and cop up a time penalty?
Unfortunately, there is podium regulations, and the guys that are on the podium, they need to be at the podium in the evening. There's a whole ceremony lined up. All the amateurs are in the tent, and it is very important for the sponsors to take that opportunity. And unfortunately, I don't know, it was miscommunication he wasn't aware of, but he missed one or two of those podiums early this week. And that's why the whole classification is now changing. And it is a time penalty. It's not just money, it's time penalty. That's what it is.
So he's not on the podium. Let's go to Max at the finish again.
Over the mountains into Stellenbosch and down here into Somerset West today. You know the trails well.
We know the trails well to Stellenbosch. So we keep it steady until we get a last climb, because you know what the thing can do to you. So me and Damon ride consistently. So on the last climb, we push up some watts and get over the top and ride all the way to the downhill as quick as possible.
You're getting to learn every day, and certainly your skills are just getting better and better riding with athletes of this caliber. You guys must be really proud of what you've achieved so far.
Yes, actually we are. To test ourselves against the world's best XCO and marathon specialists, you learn a lot. And one thing we've learned and confirmed consistency is key in this Cape Epic. The more consistent you are, the better you will race.
We spoke earlier today, the Queen stage today, the Princess stage tomorrow. You know the trails well. What can people expect out there tomorrow?
Loose, rugged, wet trails. So there again, consistency is key. Don't burn too much matches on the start and just keep it consistent. On the climbs also, you just want to be consistent, push the same amount of watts, don't burn yourself out. Because it might be the second last day, but you can still blow up.
Guys, well done today. Super proud of you.
Ziandra Jordan and Damon Blanche leading the Xaro category at the moment, riding in the open men's category as well. And they had a great day. They moved up 7 places on general classification. 2 young men making their way in the sport, given the opportunity. And they are seizing that opportunity with both hands. Lovely to see. Over the top and down into Lawrenceford. That is our leading women down there. There they are. We're assuming they're still in the lead. We did see Tessa Kortikas going up that climb ahead, but I think she's dropped back to join her partner. They're 42 seconds back. There's confirmation of that gap. Let's go back to Max.
Yvonne, a crazy stage today. We know your partner didn't make it across the line, which means you're out of the GIC Grandmasters jersey. Disappointing for you?
Yeah, because Kare is a strong man, but yesterday he's sick. We finished, but very, very bad day. Yesterday he's sick, and this morning he said me, I start, but 100 meters I to left, and you go.
A message to all the people back home, thanking them for their support. You get to fight again next year?
Yeah, next year another Cape Epic is my 10th edition of Cape Epic. The Cape Epic is a nice race, but very, very, very hija de puta. You understand? Very hard.
Very, very hard. We'll see you next year. You want to get that 10th, don't you?
Sure, next year, Cape Epic, vamos. Thank you.
He is a character, is Yvonne Zugasti. You can never predict what might come out of his mouth.
How's your Spanish, Pina?
We'll leave it
Loud
at
and
that.
clear.
Annika Langfall and Sophia Gomez Viafan. We'll move our attention to them. They are leading, and they had a 42-second advantage over Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortikas, who are enjoying their best day yet by a long margin on this Absa Cape Epic. And they are in second place as they head down towards Lawrenceford. Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM haven't gone through yet the neck time point. They were 127 down at Dornier, but it is a climb for the ages by Tessa Kortikas and Calderon that has put them in a position where they might just challenge for a stage win here, depending on what happens with this pair. You can't bet against them, but there's some trails to come still, so we'll wait and see. As Langfall and Sophia Gomez Viafan drop down into the Young Bafana trail, and a thrilling one it is. We saw our leading men heading down there. We've got a helicopter on that side of the mountain having gone round, so good to get images of our leading women flowing down these trails. With a bit of rain on them, these will be pretty much, I would think, as good as you can get.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you're going to get the same kind of greasiness that we saw on the other side. It looks like slightly different type of rain. That soft falling rain can often just make the dust sort of stick together and then stick on your bike. Here the rain looks a little bit more substantial, and also the trails on this gradient drain a little bit better than those open Jeep tracks. So I don't think they're going to have as much issue with the clearance of the mud on their bikes.
No, it definitely changed the conditions. If you saw earlier Nino, Filippo and the Villiers team coming down, it was dry, it was fast, but now it's slippery. It's wet, it's slippery. You do need to be careful.
Let's go to Max.
All right, let's find out how it went. Stand by. Team Thumb for Peace, you're across the line safely. A little bit slippery on the way up the neck and coming home. How was your day?
Well, it was a tough day out there for sure. I mean, on the last climb was really brutal.
Let's talk quickly about the partnership. Obviously, we've got the mentor and the mentee. You guys have both traded places in the Lesotho National Champions jersey for years now. How's the relationship going?
The relationship is between the two of us is quite well, and we work well together.
A good result for you guys today. We saw you at the Songaran Champions race as well. You've got 2 stages to go. How are you feeling? One of our youngest athletes in the field, right?
Yeah, we are looking forward to the finish, the 2 left stages.
A message to the people in Lesotho in your home language, to a lot of them cheering you on. Send a message to them on the live TV.
With my home language,
well done, guys. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Potetso Manese and his partner Tumelo Make, the pride of Lesotho. Potetso, 2016 Olympian, and Max tongue-in-cheek, he's 41, I think, Potetso.
That's right. He's a good decade older than his partner Tumelo. Tumelo in his early 30s, and both amazing athletes and a testament to just what potential lies in the mountains of Lesotho. There are such incredible riders up there.
We are riding with the Toyota Specialized team, the leaders in the women's race, over the top of the neck and heading down towards Lawrenceford as they build on their overall lead and continue a legacy that is just looking unbelievable here. So the news is, they've just come through now at the neck timing point. Toyota Specialized through first, then Canada ISB Sport, Monica Calderon and Corticas 42 seconds. Efficient Infinity, Losser and Skada 8 minutes and 46 seconds down. Could be that there'll be a change on general classification. We'll wait and see. Here's Max again.
Team Presidential, you are now the official leaders of the Grand Masters category. Unfortunate for the guys ahead of you today, but consistency paying off with 2 stages to go.
Yeah, what did they say about the tortoise and the hare? We've been very consistent, super happy. Unlucky for the, well done guys, unlucky for the Ubaya factory team. They've been so fast up the blocks. We haven't been able to stay with them the first 4 days, but yesterday they hit some troubles. And Uda and I, we've been 3 times together, a lot of experience, and we're very happy to be in the lead now.
How many have you guys done together? How many have you done?
Oh, Rob, how many epics we've done together?
Well, this is our 3rd.
And in total, how many have you done?
In total, officially I've done 10, but 1 I got qualified, so it's 9, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on, this is my 10th.
Wow, guys, that's a real deal. Udo, how are you feeling this relationship? You guys just continue to do so well. Consistency out there. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I believed in this week, and I felt in the beginning I was strong. Then I had a little bit of trouble. I had a crash, and I got 5 stitches here, and one not so good day. But this is Cape Epic. It's up and down the whole week. Everybody, the whole peloton faced some problems. You know, it's not going steady. But we hope for the next 2 days, and we are quite confident, yeah.
The front of the race today, Nino and Filippo put 1 minute 10 into the team from Willia Victoria. 2 days to go. As we can see, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, anything. I mean, we've been there before. I've been in the lead with 2 days to go with an hour lead and lost the race. So take nothing for granted.
Guys, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you, man.
We got one more.
Udo Bols and Rob Sim, a combination, as you heard. They know each other very, very well, and lovely to have them back here again. 20-odd epics between them, so plenty of experience. This pair riding together for the first time, but deeply experienced. 6 overall victories between them in the Aramex women's race, and they are putting down the last few pedal strokes as they make the way towards the finish at Lawrenceford to try and win a 6th consecutive stage. Annika Langval and Sofia Gomez-Viefan. As I was alluding to just before that interview, Vera Lossa and Alexis Carter 8 minutes and 40 seconds down in 3rd place on this stage. Calderon and Corticas in 2nd place. They won't move up too much on general classification. They lost too much time earlier in the week, but they are moving up probably to 4th place, Calderon and Corticas, depending on what happens with Hoare and Preen, who started the day in 3rd. Back to Max.
Ollie and Cam, brutal day out there today. Ollie, I can see some snot in your moustache.
It's all out there today. Queen stage really delivered. Beautiful, beautiful conditions. And Cam and I turned we just turned and turned and turned the whole day, and we saved seconds and kept the momentum rolling. We had a great day. The landowner for the big climb, that neck thing, yes, they scraped it. It was like a highway. What a beaut.
Baby Pinner, tell us about your day.
Yo, that was a big day. Yeah, I think that really suited us, if I must be honest. We rolled very fast and we love the trails. Like, you must see the two of us. We just have so much fun. We have to control ourselves, otherwise we'll just break wheels and scandy every corner. So yeah, we have to really control ourselves. I think where we also did well is we didn't stop on that big neck. We just kept turning. Everyone else was walking, and we really managed to get a gap. Then we knew the last 10 Ks was ours.
It's because we came with 32 tooth chain rings. Like, experience is something, you know.
Listen, let's speak of experience. Show us the old Casio there. What is it telling you?
Yeah. Time to suffer.
And show me the granny hands on the right-hand side. I'm seeing some granny hands there, gentlemen. What's that all about?
This couple of, what's this?
Holding on tight to the
yeah.
Can you tell us your fortune right now?
Fortune of the brave. You never surrender at the Cape Epic.
Okay, message to the people coming up the hill today. It got snotty for you guys. It's going to be a bit messy later.
Yeah, just fast bait. Honestly, fast bait. It will end. You will get there.
If it rains more, there'll be more puddles, and you got to get your wheels through the mud off your tires and your cleats so that you can clip in. Because it's snotty up there now, and the tires are getting full of mud. So then it gets into the frame, and then you add a couple of kgs. So, well, they're riding, so they could be watching. But anyway, if they ever watch the replay, you got to ride through as much standing water as you can to get the mud off the tires. Otherwise, it's like clay.
Cam, 2 days to go. When are you going to open the throttle and hurt the old man?
I think it needs to turn now. Yeah, we've had 3 big days. I think we just need to be easy into the next 2. But let's see. You never know. We like twisting throttles, so we'll see how we go.
All right, boys, pin it, pin it.
Up and down these rollers we go as Annika Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Villafan head for home. A beautiful sight for the Toyota Specialized team and their fans, because they've done another superb job here, despite the real difficulty of making it to the top of that climb. It's amazing how all the men are saying how nice that climb was, but that little dump of rain at the top of the mountain has caused some distress for those still coming up here, with the mud sticking to the tires and making your bike a couple of kilograms heavier as you made your way up.
Yeah, I think Ollie Munnik was right. There's probably this window now of about an hour where it's actually at its worst, which was exactly when the leading women came through, where it gets sort of sticky, a little bit more water, and it starts to wash off your bike. And like he said, you can get through some standing water if you push your bike through that, and then it'll sort of come off the frame, hopefully, and come off the tires.
Right through the irrigation canal on the left-hand side of the trail now as they're making their way. But 5 hours and 15 minutes for our leading women, and they haven't yet reached the finish, Benno. This is a monumental day for all the riders.
For all the riders, and now having those conditions, of course, going up the pass that slow, it's steep as it is, and then having to clean your bike and your tires, it just slows you down so much more. Hopefully now it will be better for the back markers. If the rain stops, hopefully it dries out and they can actually ride up the trail, or at least have better conditions. But now they're rolling. Now they less than 5 kilometers to the finish. They have a good lead again, and also the conditions. It looks like it's becoming a little bit better.
Yeah, as they make their way, pressing on for the finish. And 6 wins now beckoning for this pair. Annika Langveld came into the stage with 36 wins to her name already in her Absa Cape Epic career.
Just adding to the legacy. I think the ride of the day is definitely the Cannondale ISB Sport team. I mean, there's still a lot to play for. They've still got to get off the top of the mountain. But we left on a bit of a cliffhanger when Tessa Kortekos was coming past riding while our 2 imperious women were pushing. It must be disheartening to see that when you're in the lead. But at the same time, they've also blown past Alexis Skada and Vera Loss, so they put an 8-minute buffer into them. And Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen, who are all now together. So it's a very exciting day's racing, despite the fact that we've had, as usual, our Toyota Specialized team of Annika Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Villafan move off the front. That's kind of predictable. What's going on behind is still quite entertaining, and we've got yeah, some great trails for them to sort of scrap out for the remaining podium positions.
Yeah, Calderon and Corticas have moved up on the virtual general classification at the moment into 4th place, ahead of Topado, Kende Evase, Claudio Peretti, and Katarzyna Sosna-Pinele. So there's a little fight that is going to rage on, and you can imagine that Calderon and Corticas will be emboldened by their performance today for the next couple of days, and try and put pressure on Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen. How many times we've seen this in the past, how teams you know, start off well, get to the middle of the race, they're going well, and then they plateau and then suddenly dip and lose the form. Others go the other way, so we may well see a change in the general classification as we get towards the Sunday finish of the grand finale here at Lawrenceford.
Yeah, it also looks like there's a good battle for 3rd place today on the stage. At the top, they were just a couple of seconds apart, so could be, yeah. Everyone wants to get on the podium, even if it's just for the stage. I mean, that gives you a lot of coverage, and it, yeah, awarding for a day like this. Queen stage on the podium is a big goal.
You know, you've fulfilled every role imaginable in these teams you've worked with over the years as a mechanic as well. So muddy, rainy day today, dusty days the previous days. Same Moses operandi for the mechanics. They stripped down completely. Yeah,
the mechanics, they do an incredible job. Like you pretty much have one mechanic for 2 riders. That's what you need at the Cape Epic. You strip it all.
This is for the elite teams only, remember? This is not for the...
Yes, no, this is a very exclusive
hackers.
service that you have within the pro teams. Yeah, there's other mechanics within the venue. The real heroes that have maybe 10, 20 bikes each, like the race village, the mechanic village after each stage looks like a war zone, kind of, because also the mechanics don't have that much time. Our riders were always the first ones to come in, you know, so you have at least 2, 3, 4, 5 hours more sometimes than those other mechanics have to work on a bike, and still it takes you at least 3 hours per bike to do everything right. You take the whole thing apart, you change tires if you have to, every single bearing will be looked at, suspension will be looked at, and then you put it all back together. So that's a lot of effort that goes into, but you also want to make sure that you don't miss anything. If you're in the leader jersey, like, the pressure is not just on the riders themselves, it's on the staff members, and especially on the mechanics as well.
Yeah, that pressure does run through the field. This morning, I'm looking after an American father and son team who are out here from Las Vegas and from Reno, Nevada. And 5 minutes before their call-up, and now they were starting an hour after the big dogs, the people that we've been watching all day today, but 5 minutes before their start, the rear derailleur just went on the fritz. There was no connection between the battery, between the shifter, and we luckily were right next to Linwood Cyclery, a specialized dealer. They were specialized bikes, and the guys had the entire derailleur and drivetrain off and back on within about 3 minutes. Guys made it to the start with 2 minutes to go and rolled off the line. So the pressure, yes, at the top end of the field is significant, and obviously if a mechanic you know, makes an error, there's a huge price to pay. But at the back end of the field, the same applies, and it's often the sort of back markers that, you know, just also need extra special care. There might have been a fall, there might have been some damage to the bike, and when the bikes are out on the trail for 8 or 9 hours through varying conditions, you know, we can see very quickly that the mechanical components start to break down.
Yeah, we had in the past on a Queen stage like this, you can also run out of brake pads. Like, it's the small little things that can cut you off guard. If you don't change your brake pads from organic to metal in a stage like this, all of a sudden you left with no brakes. So we did mention yesterday in the briefing as well, make sure you have some brake pads with. If not, and luckily now, within the race, there is the neutral support, mechanical support, also for those back markers. So that's also a reason why some of them need to ride with a credit card. Unfortunately, you have to pay. Unfortunately, at that stage, you will pay for it, because you do want to finish your stage, the event, and at least you get the help out there if you need it.
On the last kilometre or so, it is Sofia Gomez-Villafaña and Annika Langville as they turn into a little section of trail that will lead them down towards the little gravel road and onto the lawns of Lawrenceford as they are on their way to yet another stage victory. Quite phenomenal consistency and strength and teamwork. The efficiency that they've shown as a team has been second to none. Sofia Gomez-Villafaña carrying a stick with her up that neck trail just to try and clear the mud off her tire. They were pushing their bikes up there, unperturbed by that. They didn't get too stressed when Tessa Kortekas came riding past them. Kortekas didn't have a partner. Look over his shoulder from Langville to check where Kortekas and Calderon are. Well, they were 42 seconds back at the top of the neck. You would feel that this pair may have put some time into them, but they're not taking any chances as they come behind the buildings, and they'll swing left and see the lawns of Lawrenceford ahead of them, and they will be on their way to another victory and more time on their general classification advantage of efficient Infinity Insure SCB SRAM. Here they come. It is Annika Langville. Look at the smiles on their faces. The sheer delight is absolutely superb. They cannot believe it. They've done it again. And never mind that she's won 36 stages prior to this. The excitement of winning the Queen stage together with Sofia Gomez-Villafaña is overwhelming for both these riders. Another victory. That's 6 in a row for Toyota Specialized. They win the Queen stage at Lawrenceford in fantastic style. Congratulations, Annika Langville and Sofia Gomez-Villafaña in the orange jerseys. You are the queens of the stage. And just behind them, there they come, Tessa Kortekas and Monica Calderon, just under a minute, so it was that close as they pushed hard. They lost only about 10 seconds on the descent. That is a huge day for Cannondale ISB Sport as they finish second on the day. Dr. Mike Podium is the coach there to welcome in Sofia Gomez-Villafaña. What a day for these riders, and she'll go right over to congratulate the Cannondale ISB Sport pair on their day today. High fives all round for this pair. That's the community of mountain biking at its best. Wow, what a day. Likewise, Annika, to Tessa and to Monica. Congratulations. Well done, bringing the fight to the orange jerseys. They know if they want to make a clean sweep of the stage wins here, they're going to have to dig deep against that pair. 12 seconds in the end is what it turned out to be.
Phenomenal ride from Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortekas. Cannondale ISB Sport really closing in the last stage, the last couple of kilometers on the stage, and doing incredibly well to just a 12-second deficit to Toyota Specialized.
I wonder if they were aware of it.
I saw, yeah, Annika looking over her
back,
shoulder.
Yeah.
I think she knew they were being hunted down and maybe just ran out of track.
It's here for them.
Annika, that is your 36th stage win at the Absa, 6 in a row in 2025. Was that a proper Queen stage today?
That was everything and more that you could expect from a Queen stage. That was insane. That was insane. I don't know if you guys watched the footage, but like up the neck, like everything we could, like I don't have words for it, but the wheels could not turn anymore, and you looked up and it was just like you had no idea when it was going to finish. That was mentally a little bit hard, but then eventually we got to the top and we can actually ride a little again and also like clear the wheels. The thing is like the wheels could not turn, and once the wheels cleared, actually it was really nice going down the descent, and I enjoyed it so much today. It was a good day. It was a good day for me.
Sophia, nice to see the Cannondale ISB team coming back a bit today. They lost a lot of time 2 days ago with heat exhaustion, and today they really proved that they are a power team.
Yeah, it was super awesome to see. You know, when I did this in 22 with Ailey, we were coming into lead into the neck, and then the team came by us, like just spinning up that climb. And yeah, I'm curious if they were running like probably 32th chainring, and obviously with the lefty they have a lot more clearance. But we just wanted to go for that sprint money, and we were like, we just calm and steady all the way to the finish, and we didn't really think that we could get the stage win. Like, we didn't know if we were capable of getting the stage win, just because we knew that the finish was going to be something, and it was way more than I expected. I just shout out to all the amateurs that we're probably going to walk that already, but now they got to walk with a bike full of mud, which is so hard for them. And obviously a huge shout out to the huge staff that we have. We have, you know, amazing Swannies, Kat and Jem, that just like get our bodies turning. And then our Annika's mechanic, Charlie, he's working so hard to get our bikes ready every day. And we have the easy job of just showing up and riding our bike. And there's a lot of people behind the scenes that make it possible.
Annika, there's always something special about a proper transfer stage, and no better way to do a transfer than a queen stage.
No, it was a really tough day out there. So, but I really enjoyed it. Kind of riding through a lot of different terrain out there, different climate. Like we had sun, we had rain, we had everything today. Like we had everything you could ask for and a little bit more.
So, Fair, your best part of the stage today, did you take time to just think, wow, that was cool?
I think the best part of the stage was when Annika was like, let's just go for the sprint money and not worry, like not go for the stage. And in the back of my head, I'm like, she has no idea how, like, we're suffering, but the other girls were really suffering. And I was like, I thought of my earrings, and I was like, we can do both today.
Amazing day. Congratulations on your 6th consecutive stage win this year. Well done.
We've got a great race on for third place on the stage here, because it is the red jerseys of Haley Preen and Bianca Hoare dicing it out with 2nd overall, but 4th on the stage, the Infinity Insure ACB SRAM pair, Vera Lossa and Alexis Scarter. What a fight we've got on here.
Geez, they were just going elbow to elbow into that single track. A couple of really interesting kind of motocross style block passes as they got into this really, really narrow stuff. Benno, what do you reckon?
No, this is insane. Like, you climb up to the top in those conditions, and now you still need to sprint all the way to the finish. Like, this is super exciting. You can see elbows are out, trying to positioning themselves. Flat sections, they're probably a kilometer away from the finish, if even. So this is going to be a very, very good fight for 3rd place, last spot on the podium today.
So they come together here into some single track, which was the same in the prologue from last year. And just off the top of this dam, they'll want to exactly, you know, the whole shot here is going to probably determine who of these two teams gets ahead.
Yeah, look at them. They're pushing hard. That's a long, long sprint. Like, they already tried to position themselves. There's still a little bit of open sections to come, so it's not just all single track to the end. And this is going to be some sprint to the finish.
Duck into the trees. This is a very short little section of single track. Then they turn onto the dirt road behind the houses, left and on the lawns, and it'll be a sprint for the finish. We'll see them pop out here very, very shortly.
There's that wet corner coming up.
Yep, it's
You
going
have
to
to be careful here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of slick bitumen that they've got to turn onto and then put the power down to get their speed up to get onto the grass. This could be interesting.
Ooh.
Here they come.
Here it is.
It is the Titan Racing SE Honeycomb pair and Vera Lossa and Alexis Scarter dicing for the 3rd place on the podium on this Queen stage. They wanted, both teams wanted desperately here. They're not going to have much
Wow,
effect.
look at this.
It is, oh, there's the sprint now. It is Vera Lossa who's gone ahead. 2nd rider counts. At the moment, it is the South African pair in the red, and that great corner there from Haley Preen and Bianca Hoare. They've got to try and prevent Lossa and Scarter from getting over the top of them on this last bend here. They drive for the line now. Bianca Hoare digging deep with hers. Haley Preen, Vera Lossa, Alexis Scarter. It is Preen and Hoare who are in the pound seats at the moment. They've got one more quarter to take. Has Alexis Scarter got it in her? I don't think so. It'll be 3rd place. What a race for the Titan Racing SE Honeycomb team. They take 3rd on the day, racing to the line after 5.5 hours on the Queen stage. What athletes these women are. Quite superb. Wonderful to watch.
Incredible. What a result. 3rd place there for Haley Preen and Bianca Hoare, just squeezing out Vera Lossa and Alexis Scarter, and that has got to hurt. That is 6 days of racing in your legs, and you're being asked to throw it all down in a sprint finish. And not to mention the fact that you've just ridden up the neck or in some cases run up the neck. Wow, hats off to these women. They are bringing the fight to each other. It's fantastic to see.
And both jerseys on the podium again,
Yeah.
men and women, today on Heritage Day. Amazing. What a great finish today.
It's fantastic to see the commitment, the determination, the racing desire, the will to win here from all these races. I mean, Calderon and Corticas, likewise today. What a day they've had as they ride themselves into this race and make their presence felt on the stages. They're on the podium today, which is fantastic for the Cannondale ISB Sport team.
What I want to know is how did Tessa Corticas, a Dutch woman, ride up a mountain where everybody else who has mountains in their country couldn't manage?
Because she lives in Spain now.
Okay.
Probably.
Yeah, she was an Ironman world champion, age group Ironman world champion, 30-34. Turned pro, won a couple of Ironman, full Ironman distance events as a professional,
Wow.
and turned away from that, but did win some big pre-events, pre-races last year around the world. Let's go to Max at the finish, find out from those super women.
So smiles on the finish line, but we can see that you guys had to dig deep today.
Yeah, I think it was actually a really cool climb until that stupid climb at the end. It was just unrideable. It was so muddy and like you didn't know what to do with your bike. The wheels didn't turn anymore. If you carried it, it was like 20 kgs. And then, yeah, we lost some time there. We had a technical issue. We had quite a good gap on Bianca and them, but then, yeah, it was a brilliant finish to the end.
Alexis, a good start to the day. You guys looked quite comfortable coming into Stellenbosch, and obviously with the weather change, it is so difficult to get those bikes through that slippery bit.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of trying to decide if you need to stop and clean off your bike or just try to keep moving. And I tried to get back on my bike a couple times, and the chain kept falling off, and the chain guide kept getting in the way, and so I was kind of futzing with it, I think, more than I should have been. And then I got thrown off rhythm after that from that section, and yeah, and that was the day, I think.
Consolidated, still in second place, looking strong. A good ride from Bianca and Haley today?
Yeah, they did have a good ride. I think we were stronger out there. But yeah, as I said, you need some luck in these conditions, and luck was on our side today.
Tessa and Monica today proving that they are a power combination. Obviously a difficult day for them 2 days ago, but today they rose to the occasion on the Queen stage.
Yeah, they rode strong today. They also worked in the front and everything. Yeah, well done to them.
Tomorrow we dance again. We'll see you then.
Yeah. Oh, drama.
24 minutes, but you've come back incredibly well today, making up 8 minutes, and you rode so well in those conditions.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we had a very good day today. Super happy, although bittersweet as well to be that close to first. But yeah, we cannot be happier after what happened 2 days ago. Recovering time again. Hoping that the following 2 days will be enough to try to get back on the podium in the general classification.
How was that for a Queen stage? I mean, the transfer days are always nice, moving between the two venues, but some special single track today.
It was very nice, yeah. Especially like totally different conditions than we had the first days, going from heat and super dry conditions to rain and mud and everything. So yeah, it was very nice.
Where about on the stage today did you find that your legs were good and that you knew it was going to be a good day today?
Yeah, I think Monica felt quite good in the first part. I started to feel better in the second part. In the last climb, we felt great, and we were able to make a big gap with the other girls. I think that was the key part of the stage, that climb.
Quick message from Monica to the fans back home. Monica, in your home language, a message to your friends and family and fans back home.
Bueno, súper feliz, una etapa muy bonita, muy disfrutada. Bueno, dedicarla a mi familia, que no sé si me está viendo, pero ojalá que sí. y a las mujeres en general que me siguen y me apoyan, que ojalá esto sea algo muy bonito que les motive a ellos para que practiquen este deporte. Muy feliz.
Just a reset for you now, maybe a change to the game plan. The confidence is there, you know you've got the legs, and we've still got 2 big days.
Yeah, as today was the hardest stage of the week, we felt good. Hopefully the others start to feel a lot of fatigue, although we feel fatigue as well. But yeah, it gives a lot of confidence for the last 2 days.
Congratulations, get some rest, we'll see you tomorrow. Hayley and Bianca, a big day today, losing about 7 minutes today across the line, but still in third on the GC. Tell us about what happened out there. How did it unfold?
I think we're in contention with the top teams until, I don't know, Hulshoogte. And then we lost them. And then we kind of just rode our own race, and then I knew the neck was coming up. And the neck is impossible to ride in good conditions. And now our wheels weren't turning because they were stuck with mud. So it made it even more impossible. But we were carrying our bikes, and then we caught up to another team, and then we were fighting for third from there down, like the last 10 Ks. And yeah, sprints into every single track to like get in front, and then it came down to a sprint finish, which was very cool.
The racing up front from the get-go was good. Did you guys burn too many matches there? I saw you coming up the neck. You looked like you'd blown some calves and maybe some thigh muscles.
Yeah, I think the cracks started to show between the pro chicks and the wannabe pro chicks today, which is me. Yeah, I suffered today properly. Hayley was power. But it was cool riding with the front chicks. The flip specialized were so strong. I think they were literally riding in zone 2 when I was on the front, but when they went, and just like massive gap. I was suffering at Bottmanskop just looking down, and the next time I looked up, the chopper was like so far away.
You learn a lot on a day like this, don't you? Not only of your partner, but also of just what you're capable of, and you also get a bit of a masterclass from, as you say, the pro chicks.
Yeah, no, it's very cool to race with them. And then sprinting with Vera and Alexis, the last 10 Ks was like very cool.
2 days to go, you're in third on the GC. We see that Cannondale ISB have got what it takes to put time in. They had a spectacular day today after a disappointing day 2 days ago, and they've caught up 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell they were very strong from the start on the front the whole way. Until
on TV.
One had the most spectacular crash of the epic. I think she deserves a prize. She went straight down the mountain, her bike rolling like way down.
We all stopped to check if she was all right.
This is so exciting. I can't wait to watch it. No, I didn't tell her. Were you behind them?
Well, the e-bike was, so I'm sure she caught it. But yeah, she was fine. I was like, oh, that's the last time we see them. And then suddenly they came up behind and they went straight past. I was like, okay.
Adrenaline is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Congratulations. We cannot wait to see how you go over the next 2 days, and I'm sure we're going to have lots of fans supporting you. Well done.
The South African chicks, Bianca Hall and Hayley Preen, loving their experiences out and bringing us some additional detail about some things we didn't quite catch out there, like that spectacular crash. Anneke Langval and Sophia Gomez Viafan take the stage by 12 seconds from Calderon and Corticas. What a race that proved to be. And the red jerseys on the podium, but only just in a sprint finish with Alexis Scott, Andrea Losas, Bianca Horn, Hayley Preen. In the Titan Racing SE Honeycomb on the podium today, but not on the general classification, still in third on that. And Katarzyna Sosna Pinella and Claudia Peretti, we saw them finish a short while ago, 10 minutes off the pace today, but a solid day from the Tapara Kenda FSA team. Well done. So, Queen Stage unfolding right here at Lawrenceford. The journey from Fairview started, well, many hours ago. That just tells you what an incredibly tough day this proves to be, the Queen Stage, because they started at Fairview outside Paarl just after 7 o'clock, our Aramex elite women. And due respect to the toughness of this stage, they just kept a very steady tempo, nothing too extreme. No one was prepared to risk anything too much on the big climbs. Just stay together and they keep ticking it over. We saw some of the teams who haven't featured at the sharp end up there for a little while as they rode together. And then the first signs of Corticas and Calderon starting to make their presence felt in amongst the leaders, and an indication that they were on a good day today. The red jerseys, that's Bianca Horn, partner Haley Preen in the mix, and Sofia Gomez-Villafan stopping to pick up a gel wrapper that she had dropped, and she managed to put it back in her pocket. That's what we like to see from every rider, not just the elite pros. That's what it should be. It should be standard procedure, and that's a great example set by Sofia Gomez-Villafan. So Calderon and Corticas not just happy to take the second. They were in the forefront here. They felt strong. 2 days ago they blew up in that extreme heat, but the Colombian and Dutch Spaniard, Corticas, born and raised in the Netherlands, now living in Spain, but showing that she's got the ability to mix it with the very best here. Likewise, these two, well, this is before they got to the day's big climbs up Helshoekte Pass and towards Bottomers Korp. Preen and Hoare were trying to dictate the pace early on, and well, they were living well there, but the orange jerseys behind them were starting to apply the pressure. Look over his shoulder from Bianca Hoare suggested the pressure was coming from behind, and soon they were in third place as the Toyota Specialized pair went to the front. Then they were followed by Losser and Skada and Calderon and Corticas as they made their way up the Bottomers Korp climb. And this was heading into the corkscrew climb, which is a 12 switchback climb that takes them to the entrance to the Doctor single track. And leading into that were the queens of this race so far, Toyota Specialized, Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez-Villafan. They were ahead down the trail. At fourth place at this stage were the Titan SE Racing pair. The little move made, they were chasing that bonus, the hotspot prize. Toyota Specialized, they said, shall we just do that and settle for that? And Sophia said, no, come on, we'll go for another stage win. So they did. Up the G-spot climb they went and headed for the toughest part of the day, and that would be the neck climb with a handy lead at that stage. Conditions changed. It was dry down the base. As they moved further and further up, the clouds descended, rain came, and it made the climb very, very tough indeed. Calderon and Corticas closed up to within 42 seconds by the summit of that neck, and it was a race for the line. Calderon and Corticas, in fact, Calderon and Corticas closed down that gap by 30 seconds as they made their way towards Lawrenceford through these trails like Young Bafana on Lawrenceford. But they did enough, did Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez-Villafan, to celebrate as if they'd won their first ever stage. Never mind that it was Langveld's 37th and a 6th for Gomez-Villafan. Broad smiles. They'd won it by just 12 seconds from Calderon and Corticas, who rolled in just behind them. A brave fight by them and an enthralling and thrilling sprint to the finish line for the third place on the podium, won by the pair of Bianca Hoare and Haley Preen, ahead of Vera Losser and Alexis Skada, to conclude a fascinating day of racing in the RMX women's race at the Queen stage of the Absa Cape Epic. A low cloud hanging over the mountains on the top there, so it's going to be a tough haul. Do you want the extreme heat or do you want the low cloud? I think I'll settle for the cloud. So the hotspot pair, well, this was them, the King's Epic hotspot, Tristan Norkier and Marco Hubert. Some consolation for them. They'd made a bold bid for glory as they went up ahead on the lower slopes of that climb to the neck. Unfortunately, they didn't quite have the legs to hold off the firepower of the cross-country men behind them, and Scott Schramm and William Vittoria were the men who would pass them and emerge as the top two teams. They take to the podium, and well, Another great day, though, for Imbuko Kemchamp. They've been fighting on the podium 2 days ago in Paarl. They missed out by a fraction of a second yesterday, finishing in 4th place despite a bold sprint. And today, another bold attempt on the climb. And nods of satisfaction for Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia. What a job they're doing for their team and for South Africa. The Italian pair made an Absa Cape Epic, and they're riding like seasoned campaigners at this 8-day stage race. Simone Avadetto and Luca Braido, they took 2nd place, but once again a 2nd stage win after their prologue victory for Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo of Scotram Mountain Biking, taking the stage, the Queen stage, and you could sense it really meant a lot to them today to take this stage, conquering the toughest climb of the entire race. And just breaking the elastic as they got to the top of the neck and getting away from William Vittoria so that they could surge to victory. And it wasn't a big victory, 1 minute and 10 seconds in the end, which gave them an overall lead, gives them an overall lead in the yellow jerseys of 1 minute and 52 seconds going into the final 2 days. They will wear those nice clean yellow jerseys for now. They may get a little dirty in the mud that will probably still be around tomorrow as the rain falls at Lawrenceford in the Helderberg Bowl here on the Queen stage.
Their target there.
So the women's podium is about to take place. We'll bring you that as we bring our coverage of this Queen stage to a conclusion. It didn't let us down, Benno.
No, definitely not. That was the Queen stage today. We saw everything. Racing started early on. As soon as that neutral car got out the way, the race was on. The pace was high from the very beginning all the way through. There was a couple of teams that tried to hold on, but by the end the class came through and the 3 leading teams were at the front. Good to see the South African team trying it once again. Another tactic again today, trying it, and then not just then. And it's good to see them right there at the front, battling it out with all those other international teams.
Yeah, great to see another whatever tactic pulled out of the toolbox to say, hey, let's give it a go this way around, and taking the hot spot as a consolation, but also setting them up for the best shot that they probably had, which is a bit of a lead running into the climb, the big climb of the day.
Well, yeah, Tristan Nokia has ridden as a support rider for Matt Beers before and others before, so this is his opportunity to shine, and my word, isn't he shining in the company of Marco Hubert. You heard Marco say it's a new combination. They only joined forces earlier this year, and Imbuko Kemchamp, but they certainly are a force to be reckoned with and a team to be aiming at the top step in years to come if they can keep it together. So we are getting towards the end of our coverage here, but we still got riders will be rolling into Lawrenceford very, very shortly on the Queen stage of the Absa Cape Epic. Yeah, the hopes and dreams of an all South African podium. Well, it just is an illustration of how tough this race is and the quality of the field here. But Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert have got plenty of experience at the Absa Cape Epic, but they're talking now of how much they're learning in racing in the company of the best and the previous winners.
And it's the first time they're riding together, so if they can keep this combination up for another year or two, they have everything it takes to really take the first ever all-African yellow jersey. We had South Africans winning the Cape Epic before, but not an entire team. So those two seem very much work well together. The communication is up, and they have everything it takes.
Let's go to the finish. Max Kleur is catching up with the riders there.
Brazil in the GIC Grandmasters men. Valdine and Denizal, parabéns.
How was the Queen stage today?
It broke me today. Yeah, Haley was a total champion out there, and yeah, it was. I can see why it was the Queen stage.
Everyone loves a good transfer stage, but a transfer and a Queen stage at the same time is pretty special.
Yeah, this is our first Cape Epic, and it's Well, yeah, it's our first race together, and we were really excited for the Queen stage. It didn't really factor into us that it was a transfer stage, but I just want to say that I'm really, really proud of my partner, and I think she just dug so deep today, and I got emotional out there a few times. I'm just really proud of you.
Amazing. So newbies to this incredible event, has it lived up to everything that people tell you it is?
Yeah, absolutely. It's epic. But 2 more days to go, and yeah, I'm feeling very optimistic that we can finish things off strong.
Haley, a message to all the Canucks watching over there in Canada?
Come do this race. Yeah, it's been a great time so far. We're really loving it. The only thing we're sad about is that we haven't had enough time to experience the vibe because we're staying off site. But yeah, Canada, come do it.
It's all about riding yourself in. We've still got 2 big stages and 7th today across the line. That means there's some movement forward. That's good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we might be notching our way up GC, which is good. We sort of started off a bit slower, and yeah, we're finding our legs as it goes. I don't know. As the week goes on.
Obviously, there are other races in this epic series. Would you guys look to do some of the other ones as well this year? Is there a target there?
I don't think this year our calendars are, well, Ella's coming into her winter. She's finishing her summer, and my calendar's a little full, but I've done Swiss Epic before, and I absolutely loved it. So, I could definitely see doing the series, the 4 events, in a future year.
Well, incredible to have you both enjoy the afternoon off. Tomorrow you get to dance again. Good luck. Barty and Peter, congratulations, the great Grandmasters, the most respected category at the Absa Cape Epic. Barty, you've got 14 finishes. Peter, you've got 8, and you're leading the category.
Yes, leading the category now, but today it's also have a nice day in the trails in this area, but yeah, it's a little bit mud, but it's everything okay.
Barty, you keep on coming back for more. What makes the Absa Cape Epic the race of your choice?
Yeah, it gives me a choice to stay young.
That's the right answer. And maybe a bit of advice for Christoph and for Carl Platt, who are one day going to be as experienced as you on the bike. What message can you give to those two? Because they keep on racing each other.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, racing, and if you race, if you have a, if you see a race, then you have more experience to training. So, yeah, you understand.
A good race today for you. The transfer stage, always beautiful. Coming into Stellenbosch and then down into Somerset West. Do you ever stop while you're on your bike and just think how lucky you are and how beautiful it all is?
Yeah, I know the stage from today. I like it. Murati and Stellenbosch, G-Spot, Montmary, everything, it's nice. It's like to come home for me.
Peter, you're on to your 9th finish now, God willing, in 2 days' time. Will you be back for number 10 next year?
I hope. We'll see, but I hope.
Congratulations, guys. Amazing to see you racing so well. Congratulations.
Can we get an Aussie?
The Masters, the Grandmasters, the great Grandmasters, he just keeps coming back and he gets younger and younger, as he says. You're riding with Peter Wessel. They're waiting, the second team. They still haven't crossed the line yet. Toshiba, Max is Namibia, Frank Sneyman and Ralph Kropp. So they're dominating that great Grandmasters. Great category to have as well, because all these riders, maturing, but they don't lose that racing spirit.
No, and as he said, racing keeps you young, keeps you on your toes, it keeps you in an environment, in a positive environment, and you can see, like, that's also why we have so many different categories and so many different jerseys. Once you're a racer, you're always going to be a racer, and it keeps you young, and then just sharing all those moments with people that think alike it's a win by itself.
Yeah, the great Grandmasters 60 plus, the age group, age category, and those moving out. Barty Bucher is about, at least Bart Wrench is about to move out of that now, so he's looking to get into the great Grandmasters, and you can bet he will bring his racing spirit as well.
There's an ex-partner of mine crossing the line, Hannes Hannekom, one of the princes of the Witzenberg, I like to call him. He's offered his farm up a number of times for the Cape Epic to traverse across some incredibly harsh but beautifully crafted homemade trails out there.
Yeah, he and Saki have completed many together, but only Hannes, I think, riding this year.
Yeah, only Hannes riding with Francis Stein, I think.
Strong combination. So the bike wash is going to be busy down there. You can see it doing its job and returning those bikes to pristine condition. As the riders come in, and look how empty that bike park is. It tells you how many riders there are still out there making their way up to the neck and then down to the finish. Evidence of some contact with Mother Earth, as that would happen today on a ride as technical as this, and slippery perhaps at times. But also fatigue through the week plays a role. As the legs, the concentration to keep it going for what are we close on closing in on 6 hours for some of these riders. It is an enormous day, as Benno illustrated a little bit earlier. Just short of 10 hours is so far the maximum time allowed for the stage today.
Yeah, everyone has to be in before 4:45 today. So it's going to be a tough stage for all of them to finish, because as we saw, also the pros were moving a little bit slower. They were ahead of time, estimated time the men were, but the women were a little bit behind, to be honest, and it must have been because of the conditions.
Yeah, Matt Beers saying that it was actually quite humid out there, which which can have an effect on how easily you're able to put your power down and breathe and sort of take some rest while you're on a stage like this. So the heat is gone, but been replaced by sort of damp humidity, which in itself is a challenging condition to ride in, and keep putting the power down.
Rolling into the finish, grim faces, but it'll be with relief, a sense of relief and satisfaction that they've completed the Queen stage here at the Absa Cape Epic, knowing they've got 2 more days to get through. You got the sense there. That's done. We can. That's a big tick. That's for sure.
Tick, shower, eat. Let's go.
let's do this again tomorrow, which they will. Pitch up at the start here at Lawrenceford and head off rejuvenated, refreshed on bikes that look brand new, and they'll smash it around the valley here and around the Helderberg area. The stage tomorrow promises to be. When haven't we said a tough one? That mountain there, that's going to play a role tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow we're going to go all the way around that mountain. It's the dome. It's going to be 87 kilometers, 2,550 meters of climbing. It's second last stage. Some will like it, some will hate it, but yes, we have to go through it. It's going to be another spectacular stage tomorrow. The weather forecast looks okay for now, but we have seen that it can change. Like today we had heavy rain predicted, but it actually turned out to be not as bad. And actually everyone made it to the finish okay so far. For tomorrow, what do we have? Lots of single track again, a very steep climb right away from the start. And then you kind of like go through the mountain that we just saw, but then you come into Lawrenceford again. Some of the sections you're going to do the same as today, and then you just go around the Lawrenceford vineyards and back to the finish.
That's tomorrow's story. Stage 6 and stage 7 is no gimme. It might be short, but it's loaded with climbing, as they'll do a big circuit of the entire bowl here in Lawrenceford. So they'll get to ride on the other side of the mountain.
It's almost time to welcome home Songa Khaleesi Foundation there, Benno.
Yes, I was just looking at it. I was just looking at it, as I am a little bit nervous. The longer it takes to see her name on the list, the more nervous I get. But yeah, you should.
Benno's wife, Charisse, riding and coming in to the finish shoot.
Yeah.
That's not her, by the way, running her bike.
No, hopefully not.
Just
hopefully
to make
not.
sure.
Hopefully not. I think they should be coming now. That's a red helmet that I just spotted there. I think that could be, hopefully it was them. Yes, it was them coming in. And yeah, you're the one that could tell us a little bit about Songo and yeah, the association here with the Khaleesi Foundation.
Yeah, well, I mean, Songo has been inextricably involved with the Cape Epic since 2008. Quite famously, Christoph Sauser wanted to ride with Barry Stander. He wasn't a specialized factory rider at that stage, and so the team had to, or the pair of them had to create a charity to ride for. So they created Songo.info in conjunction with a young, well, a not so young man called Songo Fipatsa, who's actually at the race at the moment, following the race all through the week. And yeah, they built a BMX track in the township of Kayamandi, which sits back in Stellenbosch. We weren't too far from the clubhouse of the Songo Info program earlier today. And yeah, and Christoph and Barry and a number of other amazing philanthropic friends of ours put together an organization that has now grown. We offer an education program, we offer a cycling development program, there's a school feeding program, and 130 kids every single day get to enjoy coaching, professional teachers, and really just giving them an opportunity to have possibilities in life that come out of great education and a great expression of your sporting abilities. And as any good mountain biker knows, from any of the established countries in the world that have been strong in mountain biking, a lot of the skills that come from a BMX track are transferable. So we've been creating some incredible athletes. Sipho Madola, who's now the program manager, is a past winner of the Exaro development category. 2 years ago, we had Zizo and Ntlantla. Ntlantla's riding this year, and we had Zizo and Ntlantla win the Exaro development category. And then this year, yeah, we've had incredible support. Isla Stowe and Benno Charisse Willett riding as Songo Khaleesi Foundation. We've partnered with the Khaleesi Foundation. Introduction needed to Sia Khaleesi, who was with us at the prologue. And we realized that both organizations just do such amazing work in quite similar spaces in sports development and education development. Both organizations are looking to do infrastructure development and add school fields, a school classroom in Songo's case, and sports fields in the case of the Khaleesi Foundation. So we thought, why not partner? Why not do this together? Why not celebrate our similarities and see if we can get some momentum behind us to raise funds? So we're raising funds through the Give and Gain Foundation. Christoph Sals is riding to raise funds. Charisse and Isla are riding together to raise funds for the Songo Khaleesi Foundation. And then we have a mixed team as well with Ntlantla Nonkasa and a young Swiss lawyer, student lawyer called Anna Picard. She's also riding in the mixed pairs, and all of them doing an amazing job, and all of the money raised will go straight into the program. So yeah, it's wonderful to see the response that we've got from the public to support this initiative.
Yeah, it's just one of those positive side effects that the Absa Cape Epic has brought to the country as well, born out of the fact that you have to ride it as a team, right? I mean, considering that. And then, yeah, what coming back and having that association with the Cape Epic has brought to the community as well, and even to the landscape. Right? We mentioned earlier, there were no single track back in the day when it started, but then through the Cape Epic, more and more funds were raised, more trails were built, and 21 years later, we have one of the best mountain bike cross-country destination in the world when it comes to riding bikes. And you can see international people, they're not just coming for this event, they actually spent their entire European winter down here just to prepare themselves for the season.
Yeah, this network of trails here. And I mean, that's another interesting sort of beneficiation storyline, which is that, you know, many of the local communities here have members of those communities that go and are fully employed by trail development organizations, trail building, likes of Conrad Stoltz, Ace of Spades. You know, these are businesses that have built fantastic reputations worldwide for these types of trails. And we've been very lucky to have some of the Songo graduates go into these programs and become fully employed, bona fide track building experts of, you know, of world-class caliber. And it's a great thing to see. So yeah, we're very proud of everybody who's involved in the Songo program, and it's a big team, and we're super stoked to have Khaleesi Foundation. Sia himself at the prologue, just doing so much, I think, to drive the vibe and the spirit, and he's just such a lekker guy, and he's been so generous with his time in lending his, obviously, star power to our humble organization.
So has he been selected for the game on Sunday or not?
I don't know, but I think everybody at the Sharks was probably had their heart in their mouth when they saw him riding off the start chute, knowing that Sia Khaleesi spends very little time on a moving bike. Apparently he spends a lot of time on a stationary bike to get his fitness levels up, but he was telling us that it's one of the few times he's actually ridden a bike down, and he was also telling us that he doesn't need to wear a helmet because he hits 150 kilogram, he makes 150 kilogram tackles all weekend long, and I said, yeah, but you don't want to be a casualty or a statistics at the Absa Cape Epic. We'd never live it down. So, yeah, it's fantastic sport, and the Khaleesi Foundation doing such amazing work in the communities, a lot of them in the Eastern Cape, to raise funds for development.
I see where this is going. There's a young rugby player in Somerset West who's looking to progress in rugby, but unfortunately his problem is his mother's his coach. And she's not really, rugby's not really her thing. She spends most of the morning on her bicycle there.
Definitely. I must say, when our son started to play rugby, he was the one coming in with the biggest handicap. Not from his side, from his parents' side. I don't know much about it. Cherise doesn't know much about it. But he managed to get himself into the A team all by himself. So very proud. The school programs here also amazing. The sport they do, the opportunities they give the kids, if it's rugby, cycling, cross-country running, cricket, anything.
Look at this. This is Los Titanicos, David Buenos Dias and Alejandro Rizque Alciudia. And they have had a problem, and they have crossed the line. No problem at all. That is Alejandro, who crosses the line running his bike home. Smashed up derailleur, probably, I don't know, but he's run for a long time, I think, because we saw him about 20 minutes ago running through the trails.
I think it was a flat tire, and unfortunately those guys do not have spare wheels just as you like, so they do look after their equipment because we have 2 more stages to go. So I think it was, again, look after your bike if you want to ride it tomorrow again.
Running in carbon cleats is not easy. We've seen a couple of the pro teams take shots when they've had long distances to cover without or when they've had a mechanical and they've had to get to the finish line, and it can have an impact. But yeah, those back markers don't have access to the pro teams' toolboxes out on course, and sometimes you get a mechanical at the wrong place, and all you got to do is run it home,
run it out. Rather run it out than breaking your carbon rim.
That's true.
That's for sure.
Lawrenceford, it is some project, this, the Absa Cape Epic. Look at the extent of it, and thousands of people volunteer and put many, many hours into construct these race villages, to put the whole thing together, and it delivers a product that these riders absolutely love, and you can be part of it. If you enter that lottery, or on the day after the Epic, they open the window briefly for the early bird entries. You can jump in there and see if you can get an entry. But that little area, that's going to be pretty busy as well. The bike wash today, those bikes will come down off the mountain pretty muddy, and they'll end up tomorrow morning on the start line looking absolutely superb. Brand new as if they've just come out the shop. So that's the work they do here. It's all part of the service. Waiting for riders to come in. Some might have said, oh, we'll be about 5.5 hours. Today it might be a bit longer than that, than they predicted. You always think you may be a bit faster, but then the elements get in the way, and we've seen what's happening at the top of the neck, and that does mean that it might be a bit longer for some of the mums and dads coming in to be welcomed home by the youngsters. Great to see so many youngsters in here. I mean, it's amazing the maturity that this event has, the ground that has made over the years to its 21st year. We've got a team riding here, father and son, as we have an Exaro team rolling in the Exaro category. Father and son team. The father rode the very first event in 2004. His race number was 1-1. He was the very number one. Him and his partner was 1-2. And here we are 21 years later. He's riding his second one. He hasn't ridden since, and he's riding with his 19-year-old son. So who
He
wasn't
wasn't
born,
born
then.
when the first
No.
one rolled out.
So Jason and Nick Duffin are going very well indeed. Nick is very strong. I think they're in the top 10 in the Masters.
Is Nick a father or son?
Nick is the son, and Jason's the father. And Jason's a bit perturbed because it's the first time anyone's had to wait for him on the bike. Nick gets to the top of the climb and chills and waits for his dad to come up. His dad is extremely strong, but Nick at 19 has a fair advantage over his father. But, yeah, they're doing very, very well indeed. So, yeah, that's just an illustration of how, you know, this event going into its third decade now, bringing the next generation in. And there are lots of father and son teams actually riding.
Yeah, I did a couple of epics with my brother, and I've got to say it's the greatest. I missed the opportunity to ride with my dad. He's now 79. It might be the thing that kills him. So we won't sign up as a father-son team. But I did a couple of rides with my brother early on, and it was probably the greatest thing for our relationship. Just really a fantastic roller coaster adventure. We've got war stories that we can dine out on, and campfire stories we can tell for the rest of our lives. And yeah, it's an amazing opportunity to really sort of cement your bond with a family member, whether it's siblings or whether it's parents and children. It's something to have that as a marker in your relationship.
Would you push it as far and do it with your wife?
I've done a 3-day mountain bike ride in the north of the country, the Sani to Sea, with my wife. She was actually my fiance, or no, in fact, she was my girlfriend at the time. She then became my fiance and my wife, despite the Sani to Sea, not because of it. I think we endured a very, very difficult weekend together. So I think I realized at that point, no, my ambitions to ride the Cape Epic with my wife will never be fulfilled, and that's okay.
It's okay. I get that question quite often, and I'm unsure, very unsure if that would be a good or bad idea at this stage. As Cherie, she's just very, very strong. And yeah, the two of us ride slightly different sometimes.
Ben, you're getting a little too attached to the e-bike as well.
That's what people think. It's just, I love riding e-bikes and I love racing e-bikes, and that's why I like the Bind to Race event so much, because it just gives you a good opportunity to kind of like feel like a pro, right? Like, it actually gives you an idea how fast they are riding.
Well, our women's podium and the hotspot taken by Sofia Gomez-Villafañe and Anneke Langveld. For a moment, they thought, well, you know, let's just settle for that. Anneke was saying, well, you know, let's just go for that prize today, and, you know, we'll see. It's the Queen stage. We've got 2 tough stages to go, but not this pair.
No, you can't take the racing out of them, that's for sure. If they've got a lead like that, it wasn't a big lead, but they've got a head start getting into that climb. We saw the Cannondale team come past them on the climb very briefly, and then not too far in the background over the top, but they were very happy, I think, to take the win today.
Here we go, the podium in the RMX women's category. There was a slight delay, but they're already up and smiling and chatting and ready to be acknowledged as the day's top 3 teams. Big cheer for the all South African team of Haley Preen and Bianca Hall. The delight they're showing riding as a combination, and the skill and strength they're showing, quite amazing. And finding out all about what it's like to ride this great race together in the company of these top champions. Tessa Cortecas with the Spanish champions jersey on. She is Dutch, but based in Spain and has been for a long time now. And alongside her from Colombia, Monica Calderon, a former stage winner. She won the grand finale at Val de Vie some 4 years ago. And in the top step, once again, Toyota Specialized, Sofia Gomez-Villafañe and Anneke Langveld, another stage win under the belt for this supreme team. They really are quite extraordinary the way they exert the pressure, soak up the pressure as well when it comes on, and it did come today. They saw Tessa Cortecas go past them whilst they were pushing their bikes. It must have been a sobering thing that, to see Cortecas riding up the trail. And then they were back on their bikes. They got back the lead and dashed down the mountain to win by 12 seconds at the end of the day from a fantastic dice and sprint with the Calderon Corticas team.
Yeah, it was a super exciting stage. We have been here for 5.5 hours. It feels like it just flew by. And again, 2 more stages to go. Lots open still. Other teams that are super motivated to at least get once on the podium or even on the GC, changing some places around. So we're not just done yet.
Well, a fitting way to end our coverage today is the smiling faces of our overall leaders in the Aramex women's UCI category. Sofia Gomez Villafan, they're looking, they are going to get mascots. Yes, we are. Sure, you can sense. Sofia was looking across. Oh, yes, we are. They've got them. And Annika Langfeld. So congratulations, another great stage win by that pair. And they will wear orange tomorrow. In yellow will be Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo as we hit the weekend on the Absa Cape Epic Queen Stage. It is today, 2 to go, both in this wonderful Lawrenceford area. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We bring you these images as best we can with our team, and I think you've done a fantastic job today to bring you those images under tricky circumstances. But more particularly, congratulations to every rider who does finish today's Queen Stage. Benno, Queen Stage for you, well done.
Thank you very much. It was amazing.
Nick Lamont came in to tell us a story. It's been a long one. Nick,
yeah, I popped in for a coffee earlier and to tell you a little bit about Songo, and I stayed here for 5 hours. Thanks for having
wonderful.
me.
Thank you for joining us. Wonderful to have you here with us. Hope you enjoyed our coverage. If you did, join us again tomorrow for a great weekend, the first of 2 days in Lawrenceford, as we bring you the drama of the 21st Absa Cape Epic.
It's a Cape Epic. It's like it can go so wrong.
It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year cards are freshly shuffled, and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.